dat soort dingen gesproken. Het kabinet is vandaag ook nog, althans die brief lekte uit, gaat vanmiddag naar de Tweede Kamer met een voorstel gekomen om de wet aan te passen rondom het demonstratierecht. Ik hoorde u van de vorige week in dat lelijke debat over extreem rechts, laat ik het maar zo samenvatten, was niet het doel van het debat, maar uiteindelijk draaide het daar wel op uit. Zeggen dat u tegen elke vorm van geweld bent, bij elke demonstratie, en dat ook demonstranten zich moeten houden aan de wet. En met inachtneming natuurlijk van het demonstratierecht. En nu komt naar buiten dat het kabinet voornemens is om de burgemeester meer gereedschap te geven om sneller in te grijpen en om een demonstratie die vindt plaats op een plek waar het niet mag, wettelijk dus niet mag, om die te verplaatsen. Kunt u dat steunen?
Ik moet allereerst zeggen, ik heb echt een hele drukke ochtend gehad, dus ik heb nog niet alle berichten hierover kunnen lezen, zeker niet de brief. Wat ik het is belangrijk dat de politie zich op de feiten baseren. Dus dat gezegd hebbende, waar wij wel voor zijn, is dat de burgemeester nog beter in positie wordt gebracht. Want we zien, zij gaan erover, kan een demonstratie wel doorgaan of niet. We zien steeds vaker dat demonstraties ook uit de hand lopen. En als de wetgeving zo wordt verbeterd, dat burgemeesters beter in positie worden gebracht om goed met demonstraties om te gaan, dan zijn wij daarvoor. Of ik voor de voorstellen nu ben van het kabinet, ik heb ze nog niet gezien, dus dat kan ik niet zeggen. Maar in zijn algemeenheid, de positie van burgemeesters sterk en daarvoor.
Goed. Hebt u eigenlijk een baan, een gewone baan, of is het meer dan dat?
En dit is levenswerk. Dus het is levenswerk.
Het is een roeping?
Het is een roeping. Het is
een opdracht van de kiezer of niet?
Zeker, het is ook een opdracht voor de kiezer, maar tegelijkertijd is het ook werk. Het is ook gewoon werk. Het is ook gewoon dat het hier klaar is.
Maar het is meer dan een gewone baan. Ja. Er zit ook een zekere verantwoordelijkheid aan vast en een verwachtingspatroon.
Ja.
Ja. En u weet vast waar ik naartoe wil.
Nee.
Oh, naar het vertrek van Esma Lala, de nummer 2 van uw lijst. Ja, daar ging het gisteravond. Daar ging het dus over. En dat het niet zomaar een baan is dan ook de consequentie van een beslissing om op een kieslijst te gaan staan en verkozen te worden in de Tweede Kamer, dat je gewoon niet al heel snel vertrekt. Gewoon vanwege die bijzondere verantwoordelijkheid die je hebt. En dan kan je ook op het lokale gezag en zo doen en wethouder, maar daar word je niet gekozen. Hier word je gekozen. Het is het hoogste ambt in de democratie. Ik heb het u vaak horen zeggen, ook bij het vertrek van andere Kamerleden.
Wat heb ik dan mogen zeggen?
Nou ja, ik heb u ook wel eens kritiek horen uitoefenen op de omloopsnelheid van de Kamer. Op het feit dat mensen tussentijds vertrekken, uit zijn op een mooie post als burgemeester ergens. En nu is uw eigen nummer 2 een soort van portefeuillehouder. Hoe zou ik het zeggen, ontsnappingsbeleid geworden of zo? Weg uit de Kamer?
Nou, kijk, allereerst, het gebeurt regelmatig dat politici kiezen voor het lokale bestuur. Zeker naar gemeenteraadsverkiezingen. Dus dat is allemaal niet zo raar. Ik had graag gewild dat Esma nog bij ons in de Kamer zat, want het is een hele fijne collega. Ja, zij gaat nu in Amsterdam dienen. Als het gaat over die omloopsnelheid van Kamerleden, ja, daar heb ik heel veel kritiek op. Maar dat hangt niet zozeer af van iemand die nu naar het lokale bestuur gaat. Dat heeft er ook mee te maken met de keuzes die politieke partijen maken. Hè. De volatiliteit van partijen. Dat er gewoon heel weinig Kamerleden zitten met een wat langere ervaring, die je toch echt nodig hebt om het werk goed te kunnen doen.
Ja, dus als zij best langer kunnen blijven, nou, ze die ervaring kunnen op.
Nee, ik had daar nog graag zelfs mijn collega gehad. Maar zij maakt, dat is het ook, zij maakt deze keuze zelf. Dus,
maar dat hebben ze allemaal gedaan.
Ja, dit is haar keuze. En er zijn meer mensen die keuze hebben gemaakt voor het lokale bestuur.
Ik heb goed nieuws voor u.
Dat hoor ik altijd graag.
Er is een staatssecretaris. Namelijk van Defensie. U bent net terug uit Vilnius. Bij de NAVO-assemblée, dat is een soort NAVO-parlement met volksvertegenwoordigers uit alle lidstaten. En die staatssecretaris van Defensie heet Dijk Boswijk. En die heeft een punt van overgenomen uit uw verkiezingsprogramma en uit uw verkiezingscampagne. Is die opgevallen? Eigenlijk niet.
Ik zag het deze ochtend voorbij komen.
Ja, hij wil namelijk dat de staat een gouden aandeel heeft in start-ups en groeibedrijven in de defensiesector. Dus laten we zeggen, dat is een beslissend aandeel om beslissingen te kunnen nemen. Dat kunt u wel van steunen, toch?
Ook hier hangt alles af van de uitwerking. Maar ik vind dit echt een heel goed idee. Omdat we het idee om de wapenindustrie alleen maar aan de markt over te laten, dat is denk ik een heel slecht idee. Je moet hierop meesturen als overheid. De overheid is namelijk ook de enige afnemer van deze middelen.
En om te voorkomen dat die industrie vervolgens voor meer centen vertrekt naar andere delen van de wereld. Hè? Dat is de achterliggende gedachte. Nou, dat je invloed hebt op hier blijven of niet.
over die NAVO. Ik was ooit in de VS op bezoek bij een fabriek waar ze tanks maken. En daar werd ik rondgeleid door een generaal. En daar hebben ze government-owned, noemen ze dat. De overheid bezit het, maar het wordt uitgevoerd door een bedrijf. En ik was met die generaal aan het praten. En eigenlijk bleek, de overheid heeft dus zo'n grote stem in hoeveel er wordt geproduceerd, hoe er wordt geproduceerd. En ik vroeg aan mij, wie bepaalt hier wat er gebeurt? Uncle Sam, I do. En niet de CEO van het bedrijf. Waarop ik tegen hem zei, jullie noemen ons wel eens socialisten in Europa, maar dit klinkt bijna communistisch. Waarop hij heel hard moest lachen. Maar hij zei, jullie zijn wel echt gek in Europa, dat je niet zelf probeert controle te houden op die wapenindustrie. Ja. En ik ben heel blij dat de Boswijk die stad gezet.
Ja, maar om met nou een pleidooi van een kolgoscultuur in de defensieindustrie, weet ik niet of ik de altijd.
Nee, maar waarom ik haalde de Verenigde Staten erom te laten zien, zo'n land wat wordt gezien als het mekka van de vrije markt, daar wordt het echt niet overgelaten aan de vrije markt. En is juist de overheid heel erg betrokken. Dus
het kabinet doet ook goede dingen, zeg maar. Toch?
Zeker.
Ja. Goed, even terug naar die defensieportefeuille. Tot slot kort nog even, want u was in Vilnius. Daar is besloten dat geld moet snel uitgegeven worden. Ja. Ook met het oog op Ankara en het feit dat wij echt klaar moeten zijn voor als de Russen zouden komen. Ik zeg het maar even plat.
Maar dit is ook echt wat het is. Hè? Ja. Er is een reële dreiging dat de Russen, als ze klaar zijn met Oekraïne, de blik verleggen naar het NAVO-grondgebied.
Ja. Dus dat is hartstikke belangrijk. Misschien wel voor onze veiligheid. Zonder veiligheid heb je ook geen welvaart, dus misschien wel het allerbelangrijkste. Ja. En als dat nou 6,5 miljard moet kosten op de portefeuille sociale zekerheid?
Het hoeft geen 6,5 miljard te kosten op de portefeuille sociale zekerheid. We kunnen dat ook. Kijk, het fascinerende aan de plannen van dit kabinet is dat ieder kabinet wordt verandering beloofd, maar helemaal hetzelfde. Gewone mensen betalen de rekening. En de grote bedrijven wordt niks extra's van gevraagd. De grote vermogers wordt niks extra's van gevraagd. Die balans moet echt anders.
Ja, en het antwoord van het kabinet zal morgen zijn: begrotingsdiscipline blijft een begrotingsdiscipline, denkt u niet?
Maar begrotingsdiscipline kan ook zonder het weg te halen bij gewone mensen.
Eerste Klaver, warm gedraaid voor het debat van morgen. Hartelijk dank voor uw tijd hier. Vandaag hier gaat Robert ruim verder met één vandaag. Wij melden ons morgen. Ik wens u een hele prettige, maar gewoon wat zonnige middag. Slim op 1 is een programma van Omroep WNL. En wil je meer van dit soort video's? Steun ons dan en word lid. Ga naar www.steunwnl.tv. VVD is de grootste partij van bijna waar niet. En dat voor zo'n jonge partij. Die in de basis voortkomt uit de boerenprotestbeweging. En het geluid vormde tegen de voorgenomen stikstofmaatregelen. Ze zijn heel fel tegen wat zij noemen uitverkoop van het land. De belangen van de hele agrarische sector staan voorop. En verder heel belangrijk, gemeenschapszin en goed voor elkaar zorgen. Met een mooi woord, naberschap. Gewoon naberschap. Het imago van boeren moet beter. En de kloof tussen stad en platteland kleiner. En de partij wil het vertrouwen van de burger in de overheid herstellen. En de stem op BBB was voor veel mensen ook een proteststem.
Ik heb ook op de BBB gestemd.
Ik voel dat zeker in het politieke klimaat waarin we nu leven, dat het al een keer tijd werd.
En wat ik erg tegen Mark Rutte ben, zeg maar, met zijn PVD-handel.
BBB haalde bij hun eerste verkiezingsdeelname 1 zetel. Inmiddels hebben ze er 4. Komt door haar en door hem. Zij kwamen van PVV en Ja21.
Ik ben Nicky Pauwerdijk.
En wat is dat voor een effect? Kan BBB ook in de Tweede Kamer voorzien? Nou, dat wordt in dit lijntje een moeilijk verhaal. En ook met die proteststem is er een nieuwe concurrentie. De lijsttrekker is nieuw. Caroline van der Plas. In korte tijd werd ze razend populair. Een soort anti-Rutte. Ze denkt, mevrouw geen kant meer.
Het is gewoon echt een leuk gelul als het niet wordt. Sorry voorzitter, ik ben daar zo ongelooflijk klaar mee.
Van der Plas wil zelf overigens geen premier worden. Jawel,
Mona Keizer, we zijn heel blij dat zij ook terugkeert in de politiek.
zij was CDA, maar
Ja, no nonsense, dwars van politieke spelletjes.
het verkiezingsprogramma heeft inderdaad met veel focus op het herstel van vertrouwen in de politiek. En weg met wat zij noemen de woordenoverheid. En meer focus op het poten in de klei denken. Bijvoorbeeld door meer boeren of verpleegkundigen in de overheid.
Ambulancepersoneel en de brandweermensen.
De minister voor Natuur en Stikstof mag van de partij verdwijnen.
Ze willen geen klimaatrevolutie, want dat is slecht voor hun sector, zeggen ze. Verder willen ze een asielquotum, geen btw op groente en fruit en een hoger minimum.
Heeft mevrouw van der Plas een idee wat ongeveer 1% verhoging van het minimumloon kost?
Heb ik niet zo paraat.
U dient even een vrij grote, gewoon gratis biermotie in, waar miljarden mee gemoeid is en u dekt hem niet.
Daar heb ik al veel vaker aangegeven dat wij bijvoorbeeld ook niet bij het CPB ons programma laten doorrekenen. Die gaat uitrekenen wat het allemaal kost. En wij willen zo graag.
Ja, dat is op zich wel een dingetje. Vanaf nu geven we door het Centraal Planbureau doorrekenprogramma. Kijk. Me bemoeit BBB verder niet.
22 november, dan lachen wij. Dank u wel.
Haha. Dan de Maastricht. De BBB stemt het vaakst hetzelfde als Omtzigt en leunt verder iets meer naar rechts. Maar de verschillen met links zijn helemaal niet zo groot. De BBB verschilt in totaal net zo hard van de SP en Denk als van JA21 en de SGP. De BBB stemde niet vaak mee met het kabinet. Dus die protesten, die komt wel. Door naar de volgende.
Bijeen. Zoals? Bijeen. What new? Het gezicht van bijeen. Exxon Oil.
Samen zullen we voeren veranderen, zodat elk mens de kans krijgt om deze leven te hebben.
Hij betrof de vorige maandselbaan Simon Tom. Laat het zo stralen zoals jullie mij hebben laten stralen. Zo neem ik ook bijeen. In de basis legt bijeen de focus op gelijke behandeling en het discriminatieverbod. Oftewel artikel 1 van de grondwet. Zo heette de partij dus ook. En volgens de partij worden we verdeeld door alledaag institutioneel en structureel racisme en is er sprake van witte suprematie. De partij wil in hun eigen woorden radicale gelijkwaardigheid.
In Nederland eigenlijk beter, gelijkwaardiger, rechtvaardiger maken.
Tegen racisme, seksisme en kapitalisme. En bijeen voert een dekoloniale politiek, omdat volgens de partij de gevolgen van kolonialisme nog altijd voelbaar zijn. Bijeen kwam de vorige verkiezingen voor het eerst in de Kamer met 1 zetel. Maar of dat weer lukt, gezien de peilingen, wordt dat erg spannend. De lijsttrekker is dus de relatief onbekende Rotterdammer, Exxon Oil.
Samen met het team gaan een fantastisch plan maken, weinig slapen, maar ik heb er heel veel zin in.
Eerder was hij al lijfraadslid, bestuurslid en ook vicevoorzitter van Bijeen. Maar hij erft een partijenconflict. Of zeg gerust, dingetje. 2 Amsterdamse raadsleden verlieten de partij vanwege de toxische en onveilige sfeer bij de partij. En er was meer. Dat of mede doordat hij zich niet meer wil verbinden tegen bepaalde stellingen. Het is wat dat betreft nooit echt rustig geweest in en om de partij. In het verkiezingsprogramma ligt de focus op de bestrijding van racisme. En dan vooral met maatregelen tegen discriminatie in het onderwijs, de arbeidsmarkt en bij het vinden van een woning. En de partij wil een verbod op alle vormen van blackface. Zo Zwarte Piet. Los van de antidiscriminatiepolitiek is de partij economisch heel links. Anticapitalisme. De partij wil collegegeld in het beroepsonderwijs en op de universiteit afschaffen. Werkgevers moeten sneller een vast contract geven en anticonceptie wordt gratis. Tot slot nog de matrix. Bijeen zit ver links op het spectrum en met de Partij voor de Dieren zijn ze het dus vaak eens. BBB en Omtzigt stemmen in 2/3 van de gevallen hetzelfde. De grootste verschillen zie je duidelijk met de rechtse partijen. Volgende partij. De Lang van Nederland, ofwel BVN. Oké, what's new? Nou, de partijverkiezingen. Vorige verkiezingen werden Wiebe van Haga en Hans Slobbers nog Kamerlid voor Forum. Maar ze zijn dus een eigen partij begonnen. In de basis is BVNL bij uitstek een partij voor ondernemers. Ze noemen zichzelf klassiek liberaal. En Van Haga komt uit de stal van de VVD, dus check vooral ook even dat gedeelte van deze video. Oh, het is dan 40 seconden van de partij.
Het 1 miljoen ondernemers. Die worden nu echt gebruikt als de pinautomaat van de overheid.
BVNL noemt zichzelf verder cultureel conservatief, al zijn ze op medisch-ethische kwesties wel positief. Op dit moment heeft BVNL 2 zetels in de Kamer. Maar of ze na de verkiezingen terugkeren, van de peilingen hoeven we niet te hebben. De lijsttrekker is Rudsel van Haga. Hij was dus eerst VVD, maar lag daar onder vuur omdat hij bij meerdere van de honderden panden die hij bezit en verhuurt de muur heeft geschopt. Ging toen naar voren, vertrok weer, begon toen de partij Groep van Haga en dat werd dus PvdA. Maar, die 2 zetels heeft BVNL niet zelf gewonnen, maar meegenomen van voren. En, oh ja, Kamerlid Olaf Efraïm ging ook mee, maar is alweer weg naar voorzitter. Andere dingetje, de nieuwe nummer 2 op de kandidatenlijst.
Ik ben ongelooflijk trots en blij en verguld dat jij voor ons in de Tweede Kamer de ouderen gaat bedienen zoals het hoort.
En een ander opvallend gezicht. Kickbokser Alistair overeen stopt met vechten. Eerst zei hij nog.
Ga lekker op een strand een maandje of een jaartje, of misschien 5 jaar.
Maar nu is hij dus politiek actief. Hij is lijsttrekker voor de partij. In het verkiezingsprogramma Nederland voorop en vooruit ligt BVNL op een asielstop en wil mede daarmee het woningtekort oplossen. De partij zegt niet te geloven in het stikstofprobleem en negeert het budget.
De discussie wordt nu gevoerd op een soort religieuze obsessie. We moeten allemaal vechten tegen stikstof.
Internationaal moet Nederland zich vooral niet mengen in buitenlandse oorlogen. Het OV moet gratis worden voor studenten en ouderen. En ze willen een zakenkabinet. Dat betekent dus geen politici in de regering, maar ondernemers en zakenmensen. Dan de maatregelen. BVNL zit duidelijk diep aan de rechterkant van het spectrum en heeft het meest gemeen met de 20. Met de linkse partijen is de partij met het meest oneens. Door naar de volgende.
Wat?
Nog maar een paar weken.
En dan mogen we weer stemmen voor de Tweede Kamer.
En dus leggen wij de politieke partijen aan. 2,5 jaar geleden nog maar, deden we dat voor het eerst.
En omdat jullie dat zo waardeerden, doen we het nu gewoon weer. Net als toen deden we de partijen op hoofdstukjes, zodat je ze, als je dat wil, los van elkaar gaan bekijken.
Ja, maar beter kijk je gewoon de hele video, want we focussen vooral op wat nieuw is sinds de vorige keer. En dat is stiekem best een hele hoop. Ja.
Vooral als je kijkt op wie je kunt stemmen. Ja, want het lijkt net alsof half Den Haag is gebeurd.
Dus je krijgt van ons een hoop nieuwe gezichten, nieuwe generaties.
We gaan enorm van mening verschillen, hoor je veel dus.
Nieuwe samenwerking
Veel nieuwe partijen.
en een nieuwe politiek.
En we krijgen sowieso een nieuwe premier.
Bij het aantreden na de verkiezingen van een nieuw kabinet zal ik de politiek verlaten.
Over nieuw gesproken, hoe hebben de nieuwkomers van de vorige verkiezingen het eigenlijk gedaan? Natuurlijk krijg je ook weer de oude bekenden.
Zo absurd.
Absoluut.
Wie speelt een bijrol?
We nemen je mee langs de belangrijkste punten van de partij. Aantal zetels, de lijsttrekker, de peilingen. En we kijken ook weer naar een typisch dingetje per partij. Gedoetjes, relletjes of wat er dan ook speelt.
Een grote schande.
En tot slot pakken we er ook nog wat keiharde data bij. In deze matrix. Over hoe dicht de partijen bij elkaar liggen. Of juist niet.
Ik ga me ooit wel bewust gepolitiseerd.
Het is en blijft spuugleen.
Dit zijn de politieke partijen uitgelegd.
revoir. Ja. Rudsel.
Gação. Malha do Lumi, né?
Sige. Dus zijn aan het doen. Dus zijn daar planten. Planten stellen. Wat meer even vast. Wat de paren waken jaleo. En koi, aan de paren waken jaleo. Aan de bissen na nada. Kijk niet de wago. Zo aan me boven. Nee, maar merk je na dat keer. Aan de baby. Kijk, dan daar moet konjo. Zie je dat bissen dan? Drink het niet. Ik ga het fix slaan jou in je hoofd. Ja, wat denk jij zelf? Jij dwingt mij toch? Oh, dit is van. Ah, baby nada, op baby. Dat was op het moment. Dat is geen aantasje toch? En we komen dan daar met Afrikanen naar binnen kunanta doen naar slaven naar mas. Dan kom je zo worden naar kwa arma. Kom je? Dan bo kwa de baby, de fuma, de binnen en dan noemen. En dat vind ik heel kort. Posito. Heel kort poder. De mensen zeggen na kuta deal en de gani na. Dan de baby nu konjo. Dus na sakabe ku heel kort poder bu. Toen is dat je weer. Toen spel het daar. Toen spel het daar. Toen na een spel bon wie we. Na een kabo de heel kort. En zij nasi kubo. Sibo alcoholis. Sibo sa. Sibo alcoholis. Oi gibel dame de tashi de gasiade. Temne timi negoci. Tempi wicho. To noci et bisami bankas kunet nami base. Nami base. Ke nami base. Na base ko de bu. Ola gewa. Lo konema pas de kabo misadi en pesemi de orde kwene mashal. Ke de mi kas gewoon de mi basila rusto wa mi politiek. Wa mi programma na omnigani sali mi de sali. Mi se odi kuno ene. Ah, bombo confia nuende avendia mas. Ande bisab. Gotcha. En kuda trame tiamba. En an tiamba nan dinsen. Ande bij komen na voedselbank. Nan tu bij komen. Dus nanta hisa tu konyo. Ande ba nada, wo nanta bisab. Da ba nada hisa tu kos. Hypotheek constante hisa nameste sen. De un ein. Yung ay namin stage. Tapos siya natin bisabo, nangke na siya. So, dami na iba drug dyan yung bada do. Dati plumado na. O, hindi, mabisabo ka ba? Es nang, rijk na mens, no te paga belasting. O, no te paga belasting, mo ti masya siya. Mo te paga belasting ba o, na de Chicago. E di na ito na de Chicago, stan tu, Chicago stan. Amisa, imes, a cota, misamba aí, a working, nada de gaciado, lá de hoje, lá mais, nada, é 2.000 gramas, perno, mas 2.000, sabe, é só chegar a boca abençoada, bota cansar, mas de mim eu boto cansar, mas 2.000, não é? Cansaço, ele pega sono. Vai dormir, sua, vai dormir. Mas eu gosto ganha. Lá que olha. Põe ele ganha, mas não põe. We kijken eens van die politiek.
Ik ga morgen gewoon bewust de politici. Het is en blijft spiegelen. Dit zijn de politieke partijen uitgelegd. We hebben de partijen onderling verdeeld.
En leggen ze, net als 2,5 jaar geleden, op alfabetische volgorde aan je uit.
Ieder vanuit onze eigen hoek. Maar, anders dan de vorige keer, krijgt de ene partij nu iets meer aandacht dan de andere. Daarvoor gebruiken we deze verdeelsleutel. Afhankelijk van het huidige aantal zetels in de Kamer en de stand van de laatste peilingen voor deze opnames, krijgt de partij om nabij de 3, 4 of 5 minuten.
Maar niet zo veranderlijk als de peilingen. Dus, daar komen we aan het einde van de video nog even op terug. Sowieso afkijken dus. Oké, voordat we echt aan de partijen gaan beginnen, eerst nog even dit. Die natie. Die ziet er misschien een beetje ingewikkeld uit, maar niet als je snapt waar je naar kijkt. In dit vierkant zie je in 1 oogopslag al het stemgedrag van de partijen van de
Droom groot. Speel slimmer. Maak nu kans op 1 miljoen met Bets of the Millions.
Dit is het dan, de Enkelsolid Solarbank Max AC, 73 kilo, dat is de ding. Laten we kijken hoe moeilijk de installatie echt is. Nu gaan we starten met installeren. De Solarbank Max AC kun je plaatsen in je schuur, in je garage of op zolder. Hij kan zelfs buiten. Dit is mogelijk door de IP66 certificering. En stekker doe je in een stopcontact. Maar om een 3500 watt levering te kunnen gebruiken, die je wel een aparte groep uitleggen in de meetkunst. Dan open je de Enker-app. Dan ga je de wifi koppelen. De configuratie duurt ongeveer 3 minuten. En de Enker Intelligence regelt de rest. Vanaf dat moment sluit hij op terwijl jij sluit. Heb je een vraag over de installatie? Kijk op de website van Enkelsolid voor alle informatie.
(1933) marks the beginning of the darkest chapter in German history. Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist Party assumed power in Germany. Since that time, the image of Germany and the Germans in the world has changed, and the shadows of the past are omnipresent even today.
Hitler was not an ordinary politician. Right from the start, he felt that the German people had to be redeemed.
Adolf Hitler is appointed Chancellor on the 30th of January 1933. Once the Nazis take over the fates of Germany, they hold on to power until the downfall on the 8th of May 1945. Hitler's rule begins with great hopes and unprecedented revolution.
What was unique about the Third Reich was that it profound of civilization that's ever been encountered. And this is because the Third Reich set out to destroy the values which values associated with Judeo-Christian civilization. That this was a revolutionary attempt to obtain those values.
The way the totalitarian regime takes control of the entire nation within a few years is unprecedented. The Nazi government corrupts the new national community with an uncovered check drawn on the future.
From day one, this regime unscrupulously encumbered the state with debts for the sake of short-term political success. Basically, it was fatally flawed all along.
Hitler cannot assert his power without war. His vision is to rule the entire world. His hatred of Jews knows no limits. Jewish citizens are ostracized from the national community, persecuted and ultimately methodically murdered in death factories.
The entire National Socialist history is about radicalizations. They only hazarded one step at a time, and then another, and another. And in wartime, it's a lot easier to enforce radical measures.
Film footage, not associated with the Nazi propaganda, documents the horrors of war and the atrocities committed. The Germans subjugate half the European continent and systematically loot the defeated countries. Only the determination of the Allies to put an end to this aggression stops the war of annihilation. Millions of German soldiers become the victims of the dictator's hubris. The sensational early successes make Hitler believe he is infallible, and for a long time the Germans have faith in him.
Hitler himself, it could not be concealed, had actually stood behind this German defeat in Stalingrad. And so for the first time now, the German population blamed Hitler personally.
The legacy of Hitler's regime is 60 million dead. The crimes against humanity in Auschwitz, the Holocaust of 6 million European Jews, shake the foundations of civilization. But only few offer resistance. And not even when Allied air raids lay one city after another in ashes do the Germans rebel against the Nazi regime. Faith in the final victory may dwindle, but the home front remains unruffled.
I think that the whole thing is held together by the fear of defeat, a tremendous fear, which is also based to some extent on knowledge about the atrocities.
After Hitler's suicide and the Wehrmacht's capitulation, images of the crimes committed in the name of Germany travel around the world. People are aghast at the realization that the history of their country will be forever tainted with genocide. At the end of the era of the Third Reich, the hopes of the German people are buried under the rubble. After 12 years of barbaric rule, only the wildest optimists believe in a happy future for the country. In the spring of 1933, the Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda stages a march by members of the stormtroopers at the Brandenburg Gate with a film camera. The resulting motion picture reenacts the night in which Hitler assumed power in Germany. The Third Reich is only a few months old, and already the Nazi leaders are beginning to glorify their own history. On the morning of the 30th of January 1933, Adolf Hitler leaves Hotel Kaiserhof in Berlin among a cheering crowd of supporters. At 11 o'clock, he is to be appointed Chancellor of Germany by Reich President von Hindenburg. This day will become a turning point in the history of the 20th century. Franz von Papen is at Hitler's side during the presentation of a new cabinet. The National Conservative Vice Chancellor believes he can keep Hitler in check and maintains, "We've hired him."
Hitler didn't have any blueprint in mind at that time. His main ideas were to get new elections, following the elections to have an enabling act, and to acquire power in the various Länder, in the various states like Bavaria and Saxony, and finally, of course, obviously to destroy his internal enemies. I think those were the main points that Hitler had in mind when he took power in 1933. Beyond that, no clear idea of how things would develop.
To celebrate Hitler's appointment, gangs of the stormtroopers marched through the Brandenburg Gate and into Berlin's government district in the evening. Reich President von Hindenburg can be seen as a faint silhouette at the window. A journalist of the time prophetically comments that Hitler's appointment as Reich Chancellor equals a leap into darkness. Having been appointed the new Interior Minister of Prussia, Hermann Göring is in control of the police. Hitler's unscrupulous advocate is determined to exploit his power without mercy.
Ich werde mit eisernem Wesen ausführen und alle diejenigen, die ausschließlich wegen ihrer roten oder schwarzen Gesinnung und der Unterdrückung aller nationalen Bestrebungen in Amt und Würden sitzen, hinausgehen.
A re-election is scheduled for the 5th of March. On the 10th of February, the Nazis organize a political rally where they declare war on the communists. Hitler's appearance is filmed and screened in cinemas all over Germany. He had this great love for the German people, and he managed to convey this skillfully in his speeches. People saw in him their redeemer, with virtually religious overtones. He was someone who was saying to them, I know things are really bad for you, unemployment is very high, but you still have something special. You are members of the German people. And all the other peoples who are not German are not as worthy as you are.
vor dieses Volk hinzutreten und billige Versprechungen zu geben. Es kann niemand hier gegen mich aufziehen und zeigen, was ich je gesagt habe. Der Wiederaufstieg Deutschlands sei nur eine Frage von wenigen Tagen. Immer und immer wieder predige ich, der Wiederaufstieg der deutschen Nation ist die Frage der Wiedergewinnung der inneren Kraft und Gesundheit des deutschen Volkes.
The Democratic parties don't stand a chance against the Nazi rhetoric. The destruction of the Reichstag on the 27th of February 1933 signals the demise of the Weimar Republic. Hitler had been in power no more than 4 weeks when Dutch communist Marinus van der Lubbe sets the building on fire. The Reichstag is gutted by the flames. Hitler uses the opportunity to settle the score with his political opponents. An emergency decree suspends most civil liberties in Germany. The newspapers of the Communist and Social Democratic parties are banned and many functionaries arrested. The police are encouraged to use their weapons without hesitation against so-called subversive organizations and demonstrators. Nazi combat groups are given police powers. Working-class leaders who have just finished their speeches in front of huge audiences are driven out of the union buildings by gangs of thugs. Hitler is hoping to win by a comfortable margin in the election and gain a majority in order to push through a dictatorial rule. Yet the Nazis only reach 44% of the votes and form a coalition with the National Conservative Party that gives them a narrow majority.
The Nazi Party was the first people's party in Germany. It was not a party that represented a section of the population, as the political landscape was structured during the Weimar Republic, with parties representing the Catholics, the working class, or the industrialists. The Centre Party voters were Catholic, and the SPD voters were labourers. The dedicated Nazis were few and far between.
Das waren die überzeugten Nazis. On the 21st of March 1933, Hitler's head of propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, stages the opening ceremony for the new Reichstag in Potsdam to demonstrate reconciliation between the Nazi movement and the old Prussia. Hitler shuns the party uniform for a tailcoat and acts as a humble servant of the state. An observer comments, he has undeniably grown.
On 21st of March 1933 was symbolically very important. The day was chosen as the first. Originally, it was going to be the opening of the new Reichstag was going to be in April. They moved it to the 21st of March, being a symbolic day, the first day of spring, also the day on which Bismarck held the first Reichstag after the German unification of 1871. More importantly still, though, this was the moment at which old Prussia, say, came together with the new Germany. Everything was done there to represent the coming together of the old and the new, and this was a symbolic moment at which the old elites met up with the representatives of the new Germany, the Nazi leadership.
An amateur filmmaker from Marburg documents the day of Potsdam with his camera. On his way to the garrison church, Reich President von Hindenburg inspects the guards of honor from the army and the stormtroopers. at the tomb of Friedrich the Great, von Hindenburg as the representative of the old era, and Hitler as the herald of the new age, demonstrate unanimity. The old man willingly lets himself be used by the propaganda. The Social Democrats do not attend the staged event. 2 days later, they are the only party in the Reichstag to vote against Hitler's Enabling Act, which will systematically strip Germany of the last remnants of democracy. Stormtroopers and police hunt down Social Democrat and Communist functionaries. Thousands are murdered or interned in so-called protective custody camps. This film from a camp in Halle is shown in local cinemas as a deterrent. Berlin, the 1st of April 1933. The day on which the brutality of the new era manifests itself openly for the first time. Hitler's cabinet has called for a countrywide boycott of Jewish shops.
The actual boycott was a shock for Germans. It all happened out of the blue. One day, people in uniform were standing outside the shops and wouldn't let anybody in. It was an overt message to the Jewish citizens all over Germany that they couldn't be part of the national community because they belong to another race or don't have the right ancestry. Wat als het recept voor een lach te vinden is in de perfecte balans. 2,3 gram proteïne voor maar 24 calorieën per portie. Je vakantiegeldscherm opmaken, dat doe je bij Celesta. Dit wegwerk heeft een vaste overtrek, is volledig wasbaar, zweeft op de stroom en het is gewoon opgemaakt. Nu de meest populaire wegwerk. 1 plus 1 gratis. Shop nu op celesta.nl.
Bij de machine voldoen al onze machines aan de nieuwste emissieeisen. Duurzaamheid staat bij ons centraal. Daarom hebben wij ons vloot overzichtelijk ingedeeld met een duidelijke focus op emissiereductie. Onze duurzame machines dragen het emissielabel voor zero-emissielabel, zodat u in één oogopslag ziet welke machines bijdragen aan de schoolsector. Of het nu gaat om grondverzendmachines, hoogwerkers, stroomvoorzieningen of intern transport, voor bijna elke categorie bieden wij duurzame oplossingen. Door ons labelingssysteem zijn onze machines makkelijk te herkennen en te selecteren. Door onze heldere branding, onze brede duurzame vloot, helpen wij u te kiezen voor materieel dat past in de steeds strengere milieuwetgeving, aanbestedingseisen en uw projectambitie. Daarom voor invloedende machinebranding.
Oder gemischt sind oder eben nicht reinrassig sind.
Contrary to the claims of the propaganda machinery, the boycott is not particularly successful. Many customers simply ignore the posters and signs of the stormtroopers. For German Jews, however, the day will become a traumatic memory.
In Berlin, wie in anderen Universitätsstädten Deutschlands, wurden undeutsche und unchristliche Bücher von den Studenten eingesammelt und öffentlich verbrannt. Der Scheiterhaufen auf dem Opernplatz in Berlin.
Berlin's Opernplatz stands as a symbol for Germany's Christian and humanistic traditions. Now it becomes the venue of the burning of 20,000 books. The new Minister for Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, addresses the youth.
Und der kommende deutsche Mensch wird nicht nur ein Mensch des Buches, sondern auch ein Mensch des Charakters sein. Und dazu wollen wir euch erziehen. Und deshalb tut ihr gut daran, diese mitternächtige Stunde den Ungeist der Vergangenheit mit Flammen anzuvertrauen.
Heinrich Heine had written, wherever they burn books, in the end, they will also burn human beings.
Es ist immer wieder, they stigmatized those who were a threat to the nation, including authors who had written immoral things and so on. We are healthy, and we want to be a healthy society, they said. So we don't need these subversive elements.
The massive enlistment into the Nazi party are no propaganda fabrication. A cameraman in Halle documents how popular it has meanwhile become to apply for membership to the NSDAP. Even a significant number of communists are happy to convert. By the 1st of May 1933, 1.6 million Germans would have joined the Nazi Party. Hitler proclaimed the 1st of May a national holiday, thus satisfying an old demand of the labor unions. Goebbels stages the appearance of the Führer on Berlin's Tempelhof airfield, designed to have an all-encompassing effect.
Ist nicht mehr das Volk, der Ehrlosigkeit, der Schande, der Selbstableichung, der Kleinmütigkeit und Kleinfreudigkeit. Nein, Herr, das deutsche Volk ist wieder stark geworden, in seinem Geiste, stark in seinem Sinn, stark in seiner Beharrlichkeit, stark in der Tat aller Opfer, Herr,
For the first time, Adolf Hitler is visually presented as the shining light of the new folk community. On the following day, the last remaining democratic labor organizations in Germany are done away with.
Ein Arbeiter in der Weimarer
A laborer during the Weimar Republic didn't know what holiday was. By the end of the Third Reich, every worker had a legal right to 14 days vacation a year. It was something that was introduced then, along with other elements contributing to leisure time and enjoyment of life in general, things that didn't exist before.
von Veränderung, die es vorher nicht gegeben hat.
In the eyes of the Germans, the credit for all this was due to their Führer.
Dass sie das hatten.
In the face of 6 million jobless Germans, Hitler leads the population to believe that mass unemployment can be combated through the construction of autobahns and other costly economy-stimulating measures. Those who appear unimpressed by the spirit of optimism or offer resistance to the dictatorship are mercilessly persecuted by Hitler's henchmen. Hermann Göring has one of the first so-called re-education centers built in Oranienburg near Berlin. Unlike the Nazi propaganda suggests, people there are tortured and murdered with his consent. In Prussia alone, over 25,000 people are interned in camps. As of the 26th of April 1933, Göring augments the coercive apparatus of the Nazis with the establishment of the Gestapo, secret state police. Despite the fact that all opposition parties have been banned, spontaneous labor strikes do take place occasionally, but are quickly suppressed. On the 11th of November 1933, Joseph Goebbels organizes Hitler's appearance in Siemensstadt, in the north of Berlin, as a demonstration for the labor force. Rapturous cheering, he writes in his diary. All of Germany is standing still. A year ago, they would have beaten us to death. Hitler knows his speech is transmitted on the radio and in public places. The newsreel is there too. Siemensstadt becomes one of the highlights in the Nazis' process of enforced conformity.
Wir haben nun gearbeitet und wir haben in diesen 9 Monaten Ungeheuerliches erreicht. Vielleicht wird man so der Ihnen sein, der es mir nicht verzeihen kann, dass ich die marxistische Partei vernichtete. Aber mein Freund, ich habe die anderen genauso vernichtet.
In less than 1 year, Adolf Hitler has consolidated his power in Germany, using the dictatorial powers he was granted and terrorizing measures, but also with the active help of the majority of the Germans. Hitler had to persuade the labor force that National Socialism would secure their future. Many farmers, on the other hand, had counted among the Nazis' most fervent supporters even before 1933.
Fast alle deutschen Bauern waren überschuldet.
The vast majority of farmers in Germany were heavily indebted at that time. But by early 1945, not one of them was in debt any longer. A new system of social security and income guarantee for farmers was introduced in Germany in 1933, with crop prices being subsidized by the state. However, in my view, this relationship, this association between the people and the leadership, was effectively a speculation bubble. A lot of money was pumped into agriculture, which was supposed to come back into the coffers in the future. But this wasn't possible because it was too much.
Aber gar nicht kann, weil es zu viel ist.
The Nazi regime tries to captivate the people through a series of job creation schemes. Approximately 1 billion Reichsmarks are appropriated for the promotion of national labor. Over 80,000 men are soon given jobs in autobahn construction alone. Tax relief in favor of the common people is an additional burden to the treasury.
Strong shoulders should carry a heavy load. Weak shoulders should be spared. National debt was not an issue at the time. One of Hitler's first measures was to put a stop to the publishing of the Reich budget for 1934 and subsequently, which means that the budget became a secret internal matter. No one spoke to the public about debt, and there was no mention of it in newspapers either. The public was unaware.
The economic recovery is very slow to materialize. The number of unemployed only drops to about 4 million, but the propaganda succeeds in presenting the government's measures as a successful emergence into a new era in which the country, self-confident and modern, will be able to stand on its own feet. So on the 1st of May 1934, crowds of people flood open-air areas all over Germany to listen to the broadcast of Hitler's speech on the Day of National Labor. The footage here is from the Thingstätte near Halle, an outdoor amphitheater designed in the format of ancient Germanic models. In Berlin's Lustgarten, the Reich Chancellor proclaims his vision for the future of the nation before an audience of over 2 million people. During the first year of his rule, Hitler has paid little attention to foreign politics. But now the revision of the conditions of the Treaty of Versailles, which was imposed upon the Germans after the end of the First World War, becomes one of his priorities. For 15 years, the Saarland had been under the administration of the League of Nations. Now its status is to be determined by means of a plebiscite. Pro-unification demonstrations are organized all over Germany, such as here at the monument to the Battle of Nations in Leipzig. For the city's conservative mayor, Karl Görtler, the matter is a national duty. The Saar issue presents the Nazis with a welcome opportunity to demonstrate the unity and the strength of the German people. Another key objective of the Nazi regime is the Gleichschaltung, or forced coordination of youth. Through a combination of campsite romanticism, marching exercises, and cowboy and Indian games, boys and girls become acquainted with National Socialism in the summer camps. For the Hitler boys, the military drill starts at a very early age. The party youth must be tough as leather, swift as the greyhound, and hard as Krupp steel. Their trademarks are brown shirts and neckties. By 1934, the Hitler Youth already counts 1.2 million members.
Essentially, uniforms serve a social purpose. Everyone looks the same, so one can't tell if a child comes from a rich or a poor family, whether one can or can't afford expensive clothes and shoes. This principle of egalitarianism, both in terms of appearance, but also with respect to equal opportunities, was also propagated by Hitler himself. And he saw himself as a role model in that sense. He believed that the factors that determine the development of a person were not the social background one came from, but one's capability and competence. In other words, that whether a child is born with a silver spoon in his mouth or not does not matter as regards his later development.
The stormtroopers are a state within the state in Nazi Germany. The ambitious plans of Ernst Röhm, commander of the stormtroopers, have started to become a threat for Hitler's powers. The conservatives are warning of a perpetual rebellion from below, and the military leaders are afraid of the growing power of their direct rivals. Hitler decides to eliminate the risk by force. In late June 1934, he has Röhm and other leaders of the stormtroopers arrested and executed. Bent u ziek geworden door het werken met stoffen, dampen of gassen? Met de TSB-regeling heeft u mogelijk recht op ruim €25.000. Ga voor alle informatie naar tsbregeling.nl. Oh nee, advertentie, bellen, al die stress.
Het werkt beter bij wijkopenauto's.nl. Hier verkoop je snel en gemakkelijk. Voer gewoon je autogegevens in en krijg het beste verkoopbedrijf. En verkoop gemakkelijk in zo'n filiaal. Krijg nu jouw prijs op wijkopenauto's.nl.
Hitler, for months and months, to the irritation of Goebbels and many others, did little to challenge this. And it seems that Hitler was very hesitant, wouldn't act at all, until it came to the end of June 1934. And after months of hesitancy, Hitler did act. And when he did act, then with utter brutality in destroying the leadership of the SR, the stormtroopers, and thereby in putting himself on the side of the army. He had to destroy his own paramilitary unit in order to side with the force that was really crucial to him, which was that of the army.
Shortly afterwards, Hitler travels to Bayreuth to visit Winifred Wagner, who had been Röhm's friend since the early days of the movement. Remaining cool and self-assured during their private talk, he justifies the purge to her, arguing that in the end, only 77 people had been executed. Charlemagne, too, had had to slay the rebellious Saxons before he set the foundations for his empire, but as everyone knows, was later canonized. His own acts were all based on the principle that everything that was of service to the German people was good, Hitler tells her. By the end of their relaxed conversation, Richard Wagner's daughter-in-law was persuaded of Röhm's disloyalty.
Winifred Wagner is wie gemacht für das große. Winifred Wagner was the ideal person for the Redeemer image they wanted to project, being the successor of composer Richard Wagner, of whom Hitler was a great fan. The two of them appearing together at the Bayreuth Festival before the performers and the other Wagnerians was a demonstration of Hitler's elevation to a different social class.
Each summer, Bayreuth becomes the cultural center of the Third Reich. Everybody who considers themselves important in Nazi Germany journeys to the Richard Wagner Festspiele, whether they are Wagner fans or not. Wolfgang Wagner, the composer's grandson, captures the arrival of the guests with his private camera. Before the performance, Hitler is seen by the window with another grandson, Wieland. After Ernst Röhm's execution, the role of his stormtroopers in Bayreuth, as in the entire Third Reich, is more or less decorative. Here, Wieland and Wolfgang Wagner are marching at the front of a parade of the stormtroopers before the festival theater. On the 2nd of August 1934, Reich President von Hindenburg dies at the age of 86. The coffin is transported to the East Prussian town of Tannenberg, where it is interred in a pompous funeral ceremony. Without delay, Hitler does away with the official position.
This was a critical period for Hitler, naturally. And it was important, therefore, to build up the image of Hitler as the symbol of national unity, in particular after just what had happened. So on Hindenburg's death, then he takes over and becomes then the head of state. An oath of allegiance is sworn to him, which is then, the oath of allegiance, interestingly enough, is suggested not by Hitler himself, but by the Reichswehr minister, von Blomberg.
From now on, Hitler is the Führer and Chancellor of all Germans. The plebiscite on the 19th of August approves Hitler's merger of presidency and chancellorship. Joseph Goebbels' propaganda campaign had attuned the German people to the plebiscite. In spite of the massive manipulation and the unconcealed pressure, 10% of the electorate withhold their approval. The other 90% consent to the Führer's holding unrestricted powers. It is only now that Hitler has attained his goal. No one can stop him, and most Germans hail him wholeheartedly. Hitler's megalomania is also evident in his plans for the reshaping of Germany's cities. Construction work for the monumental expansion of the Nazi Party rallying grounds in Nuremberg has been expedited since the Nazis seized power. Hitler frequently shows up to inspect the progress himself, accompanied by Franconia's Gauleiter Julius Streicher, Germany's most fanatic anti-Semitist. Hitler, a would-be architect, has specific ideas for the vast grounds. Nuremberg, a symbol of the First German Reich with its half-timbered houses and Gothic churches, is the perfect location to celebrate Hitler's self-aggrandizement to an absolute ruler. The cult around the Führer will find its cinematic over-glorification some weeks later in a film that characterizes the image of the Third Reich to this day. Actress and director Leni Riefenstahl had been personally commissioned by Hitler to document the Nuremberg Party rally in 1934. In the film Triumph of the Will, the talented filmmaker monumentalizes Hitler in a way that transfigures the Nazi propaganda.
The film Triumph of the Will, then, of the party rally of September 1934, is a celluloid depiction of the Führer cult. So it represents Hitler towering above the party, towering above the state, and representing Germany. And to this extent, this film, unlike the predecessor the year before, which has been much more a film about the party, this film is about Hitler, and everybody else there is reduced more as the supernumeraries on the stage, as Hitler represents the symbol of the new Germany.
Triumph of the Will becomes a box office hit all across Germany's cinemas and contributes significantly to the idolization of the dictator.
Es war eine Art von
It was something like a religious delusion, but after all, he was successful, and having this film made proved his good instincts. He really felt he was special. He was, after all, the Führer, and truly believed that it was his mission to redeem the nation and to save the Germans.
des deutschen Volkes.
On the morning of New Year's Day, Adolf Hitler greets army and units of the stormtroopers in the court of the Chancellery. Germany's resurgence, he proclaims, will continue inexorably in the new year. The first step towards the end is the Saar plebiscite on the 13th of January. During the period preceding the referendum, Joseph Goebbels pulls out all the stops of National Socialist propaganda. The opponents of Saarland's unification with Germany are also very active. In the end, an overwhelming majority of the population votes in favor of returning home to the Reich. For mainly economic reasons, over 90% choose the Nazi regime.
The Saar plebiscite was just a lucky break for Hitler. The Saarland was an area which was heavily Catholic and had a big working class component. So the two groups that had been mostly resistant towards the allures of National Socialism in the run-up to power in Germany, dominated the area which is now the subject of the plebiscite. When the results of the plebiscite came out, the vote to return to Germany was just under 91%, which was a phenomenal result for the Nazi leadership, a brilliant achievement of propaganda there as well. But it meant now that this was a legitimation for Hitler, both internally, but also more importantly, externally, in the eyes of the world outside. Hitler had now achieved this great result. He was popular even in an area which had the alternative choices in front of it.
The official ceremony of the reunion of the Tsar territory with Nazi Germany takes place on the 1st of March 1935, and Hitler knows how to stage his first major foreign policy success, maximum propaganda effect. He proclaims in Saarbrücken that he is overjoyed and hopes that relations to the French neighbor will improve from now on. The Nazi regime cunningly manages to conceal its true intentions from the international community, while pressing its demands at the same time. This is also the case during the visit of a British delegation to Berlin that fruitlessly negotiates disarmament issues with the Nazis. Britain and France have been unyielding to Hitler's demands to rearm the country, and Germany's withdrawal from the League of Nations has aggravated the situation. Ever since they seized power, the Nazis have been secretly rearming Germany, ignoring the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Pocket battleship Deutschland has no reason to hide. With her 10,000 tons displacement, she is just within the allowed weight limit for a German naval vessel, according to the treaty stipulations. With their presence during a fleet maneuver, Hitler and Goering demonstrate the claim to power of a militarily re-strengthened Germany. Soon afterwards, the Nazis publicly declare Germany's rearmament.
Rearmament had been continuing in secret, and under the Versailles stipulations, Germany was only allowed an army of 100,000. Now, the new confidence enabled Hitler to take the steps which would have been taken eventually anyway, to rush forward the announcement of that a German Luftwaffe existed, and also to introduce in March 1935 the general conscription, which was a complete breach of the Versailles Treaty. Hitler used a British white paper which had announced alterations in British rearmament because of the recognition of secret German rearmaments then. Hitler used that as an affront, that this was an excuse to bring this forward, and also the fact that the French had extended conscription in their own country from 1 year to 2 years. So these were plainly excuses from Hitler's from Hitler's side. But nonetheless, they served then to bring forward the announcement of a German Air Force, and then the announcement of general conscription, to the great applause of the population within Germany, who were very proud of the fact that this had been done, but yet again another nail in the coffin of Versailles.
For the last 15 years, the Reichswehr had been an army of volunteers, limited to a number of 100,000 men. Now many German cities get to have their own garrison again. In the town of Wismar, the event is celebrated with a parade. In a newsreel appearance, Luftwaffe Commander Hermann Göring summons Germany's newfound self-confidence.
Dessen Gemeinschaftsidee stark genug ist, um in jedem einzelnen Volksgenossen den Willen zum restlosen Aufgeben in der Gemeinschaft bis zur Selbstaufopferung zu entfachen und zu bewahren. Auf dem starken Fundament der nationalsozialistischen Weltanschauung erhebt sich heute wieder festgefügt die deutsche Wehrgemeinschaft. Die Kluft, die im deutschen Volke aufgerissen war, hat der Führer geschlossen und mit dem Schnellstil der Idee hineingeworfen, was auseinanderstrebte und gegeneinander stand. Parteien, die Klassen, die Stände, die Konfessionen.
Hermann Göring had become the embodiment of the unity between party, state and army leadership in the Third Reich.
Göring was Hitler's opposite physically, and all the more so when he became bigger and flabbier. Not to mention his wearing makeup and all his regalia. Whenever they stood next to each other, Hitler would always look much better. And this was especially noticeable at Göring's wedding in Berlin.
Vor allem bei der Hochzeit von Göring in Berlin.
The pomp of the ceremony was unbelievable. Hitler was best man, and on the film of the wedding, he can be seen standing next to the couple, looking rather plain and unpretentious. But he didn't need the glamour. He was Hitler, the Redeemer.
War ja Hitler der Erlöser.
In April 1935, Göring leads actress Ellie Zonnemann to the altar. All that remains for him now is either the throne or the gallows, the British ambassador mocks.
Zo voelt Made in Germany, de nieuwe Opel Astra Sports Tourer. Stap in de nieuwe Opel Astra vanaf €35.599.
Droomgroot. Speel slimmer. Maak nu kans op 1 miljoen met Pet City Millions.
Rare amateur footage shows Hitler on his birthday on the 20th of April 1935. Hans Bauer, Hitler's personal pilot, is one of few people who are allowed to film the dictator on private occasions. After his arrival in Wiesbaden, Hitler inspects a parade of stormtroopers, as well as of Army, Navy, and Air Force units. Hans Bauer is there with his camera too. Hermann Göring is undisputably the second in command in Nazi Germany. A fact that only few people know is that at the end of 1934, Hitler had appointed him his successor in a secret decree. For the cheering national community, the Führer is irreplaceable. Even a dictator can allow himself some leisure time. At least, this is what the film Days of Recreation for the Führer suggests. The national comrades can buy it in shops, a clever way for Pilot Bar to supplement his wage. A beaming child's face and all troubles are forgotten reads the intertitle to the scene. Then the small party makes its way to Wiesbaden's Thermal Springs. Hitler has every reason to be cheerful. As Führer and Chancellor of the Third Reich, he can make all the important decisions. It is not clear how absolute his power really is at that time, and to what extent his paladins can influence him. On the 20th of July 1935, Hitler pays another visit to the construction site of the party rallying grounds in Nuremberg. He is accompanied by architect Albert Speer, who the dictator has chosen to be the executor of his megalomaniac plans. He is to erect buildings such as have not been seen for thousands of years. Hitler explains to his architect that he wants his buildings to transmit his time and its spirit to posterity. Ultimately, all that remains to remind men of the great epochs of history is their monumental architecture, he remarks. Speer lets his Führer have his way and promises to build structures which, even in a state of decay, would resemble ancient models. The unemployment figures continue to decline thanks to state-subsidized construction projects, which cause expenditure for unemployment benefits to be cut down. Yet, all showcase projects in the Third Reich, such as the construction of autobahns, are financed by the fast-growing national debt. The first completed autobahn section near Frankfurt is open to traffic by the Führer himself. In the following years, too, Hitler does not miss the opportunity to attend such ceremonies in person. District Appeal of National Socialist Organizations in Merseburg on the 25th of August, 1935. In the presence of Gauleiter Rudolf Jordan, the brown-shirted German population proudly appears in public. The Third Reich has removed most social barriers, The snobbery of the old elite is now a thing of the past. Amidst the festivities, the anti-Semitic attitude of the new era is openly displayed as a matter of course. A Jew and a louse are like the plague in the house, reads one of the banners. People read Julius Streicher's hate paper, Der Stürmer, and support the slogan, anyone who buys from a Jew is a traitor to the people.
Der Rassismus, die Lehre vom Herrenwelt.
Part of the theory of the master race and racism in general is obviously the contempt for the others, the so-called subhumans. For the members of the master race themselves, however, this means something entirely different. It means social equality within the race. So for people with German blood, because they belong to the master race, the social differences are much less pronounced.
The isolation of Jews from all aspects of society has been systematically pushed through with Hitler's consent since 1935. The so-called Aryan laws affect civil servants, scholars, journalists, as well as soldiers. On the 10th of September 1935, Hitler travels to Nuremberg for the annual party congress. The party elite has been urging him to enact racial laws, ostracizing Jews once and for all from the national community. Head of SS Heinrich Himmler is fanatically anti-Semitic, and he is the one who will set the annihilation of European Jews in motion for his Führer.
Im Reichstag die Annahme der Gesetze vorliegende Parteigenosse Reichspräsident Göring verlesen wird.
Hitler leaves it to Hermann Göring to promulgate the new laws during an extraordinary session of the Reichstag.
Reichsbürger ist nur der Staatsangehörige deutschen oder artverwandten Blutes, der durch sein Verhalten beweist, dass er gewillt und geeignet ist, in Treue dem deutschen Volk und Freiheit zu dienen. Eheschließungen zwischen Juden und Staatsangehörigen deutschen oder artverwandten Blutes sind verboten.
The Nuremberg laws can now be instrumentalized by Hitler and his henchmen, providing legal grounds for the public discrimination of Jews. Week after week, the propaganda newspaper Der Stürmer prints lists of names of people who have been arrested. The Germans become a nation of informers. So-called race defilers are reported to the authorities.
What was being prepared gradually before became very definite after the enactment of the Nuremberg laws in 1935. The Germans were citizens of the Reich, and all others, especially the Jews, but also Poles and so on, were not Germans, and consequently not Reich citizens. This division between Germans and non-Germans was methodically carried through from the very beginning to the end.
Ganz pragmatisch bis zum Ende durchgezogen.
Hoe is het nu met Esther de Ruiter? Jeetje, dat is een ingewikkelde vraag. Ik heb in elk geval niet stilgezeten. Maar het gaat echt niet vanzelf. En na een wedstrijd ben ik helemaal kapot en kan ik soms dagen niet. Toch doe ik het heel graag.
Ben je benieuwd? Lees meer op fbtl.nl.
The occupation is going smoothly. Unfortunately, we swallowed 500,000 checks. Eduard Wagner, Colonel in the General Staff. The increasingly heavy atmosphere of the days of the occupation has already ebbed away. Nevertheless, one has to say that National Socialism has been accepted everywhere. Soon after the occupation, we received letters from relatives of refugees, mostly comrades, that clearly showed that they too had been convinced by National Socialism. German report of the German Social Democratic Party, December the 10th, 1938.
Everyone can tell us that the Munich Agreement is Hitler's victory. But Hitler himself sees it as a defeat. He would have preferred to gain what he's achieved by force, rather than peacefully.
She lived in German diary, October the 19th, 1938. On the order of our freedom, we've been able to occupy a new piece of Germany for Germany. We were all prepared to give our best, including our lives, for this task. Benno von Arendt, Set Designer, Reserve Officer.
Protocol of Interrogations in Berlin Gestapo Office, November the 21st, 1939, 8:30 a.m. In autumn 1938, the working class generally expected war. After the Munich Agreement, the working class was quiet again. I was already convinced last year that the Munich Agreement would not hold and that war was unavoidable. George Elson, failed assassin of Hitler in November 1939.
On Monday, November the 7th, 1938, the stateless 17-year-old Jewish boy Grünspan goes to the German embassy, demands to speak with one of the councillors, is taken to the duty councillor von Rath, and shoots him. Grünspan describes the motive for the act as wanting to take revenge for his fellow believers, for the Polish Jews forced out of Germany. Melda Taus, German Jew, Rudsel, diary.
In Munich, Sail Coach in 1923 was celebrated with great pomp. The SS marched through all over the city, parading the death of a diplomat. Edgar Fußwanger, German Jewish neighbor of Adolf Hitler.
Die Feierlichkeiten am 9. November in München fanden ihren Abschluss mit der Vereidigung der SS-Anwärter auf dem Platz vor der Feldherrnhalle in Anwesenheit des Führers.
Following a traditional march to the Feldherrnhalle, at a social evening of MS party leaders and old comrades, Joseph Goebbels announces the death of Ernst von Rath.
Meine to the party reception in the Old Town Hall. Very busy. I report the matter to the Führer. He orders, withdraw the police. The Jews should for once feel the people's anger. Joseph Goebbels, diary. It was clear to me that something would happen outside in the Reich. I believe that the saying, the Jews will pay for this, was widely misunderstood. Hartmann Lauterbacher, deputy leader, Hitler Youth.
Diary, November 1938. In the night that brings the news of the death, a pogrom breaks out all over Germany. All the synagogues are on fire, windows are smashed, and all the Jewish shops, the wares destroyed. Apartments are broken into. Thousands of Jewish men are arrested and locked up in concentration camps. Peter Kollwitz, painter and sculptors. The synagogue in Esslingen-Rotenburg is plundered by residents of the town on the afternoon of November the 10th. Religious artifacts are burned. Herman screams hysterically.
These damn idiots. I have to collect every old bucket and every old newspaper in Germany, and then a horde of hooligans goes around and destroys things worth millions in one evening.
My concern was the methods that the regime was using to deal with its political opponents. I was deeply shocked, and I said to Herman, "Fate has blessed your party so. Don't sing." Emmy Goodwin, Historical Events and Confessions.
When that segment of the population that had not taken part either as police or SA awoke after the fatal night and saw the destruction that had taken place, a sequence unfolded that its instigators had not expected. An unmistakable, deep sense of depression and shame seized the public. People said, "I'm ashamed to be a German." Rudolf Bink, German Jewish businessman, Nuremberg.
November the 10th, 1938. Meeting in the Ministry of Aviation. Goering again openly expressed his reluctance, but nevertheless issued an abundance of repulsive regulations. Things like Jews should not visit theatres, museums, and beach resorts, and shouldn't drive cars. Goering said himself in the meeting, he wouldn't want to live in Germany as a Jew anymore. Hans Kerr, official in charge of special tasks in the Economics Ministry, memoirs.
As with the Night of the Long Knives, we considered the Kristallnacht to be an unavoidable peripheral phenomenon of the otherwise expected National Socialist seizure of power, which only now began to reveal its revolutionary character. Rudolf Wolters, architect, employee of Albert Speer.
Entering public parks is forbidden to Viennese Jews, along with the Schönbrunn Palace Gardens. In the districts of the German Ostmark, as in the rest of the German Reich, the Nuremberg race laws apply. Between March 1938 and May 1939 alone, 100,000 Austrians of Jewish descent leave their home country, with most having to abandon almost all their property. By 1942, another 30,000 would emigrate or flee.
Diary, December 6, 1938. The boycott has been issued against Jews throughout the Reich. The ban against Jews in Berlin applies to all theatres, cinemas, cabarets, concert and lecture halls, museums, fairs, the Radio Tower, the Deutschlandhalle and the Sportpalast. In addition, all outdoor and indoor swimming pools.
as well as from Wilhelmstrasse and Vossstrasse to the Reich Monument and the Zeughaus. Erich Liebermann, writer.
Harassed by the Nazi authorities, around 120,000 German and Austrian Jews succeed in leaving their homeland by the beginning of the Second World War.
I used my final days in Germany to bid farewell to my old homeland. With my children, I walked through the spring along the old familiar paths through the forests and fields, where every tree and every house had associations. Never again in my life would I walk on these paths. A man comes along, the Führer of 80 million people, and declares that Jews can't have a home. That Jews are a nomadic people who can never settle, who always need to roam. Who removes this? German Jewish owner of the Progress Factory, Cologne.
You think you know Adolf Hitler? You've never seen him like this before. Like his contemporaries, from his birth in Hanau to his death in the bunker, authentically flesh out the picture. Who was Hitler? Hitler neither finished school nor had any vocational training. He occasionally lived in homeless shelters or on the street. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable that he could come to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century. Starting an inferno that engulfed the world and brought death to millions of people. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into the abyss. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts from companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archived material ever shown. Much of it, hitherto unpublished, revealed who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous murderer. Need a car when you PCS back stateside? Military Auto Source is here to help. All U.S. military, DoD, and State Department personnel serving overseas or at sea are eligible. Get the car you need, built the way you want it, delivered where and when you need it. Visit us at militaryautosource.com/PCS. After the Saarland referendum and reunification of the German Reich, Hitler repeatedly declares that he has no further territorial claims and just wants peace. Already in March 1938, he breaks his word and uses the threat of a military occupation to annex Austria. He then threatens to invade parts of Czechoslovakia and, thanks to the Munich Agreement of October 1938, is able to claim a large part of the country. The German people are enthusiastic about the successes achieved without conflict, but Hitler secretly longs for war and continues with his aggressive strategy. After the shock of his breach of the Munich Agreement and occupation of the rest of Czechoslovakia, Europe now waits to see if he will endanger the peace of the whole continent. Hitler is convinced that Great Britain and France want to avoid a war. Will he go further?
Diary, January the 1st, 1939. A new year, may it be a year of peace. Thea Sternheim, art collector and author. Until the beginning of October 1938, the White Meadow was in the Czech part of the Sudeten Mountains and is now part of the German Reichsgebiet Sudeten. This new district has almost 3 million inhabitants who see themselves as Germans and welcome the Anschluss, the union with the German Reich. The thus far peaceful extension of territorial dominion is also received extremely positively in the other parts of the German Reich. On the 13th of February 1939, Hitler tells a few confidants that he intends to take action against the Czechs in mid-March. German propaganda is adjusted accordingly.
Diary, Berlin, March the 14th, 1939, night time. Foreign broadcasters are reporting that the Czechoslovak President Hacha arrived in Berlin today and was received by Hitler. Does this mean war, after all? Here is Liebermeyer, writer. In the meantime, I dealt with the transcription of the statement of just a few lines, reading, "The Czechoslovak president has declared that he is trusting in place the fate of the Czech people and country in the hands of the Führer of the German Reich." The Führer accepted this declaration and expressed his intention of taking the Czech people under the protection of the German Reich and guaranteeing them autonomous development of their ethnic life suited to their character. Paul Otto Schmidt, interpreter for Adolf Hitler.
For 3 hours, Hitler conducted a discussion with the president of Czechoslovakia. We all knew that it was about war or peace. Suddenly the door opened. Hitler rushed out and proclaimed,
"So people, good news. Hacha has signed the agreement. I will go down as the greatest German in history."
Christa Studer, Hitler's private secretary.
Letter to Elizabeth Wagner, March the 15th, 1939, evening. The Führer drove to Prague at 4 o'clock this afternoon. He is staying in Prague Castle. In the morning, there will be a parade. His dream is thus fulfilled. Eduard Wagner, Artillery General.
Diary, Thursday, March the 16th, 1939. The Führer had the contents of Article 13 on the establishment of the Protectorate announced over the radio. Henrietta Schneider, housekeeper, East Prussia.
After World War I, the Allied victors awarded the Niemenland to Lithuania. After threats of military force, Hitler sets an ultimatum for bringing Niemenland home to the Reich. In the face of a complete lack of international support, Lithuania complies.
Letter to Elizabeth Wagner, Berlin, March the 22nd, 1939. The Führer will move into Weimar, East Prussia tomorrow, but there will be no fuss made about it in the rest of the world. Eduard Wagner.
Diary, Thursday, March the 23rd, 1938. Around 2:30, the Führer spoke to the Niederlanders. He had come to Mainz in the armored ship Deutschland with a whole fleet. His words were uplifting. Henrietta Schneider.
Secret report to Ambassador Josef Litsky in Berlin. Everyone is awaiting further steps from Hitler. It is generally assumed that after the annexation of Mainz, he has to move on to the settlement demands with Poland, primarily the takeover of Danzig and the corridor. The solution to these questions will meet with understanding and recognition by the German people.
Felix Duszewski, Polish General Consul.
A meeting in Schlossheide near Berlin in spring 1939. Hermann Göring and the British ambassador Neville Henderson.
We had reached the last act of the drama, and the curtain for it had gone up on that momentous March the 31st, when Mr. Chamberlain had announced our agreement with Poland. Neville Henderson, British ambassador to Germany. House of Commons, March the 31st, 1939. I have to inform the House that during that period, in the event of any action which clearly threatened Polish independence, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power. They have given the Polish government an assurance to that effect. I may add that the French government have authorized me to make it plain that they stand in the same position. Neville Chamberlain, Prime Minister.
That no one who understood the situation could doubt that it meant in all human probability a major war in which we should be involved. Winston Churchill, member of the House of Commons.
Letter to his wife, Vita Sackville West, April the 20th, 1939. Harold Nicholson, Member of Parliament, National Labour Party. There is a break in the crisis, which makes me uneasy. That is one of the worst things with this tension. If Hitler doesn't do anything, we all become uneasy. And if he does do something, we all get frightened.
Hitler deliberately focuses on strengthening military traditions. In Schwetzingen, in the southwestern German provinces, a veteran of the Franco-German War is buried. Everything is now a matter for the party and its structures. A representative of the Wehrmacht holds a eulogy at the grave. In 1939, the NSDAP has 5.3 million members. Its mass organizations such as the SA, the Hitler Youth, and the German Labour Front are responsible for another 30 million Germans, a nation marching in step towards war.
May 1939. Dear Dilemma, pretty damn interesting. Was up in Danzig for a couple of days. Danzig is completely Nazified. Lots of Heil Hitler, etc. I think that if Hitler can extricate himself from this matter without losing face, he will lose her. The Ribbentrop and the radicals get their way. It will be interesting to see what happens in the end. Don't forget, the polls are no checks. No real fight. John F. Kennedy, letter to his childhood friend, Kurt Len Billings.
June 6, 1939. Amateur footage of the flags in the street pointed in Linden from a window in the French embassy. The SS is distributing German and Italian flags on the occasion of the parade celebrating the return of the Condor Legion from the Spanish Civil War. The Germans have known for only a few weeks that, together with Italian troops, this Luftwaffe unit helped the Spanish fascists to victory over the left-wing Republic, thereby gaining experience of aerial warfare in a covert operation.
Speech at the Carlton Club, London, June the 28th, 1939. What is Herr Hitler going to do? Is he going to try to blow up the world or not? The world is a very heavy thing to blow up. An extraordinary man at the pinnacle of power may create a great explosion, and yet the civilized world may remain unshaken. But the world will go on. Winston Churchill.
in Swinemünde, a port on the Baltic Sea in the province of Pomerania. In the mid-1930s, per capita income in Germany is only half that of America. Above all, agriculture, from which 9 million Germans live, is still underdeveloped. In 1928, only 68% of the German Reich could supply itself with food. But by 1939, this share has risen to 83%. Mainly meat and fats still have to be imported. Nobody is starving in Germany anymore. The Germans are doing well.
In my memory, the summer of 1939 will remain a strange unreality of a cosmically disturbed world, as a tragically terrifying calm for the storm. Arno Breker, sculptor and architect.
July 2nd, 1939. Rudolf Hess deputizes for Adolf Hitler in his function as leader of the NSDAP at the Gauttag on the Siegfried Line district celebration in Kaiserslautern, only 40 kilometers from the French border. Since 1936, Hitler has been building the 630-kilometer-long Siegfried Line along the border with France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. Up to 1 million men from all over Germany have been conscripted to work on the fortification of the western border.
I still remember how I threw my aunt's cat from the second-floor window and it landed unharmed. When it had kittens, my cousin Maurice was told to dispose of them. One by one, we hurled them against the wall like snowballs, and they fell lifeless to the ground like empty little bags. This was the first experience of death through violence and a foretaste of what the Nazis were to inflict upon the population of Alsace.
Je doet echt je best, maar soms voelt afvallen als een eindeloze strijd. Tijd voor een andere aanpak. Bij Wennis werk je aan gewichtsverlies onder medische begeleiding van een dichtgeregistreerde arts. Zo helpen we je de regie terug te pakken. Wennis. Minder strijd, meer resultaat. Kijk of je in aanmerking komt op getwennis.com.
Nordlock X-Series washers combine Nordlock wedge locking technology with compensation against settlements. The conical shape counteracts the loss of preload due to settlements and relaxations when used on, for instance, painted surfaces and soft materials. Nordlock, when safety really matters.
Tommy Ungerer, A Childhood Under the Nazis.
Sunday, July 16th, 1939. The Guard Battalion has lined up before Adolf Hitler outside the Museum of German Art in Munich. Since this summer, Wehrmacht officers and party officials are allowed to wear the white tunics as a dress uniform. Hitler, followed by Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler in black SS uniform, walks up the steps of the museum. Inside the museum, too, there are almost exclusively uniformed men to be seen. One of the few civilians present on this summer Sunday is the museum's director, Karl Koch. Uniforms are omnipresent in everyday life in the German Reich. This morning, Adolf Hitler is attending the opening of the Great German Art Exhibition of 1939 at the Museum of German Art. Hitler takes the floor, but, as often, does not speak without notes. It is his last speech on matters of culture. Following this, Hitler inspects the exhibition with his confidant in art affairs, the architect Gerhard Trost. They are accompanied by Dino Alfieri, Mussolini's Minister of Popular Culture, who will become ambassador to Berlin at the end of the year. Most of the exhibiting artists are in tails. Accompanied by Air Force Adjutant Nikolaus von Bülow and his factotum Julius Schaub in SS uniform, Hitler hurries to his Munich apartment. In the afternoon, more than 30,000 participants in the 2,000 Years of German Culture Parade will file past the Führer.
Ashram at Warda, Congress Party of India, July the 23rd, 1939. To Hitler, Berlin, Germany. Dear friend, friends have been urging me to write to you for the sake of humanity. It is quite clear that we want today the one person in the world who can prevent a war which may reduce humanity to a savage state. Are you really willing to pay that price for an object, however worthy it may appear to you to be? Will you listen to the appeal of one who has deliberately shunned the method of war, not without considerable success? Anyway, I anticipate your forgiveness if I have erred in writing to you. I remain your sincere friend, Mahatma Gandhi.
Letter to Max Born, Edinburgh, August the 1st, 1939. I don't want to write much about the witch's cauldron, which is Germany. Those who, like you, participated in 1933 have no idea what it is like in 1938-39. Words cannot describe how this great nation is tearing itself apart. Otto Toeplitz, German mathematician of Jewish descent.
The imperial city of Augsburg. In 1939, the medieval trading city has 185,000 inhabitants and has been the location of important industries since the second half of the 19th century. Here too, from the end of the 1930s, there is a consistent focus on war production. The Augsburg-Nuremberg Engineering Works manufacture, among other things, diesel engines for submarines. The Messerschmitt factories produce fighters and bombers, the Renk factories large gearboxes. From 1943, Allied bombers will begin destroying the Bavarian armaments complex.
The summer was winding down. The weather was warm and sultry, and Danzig's numerous cafes, beer, and wine gardens were filled with Germans enjoying themselves, despite all the talk of imminent war. It was difficult to conceive of such folks going to war or causing war to break out over them. William Shadow, correspondent for the Columbia Broadcast System in Berlin.
On August 11, 1939, the town of Heidelberg in the Prussian province of Brandenburg, northwest of Berlin, celebrates its 700th anniversary. The number of uniformed people in the historic parade shows that the National Socialists have managed to attract both young and old. A music corps of the Luftwaffe. Since 1934, Heidelberg has been the location of a military airbase. The Organisation Todt, a paramilitary construction group, the National Socialist Motorized Corps, and the local political leaders of the NSDAP. A brass band of the General SS, followed by regional SS stormtroopers, the Reich Labor Service. Hitler is marching Germany to war.
Hitler could also keep secrets with astonishing mastery. He never told us his secret intentions or informed us about his plans. Just a Schröder.
August the 13th, 1939. Obersalzberg. Karl Otto Schmidt, interpreter of Adolf Hitler. Hitler was completely set on war.
The British are guilty of everything. The Poles have a serious lesson to learn. The democracies are inferior to Germany and will never fight.
Was the recurring keynote of the German dictator's speeches.
The next day, the Italian foreign minister Piano was received at the Berghof. Hitler spoke the following sentence at this event.
I am firmly convinced that neither England nor France will enter into a general war.
Italy's foreign minister cannot talk Adolf Hitler out of his war plans. The Kingdom of Italy is tightly bound by the Pact of Steel to the German Reich. However, the Duce, Benito Mussolini, reveals to Hitler in a letter that the country is not prepared for war. When Hitler gives the order to invade Poland, Italy withholds its allegiance. Hitler doesn't even bother to answer a final attempt at mediation by Mussolini. On August the 19th, Käthe and Erich Höse from Leipzig begin their honeymoon with a canoe trip on the Oder River in Upper Silesia and Ratibor. They take Erich's camera.
As I look back at the summer of 1939, I see that I remained woefully ignorant of the secret agreement between Nazi Germany and Communist Russia. William Scheimer, U.S. journalist.
For 12 days, the newlywed Leipzigers paddle down the Oder. During this time, Adolf Hitler propels the continent into a world war.
Diary, Paris, August the 19th, 1939. Announcement of a German-Russian non-aggression pact. Thea Sternheim.
At the end of July, on Hitler's approval, Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop and State Secretary von Weizsäcker set the foundations for an agreement with the Soviet Union, which also includes the partitioning of Poland and the Baltic states. Hitler is in a hurry because he believes autumn rains will prevent a militarized war in backward Poland.
On August the 19th, Stalin accepted Hitler's offer with both hands after Hitler had suggested splitting the Baltic into spheres of influence. I noted, but if Ribbentrop travels to Moscow, it means Russia is inviting Hitler to invade Poland. Ernst von Weizsäcker, Secretary of State at the Foreign Office, Memoirs.
Telegram to the German Chancellor, Herr A. Hitler, August the 21st, 1939. I thank you for your letter. I hope that the German-Soviet non-aggression pact will be a turning point and a serious improvement in political relations between our countries. The Soviet government has instructed me to tell you that they agree to the arrival of Herr von Ribbentrop in Moscow on August the 23rd. J. Stalin.
Diary, August the 22nd, 1939. About 4 years ago, the Führer told a foreigner in my presence that he couldn't cooperate with Moscow because it wouldn't be possible to forbid the German people from stealing and at the same time maintain a friendship with thieves. Alfred Rosenberg, Director of the Foreign Policy Office of the NSDAP.
Died August the 23rd, 1939. In the evening, I sit in a Dosner on the Kurfürstendamm. I allow the street life to flow past me. People with a burden, who all know what's going on, somewhat sad and thoughtful. Eduard Wagner, Artillery General.
August the 22nd, 1939. The speech in which Hitler addressed military leaders took place in the great reception room of the Berghof. He was of the opinion that, ultimately, the Western powers would not take up the sword. Erich von Manstein, Lieutenant General.
Address to the Commanders-in-Chief of the military, August the 22nd, 1939. It was becoming clear to me that the dispute with Poland might take place at an unfavourable time. Here is the basis for this finding. It depends essentially on me, on my existence, on my political ability, for it is a fact that probably no one, will ever have the trust of the entire German people as I do. In the future, there will probably never be a man who has more authority than I. My presence, therefore, is of great value, but I can be eliminated at any time by a criminal or by an idiot. Adolf Hitler.
Diary. Sunday, August the 27th, 1939. Exchange of letters between Hitler and Chamberlain. Hitler wants Danzig and the corridor for Germany. Henrietta Schneider.
Suffocatingly humid days full of fear and expectations. Very calm, now only a few cars, but trains, almost without a break, whistling shrilly. You can't do anything, can't think, can't feel anything other than no war. Marie Louisa Paschnitz, author, notes.
Diary. Monday, August the 28th, 1939. We believe that there will be war. Yesterday, rationing introduced for milk, fat, coffee, textiles and other things. Potatoes, flour, bakery products, vegetables, eggs are free.
Heb jij je vakantiegeld al binnen? Je laat het makkelijk groeien bij Bunk. Nu met maar liefst 2,51% rente. Open je gratis spaarrekening in 5 minuten. Bunk, Bank of the Free. Waar gewerkt wordt, werkt exact.
Maak jij je vakantiegeld ook slim op te staan? Tip is mee op 10 lifehacks Celesta. Een volledig wasbaar dekbed met een vast overtrek. Het is nu neerleggen, nat strijken en het ligt perfect.
In 3 seconden en je bent het opgemaakt.
Diary. Wednesday, August the 30th, 1939. In the afternoon, troops equipped for war passed for hours, heading for the border. Poland has declared mobilization. Henrietta Schneider.
On August the 30th, Peter and Erich Huse reached the delta of the Oder River and Stettin, the harbour. Government cruise liners are anchored here, placed under the protection of the Red Cross as hospital ships. 2 days after the honeymooners arrive in Stettin, the Second World War begins. Erich Huse becomes a soldier on September the 1st.
Autumn is coming. The terrifying autumn of 1939. For suddenly the world is trembling. The trembling now felt is long delayed, and has time and again been bravely warded out. Hitler invades Poland. England's war of course. Treated for Henry, German composer. Night of August the 30th, 31st, 1939. In these hours, I knew that if war came, and who could doubt its coming, the major burden would fall upon me. Winston Churchill.
Edward Wagner, Diary, August the 31st, 1939. With General Halder at 5 p.m., I read the Führer's order. The Supreme Commander of the German Armed Forces, August the 31st, 1939. Secret command material, top priority, only via officers, 8 copies, second copy. The invasion of Poland is to be conducted according to the Case White preparations, with those changes that occur with the army now in near full deployment. If England and France begin hostilities against Germany, the western operations of the German armed forces should provide careful consideration of force resources to ensure conditions for the successful conclusion of the operation against Poland. Adolf Hitler.
It is disturbing to see the amount of responsibility that he bears and accepts. Eduard Wagner.
Private War Diary, General Franz Heider. Demands of the Führer on the military leadership. Destruction of Poland equals elimination of its living power. It is not about achieving a specific line or a new border, but about destroying the enemy. The meetings are of little concern.
The Führer will no longer speak to anybody from outside.
Consultation. We stay in the Chancellery until midnight, and then sleep. Tonight, fate will take its course.
Years of Gothas. Diary.
Message from Commander of Westerplatte Peninsula to Polish Navy Headquarters in Gdynia, September the 1st, 1939, 0450. At 0445, the armored cruiser Schleswig-Holstein opened fire on the Westerplatte with all its guns. The barrage continues. Henryk Sukarski, Major of the Polish Army.
In Zeiten schwerster Volksverführung erklärt Danzig am 1. September 1939 seine Heimkehr in Kijk. Noch haben sich bewaffnete polnische Banden im Postgebäude verschanzt. Sie bedrohen von hier aus den Frieden der Stadt. Die Männer der Danziger Heimwehr räuchern im Schutze eines Panzerwagens diesen gefährlichen Fluchtwinkel aus.
War Diary, September the 1st, 1939, Friday, 7th day of mobilization, 6:30 a.m. Border overrun everywhere. 10 a.m., the Führer's Reichstag speech. Franz Heider, Chief of the General Staff.
Diary, Friday, September the 1st, 1939. Poland has rejected Hitler's offer. The radio announces the actions of our troops in all of Poland. All our men from 16 to 55 years old have to go to Rudsel, East Prussia. Henrietta Schneider.
Now we are at war. God grant that not everything good and valuable should perish. The less time it takes, the better. Yet one must consider that our opponents are not going to reach a peace agreement with Hitler and Ribbentrop. What this means? Who would not be able to see the consequences? Ernst von Weizsäcker, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Morning, 10 a.m. Reichstag session. Hitler appears. Deadly serious. For the first time in field grey uniform, members of parliament rise silently, and Hitler speaks without notes, describing the events of the last days. Then comes the sentence. Since 5:45 a.m., we have been returning fire. Rudolf Jordan, provincial NSDAP leader. Address before the Reichstag, September the 1st, 1939. I have once more put on that coat that was most sacred and dear to me. I will not take it off again until victory is secured, or I will not survive the outcome.
Adolf Hitler.
I have a clear memory of the day war broke out. The adults were really serious. Many women cried. On the Rhine Bridge, the first refugees of the Second World War passed by. They were farmers from southern Palatinate villages who had been evacuated from the threatened region behind Hitler's acclaimed fortifications along the French-German border, and who were now going to assembly centres with the few belongings they could take. The ramshackle carts were drawn by cows. Helmut Kohl, schoolboy, later Prime Minister of Germany.
On the evening of September the 2nd, our son Heinrich was killed in action. The site of swift and untimely death was the Coca-Cola Forest region at the train crossing near Kulm. It occurred while Heinrich, a lieutenant and leader of the 1st Platoon of the 9th Infantry Regiment, was advancing against Polish riflemen ahead of his troops. Our son Richard, who was in the same regiment, held the death march of his brother into the early morning hours of September the 3rd. Correspondent Weizsäcker, Memoirs.
In the early hours, 4 a.m. of September the 3rd, I was accordingly instructed by His Majesty's Government to arrange for a meeting with the Minister for Foreign Affairs at 9 a.m. I accordingly handed the final ultimatum from His Majesty's Government to Dr. Schmidt at precisely 9 a.m., pointing out that, unless satisfactory assurances were received by His Majesty's Government before 11 a.m. British Summer Time of the suspension of all the German forces from Poland, a state of war existed between our two countries as from that hour. Never hence.
Then I took the ultimatum to the Chancellery. Hitler's most prominent people were gathered in the room in front of his office. "What news?" asked anxious voices. I answered with a shrug, "Schools cancelled," and entered the next room where Hitler was sitting at his desk, while Ribbentrop stood at the window. I remained some distance from Hitler's desk and slowly translated the ultimatum of the British government. When I finished, there was total silence. Hitler sat as though turned to stone, just looking straight ahead. After a while, he turned to Ribbentrop.
"What now?"
Ribbentrop replied with a quiet voice,
"I suppose the French will issue an identical ultimatum within the hour."
As my talk was now finished, I left, and told those waiting outside, in 2 hours, a state of war would exist between England and Germany. Goering turned to me and said,
"If we lose this war, then may heaven have mercy on us."
Karl Otto Schmidt.
Berlin, September the 3rd, 1939. When Coulondre returned to the embassy, he was visibly shocked. Without a word, he sat down at the table of the large conference hall and reported the dramatic minutes in the Chancellery. He then paused for a moment, and suddenly this man burst into tears in front of us. Paul Stelin, Air Force attaché in the French Embassy in Berlin.
When France and Great Britain declared war on Germany on September the 3rd, people could hardly contain their happiness. The mood, and not only in Warsaw, was enthusiastic. I immediately sent my sister, who had moved to London with her husband a few weeks earlier, a postcard. "It certainly won't be easy, perhaps even terrible, but we are in good spirits because we don't have the slightest doubt that Germany will lose." The postcard never arrived. Marcel Reich Ranitsky, September 1939, unemployed in Warsaw.
War Diary, September the 3rd, 1939, Sunday, 9th day of mobilization. Declaration of war from England, 11:30 a.m. France, 5 p.m. Order for the transition to a war economy. Franz Heine, Chief of the Army General Staff.
We were woken up at 6 a.m. by a man in a dinghy banging on the side of our boat. You guys English? Yes. Well, lots of luck. You just declared war on Germany. We never spoke a word. Just went below and filled 2 teacups with warm gin. When we finally arrived at Catalina and joined the others, we found a somber group. Nobody knew quite what to do. Like millions all over the world, it was beginning to dawn on us that we were pawns in a game that had got out of control. David Niven, British Hollywood actor, reminiscences.
Bent u ziek geworden door het werken met stoffen, dampen of gassen? Dankzij de TSB-regeling heeft u mogelijk recht op ruim €25.000. Ga voor alle informatie naar tsbregeling.nl.
Adolf Hitler accepts the world power's entry into the war because he considers himself infallible. The extraordinary success leading up to March 1939 has caused his self-confidence to become megalomania. In private discussions, he compares himself to Napoleon, Bismarck, and Frederick the Great. Letter to Johanna Nussa, September 3rd, 1949. We leave Berlin in a couple of hours. For me, this means going through thick and thin with the bus. I don't want to think about the fact that it may come to the ultimate, but if so, then my life will no longer have any value. Christa Schröder. On September 3rd, 1939, Great Britain and its Commonwealth dominions, Australia and New Zealand, and the Indian Empire declare war on the German Reich. The Union of South Africa follows on September 6th, and Canada on September 10th.
I remember the amazement when the message came in that Churchill was going to be appointed to the war cabinet. Holding the ominous press dispatch in his hand, Goering stepped from the doorway to Hitler's living quarters and said wearily, "Churchill's in the cabinet. That means war really is about to begin." Albert Speer, Memoirs.
Churchill loves war. He makes no secret of it. Even boasts of it. Joe L. Sawyer, former pilot, Royal Air.
Diary, Wednesday, September 6th, 1939. We shall fight to the last and may win, but I confess I don't see how. Sir Alexander Cadogan, British Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs.
War Diary, September 13th, 1939. The Fuhrer's motorcade roared by. We saw our Führer. He was going to the front. Gerhard Kühn, soldier, Flensburg.
If a shot is fired from a house behind the front line, the house will be burned to the ground. If a shot is fired from a village behind the front, and it cannot be determined which house the shot came from, the entire village will be burned down. Theodor von Bock, Commander of Army Group North, Order of the Day.
Diary, September 25th, 1939. Today I was combing my hair and a shaft of sunlight shone on my head, and I was shocked to see how dusty my hair was. I had no grey hairs in my glossy batch, or very few before the war. If I keep on like this, I'll be white by Christmas. Nello Last, housewife, Barrow in Furness,
Lancashire.
September 28th, 1939. Rudsel has finally fallen. Mountains of corpses have to be removed. The Russians are marching into Poland and are moving up to an agreed demarcation line. Scattered Polish divisions are leading a heroic, desperate struggle. Udo von Alvensleben, Captain, 16th Tank Division.
Some 16,000 members of the German armed forces died and 30,000 were wounded in the Polish campaign of 1939. Sources report 68,000 dead and 130,000 wounded on the Polish side. Tens of thousands of Polish civilians are killed in the course of the 5-week conflict. From October 16, 1939 onwards, the remaining central Poland is subject to the authority of a German civil administration as a general government. The successful combat troops are immediately transferred to the Western Front and replaced by occupation forces. These usually consist of older reservists who have served in the First World War. According to the Hitler-Stalin Pact, Eastern Poland falls to Russia. The German-descended families living there are relocated to Greater Poland. The landscape around the city of Posen, which is Reichsgau-Wartheland, is affiliated to the Greater German Reich.
The notion of fresh-fired meat fell into the merciless grip of those who saw not only commerce, but enslavement, an intimate excuse for vast numbers. Winston Churchill, the Second World War.
Diary, October 12th, 1939. The guessing game begins. What's happening in the West? Several hundred kilometers behind the front line, people do not realize that there's a war going on. Friedrich Kellner, Laubach, Hesse.
Hard work. One had made one's mark in Germany when one is allowed to work late at the office. In part, the military qualities of the Germans are linked to their industriousness. One doesn't leave the war and go home at 6 p.m. Hans Haber, Hungarian, Austrian-American writer and newspaper publisher.
Diary, December the 31st, 1939. Still a very honest pacifism after death. His life is that the ordinary person in England would be less unhappy after a Nazi victory than if he or she lost their sons, mothers, or husband. I do not stay to watch the new year. The old year is foul and the new year terrifying. What shall I have to record this time next year? Harold Nicholson.
Tijd is erg, maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastig. Tijd voor andere aanpakken. Met Wellens werk je aan gewichtsverlies met hulp van een geregistreerde arts. Gewoon vanuit huis. Zo geeft Wellens je minder strijd en meer resultaat. Wellens.com.
Hello there, I'm Alex Morgan. Now, on June 6th, I'm hosting the Politiek for Summer Showcase. So, set a reminder, June 6th, I'll catch you there.
Never seen one like this before. Britain's contemporaries put his birth in Brown out, his death in the wonder, that's out. Who was it? The friends that finished school nor had vocational training. He came here in homeless shelters or on the street. Refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable that his youth comes to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men in the 20th century. Starting with Inferno, engulfed the world and brought death to millions of people. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into wars. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one could know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts of him, companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archive material ever shown. Much of it hitherto unpublished, revealing who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous foe. Under the protection of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, Hitler invades Poland. Great Britain and France immediately declare war on Germany. Despite all the warnings, this comes as a surprise for Hitler. He was unsure of himself, but the rapid occupation of Poland restored his self-confidence. He continued to say that Western allies encourages him to go forward. After the occupation, Denmark, Norway, he invades the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. Great Britain is stunned. The British army is defeated and has to flee irresolutely by an outcome. Hitler's confidence rises to immeasurable heights, but his next steps will have fatal consequences. Führer spoke at length and in detail about the ongoing incorporation of the former provinces of Posen and West Prussia. The social strata thought to be racially valuable could be Germanized. In principle, they would have to look racially pure and have the right hereditary disposition. A special cultural heritage group would be created. Here, language would be the most important factor. The French wasn't interested in the Polish intelligentsia, as they were the supporters of Polish nationalism. Gerhard Engel, Anwältin to Hitler, Memoirs and Diaries of. I used him as public library. Learning, office, house briefing, 13 inches. 11 a.m., leave o'clock. 1 p.m., 9 o'clock. Drive to Mauer. Dinner and overnight stay there. Rudolf Brandt, SS Colonel. The Poles are not equal to form a state. I traveled back and forth across the country with the Reichsführer SS, a country with so little idea of the essence of settlement as no claim to independent power in the immediate sphere. It is a colonial country. Hans Goss, writer, president of the Reich Literature Chamber. If a German passed by, a Pole had to step off the side with him. A Pole could not travel by automobile or trolley and was even forbidden to own a bicycle. Get me
placed completely outside protection of the law, and all his property, movable or immovable, was at the disposal of the German authorities. Jan Karski, Courier of the Polish Underground. Cairo, Tuesday, April 9th, 1940. Nasty weather. Housework and errands in the morning. Learn that the Germans have marched into Denmark and Norway. God knows what comes next. Jewish German mathematician in exile, Rudsel, here entrenched. After the war, we'll have to ask the English how they could claim on a daily basis to rule the waves when Germany was able to land troops in 6 different places in Norway. Treated Kellner, court employee, Laudaf. Contradictory news from Norway. Legal battle at Narvik.
After the surrender of Norway on June 10, 1940, the German Army, Navy and Air Force stationed up to 400,000 servicemen in this country with less than 3.5 million inhabitants. The Norwegians are forced to supply whatever the occupiers need. In the race against the British, Norway was being occupied for economic reasons and because the German Navy wants to control the Norwegian coastline to prevent a British blockade. From 1942 onwards, the German army divisions are not particularly strong. Above all, they are used to secure the supply of Swedish iron ore via the port of Narvik against an Allied invasion.
From all this wreckage and confusion, there emerged one fact of major importance, potentially affecting the whole future of the war. In their desperate grapple with the British Navy, the Germans ruined their enemy, such as it was, for the impending climax. Winston Churchill, the Second World War. Diary, April 11, 1940. Visited Charlotte, Sweden Heights. The bullet-ridden villages of no man's land. Abandoned old French trenches with mattresses and blankets. Endless bunker construction. Houses in the village, piles of rubble, battered walls full of holes. And one day the whole West was horrible. Alfred Rosenberg, director of the Foreign Policy Office of the MST.
I tried to read the faces of the thousands, what was in their minds this day. But their faces were blank. Obviously, they do not like the war, but they do what they're told. Die, for instance. William Shirer, reporter for Columbia Broadcasting System.
At lunchtime on May the 9th, we left Berlin in great secrecy and travelled at first light toward Hamburg, turned the train around and arrived at Aachen at 3 a.m. Under the beautiful starry sky, we went by car to the command post of Führer's headquarters, the Felsennest, or Rocky Eyrie. The Kijk, Supreme High Commander of the Armed Forces, Memoirs.
Hitler gathered his small executive staff and announced in a firm, clear voice that the offensive against France had begun that morning. The first birds were chirping in the dewy bushes, and in the distance we could hear the thunder of artillery. Mr. Schröder, Hitler's private secretary.
On May the 10th, 1940, the opponent mounted a big offensive. 10 tank and 6 motorized divisions rolled towards the west in 2 groups.
on the downward slope to which we had been mistakenly led, our army, government, and the whole of France now plunged with dizzying speed to its ruin. And yet there were 3,000 modern French tanks and 800 machine guns mounted on trucks. The Germans didn't have more than that either. Charles de Gaulle, tank division commander, memoirs. Diary, May the 10th, 1940. The final battle was beginning. Besides the fate of Germany, probably forever, desperate defensive. The Dutch have now been agitating against us for 7 years, have let in all enemies. We were just interested in doing business. We're bosom friends to all the Jews in the world. Alfred Olsen. In the first Armed Forces report, written on May 10th, I have recorded the sentence the Führer has personally taken over supreme command of the German army operating in the West. I wrestled with him for half an hour over the approval of this publication. He declared he wanted to remain anonymous and not diminish the glory of the general. I did not return, and in the end he came in. Wilhelm Keitel. Transcript of talks between Admiral Dahlem and the Führer at Obersalzberg. The Führer emphasized that he didn't have the ambition to become a great commander, but more importantly, to protect the cultural and social rights of the German nation as the Führer of its people. Others had insisted he become commander. He was the revolutionary spirit and the pulsating element of the German army and its great organizational machinery. He knew its tendency to exaggerated thoroughness against which he tirelessly fought. Otto Dietrich, head of press of the NSDAP. Hitler took the credit for the success of the Western campaign. Albert Speer. The Western campaign in 1940 revealed another of Hitler's character traits. He was very bold in the creation of his plans. Nor was he courageous man. The Count French repeatedly so. Right when the first difficulties arose, in contrast to his unshakable persistence in the face of political difficulties, he would vacillate to military questions because he instinctively sensed his lack of ability in this field. Hans Kuderia, Lieutenant General, Army Corps. Aan tafel komt alles samen. IKEA, een wereld aan ideeën. Nu bij IKEA tot 60% korting op geselecteerde bal-laadkasten. Ja, iedereen die wil op vakantie, dat is simpel. Maar wat is er nou lekker dan met je blote poot? Kom met een mannetje trapper. Ja, sorry. De mooiste plek voor de beste prijs. Wat wil je nou nog meer? Luister, vakanties. Jouw zorgeloze reis voor de beste prijs.
Diary, Friday, May the 10th, 1940. Now the war has really begun. Chamberlain has stepped down and Churchill replaced him. One bad person's less, and a much worse one has come. Henrietta Schneider, housekeeper, East Prussia.
Thus then, on the night of the 10th of May, as life surfaces mighty battle, I acquired the chief power of the estate. I cannot conceal that future the restaurant sense of relief. I felt as if I would never be get free, and that all past life had been but a preparation Winston Churchill.
Diary, Saturday, May the 11th of 1940. If I had to spend my whole life with a man, I would choose Mr. Champion. But I think if there was a storm and I was shipwrecked, I would sooner have Mr. Churchill. He has a funny face, like a bulldog in our street. Then at last, Barrow and Furness, Lancashire.
Winston is a dictator. He cannot be overruled, and his colleagues fear him. The people have set him up as something less than God, and his power is therefore terrific. Robert Menzies, Prime Minister of Australia, from 1939 to 1941.
Diary, Tuesday, May the 21st, 1940. Our army are 130 kilometers from Paris. We've reached the Channel. Henrietta Schneider. The enemies are an amazing nation, and I think it is true that nothing becomes them like catastrophe. When they are really up against it, their negative qualities turn positive in a glorious somersault. Slowness, understatement, complacency change into endurance and pride, the begetter of self-discipline. Martha Gelfand, war correspondent to the US Army.
The well-trained English army appears to be finished for the most part. One would do well to have a small flask of morphine handy. One might need it. Stefan Zweig, Austrian writer, in exile, Bath, England.
May the 23rd, 1940. We've done it. The Air Force is destroying the English on the beach. I was able to persuade Hitler to stop the army. The Führer wants this to be a lesson for them. Hans Jessenet, Chief of the General Staff of the Air Force for Erhard Milch, State Secretary of the Aviation Ministry.
Diary, Friday, May the 24th, 1940. The ring is tightening around the enemy armies in northern France. Henrietta Schneider.
May the 26th, 1940, Dunkirk. By order of the very highest level, the tank and motorized units are standing on the heights and are not allowed to attack. There is an understandable nervousness on the part of the commander-in-chief of the army, because waiting for orders from on high when the back of the enemy is open to attack is incomprehensible. Hans Heider, Chief of the General Staff of the Army.
Memoirs in diary form, May the 27th, 1940. The Field Marshal landed. Discussion with the Führer. Goering announced success in Dunkirk Harbor, saying,
Only trawlers are coming across. I hope the Tommy split swimmers.
Gerhard Engel, Army Adjutant to Hitler.
The British Army? I saw 6 or 7 dead Negroes and maybe 20 or 30 other dead. The massive British Army got to the other side unharmed. They left their weapons behind and escaped. Erhard Milch, General of Aviators, to Hermann Göring. Diary, June 8th, 1940. I anticipate that Italy will come in now. It is a hard time for all who care for freedom. Neville Chamberlain, Lord President of the Council.
Fascist Italy does not participate in the war against Poland or Western or Northern Europe, but Mussolini wants to benefit from Hitler's victories and get a share of fame and glory. On June the 10th, 1940, Benito Mussolini declares war on France and Britain.
Italians. At that memorable meeting in Berlin, I said that if someone has a friend, he marches with them to the enemy, according to the laws of fascist morality. And that is what we have done in Germany. Minutes ago, with its victorious armed forces.
Diary, Friday, June the 11th, 1940. What is the secret of this victory? Surely the immense dynamism of the Führer. Eduard Wagner, artillery general.
Diary, Friday, June the 14th, 1940. News at 1 o'clock at night. Paris occupied by our troops without a fight. Flag raised for 3 days. Henrietta Schneider.
Walking to William's Slough, early Portugal end of June 1940. It was confirmed everywhere that the surrender of Paris had been a demoralizing factor. From that day on, according to one officer, the Germans didn't advance as fast as the French fled. Truth be told, overnight armies was Friedrich Ephraim Kantorber of Rudsel.
Madame Shevchenko, head of the Jewish Council of the Warsaw Ghetto. Diary, June 17, 1940. Jews will be evicted from public housing. Rumors yesterday that all of France has collapsed.
France offered a ceasefire on June 17th. I've never seen Hitler as happy as on that day. I'm seeing Valen to Adolf Hitler.
France's peace offer was submitted to him while he stood surrounded by his officers. He slapped his thigh in a lively gesture. We went to one side and observed the scene that Walter France also filmed. Christoph Brüder, he was my boss.
Heinrich Hoffmann. Kaiser, who was carried away by an outburst of emotion, coined the fatal phrase.
My Führer, you are the greatest military commander of all time. Part of Hitler's growing self-deification after the first military successes involved believing it himself. Von Saddam.
Charles de Gaulle radio broadcast on the BBC of France, June 18, 1940. Was defeat final? No, but France is not alone. She is not alone. She has a vast empire behind her. She can align with the British Empire that holds the sea and continue to fight. She can and will use without any of the least destroy the United States. I say this is not a Franco-German war to be decided by a single battle. I, General de Gaulle, currently in London, like officers and French soldiers who are looking to British territory to put themselves in contact with me. Whatever happens, the flame of the French resistance must not be extinguished, and will not be extinguished.
In the Western campaign, 50,000 soldiers of the German army died. More than 1.2 million soldiers from France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium are captured.
Memoirs in diary form, June 20th, 1940.
Führer insisted that Baker and other artists and town planners come to the Führer headquarters. Even if those concerned don't understand questions of warfare and politics, they are still essential for the development of German art. June the 23rd, 1940. Hitler sheds light on my reason for being here. I intend to drive to Paris with you, Speer, and Israel. A motorcade is waiting for us. Hitler sits next to the chauffeur in the first open car. I'm behind him. Next to me, Speer and Israel. Paris is deserted. Dead. And not a soul in sight. This morbid impression seems to depress Hitler as well. Speechless, cramped, he cowers in his seat until we stop at the steps of the opera. Arno Breger, sculptor and architect. It was my life's dream to see Paris. I can't tell you how happy I am that it has been fulfilled today. For a moment I felt sorry for him. 3 hours in Paris, the last and only time, made him happy, as if he was ever hiding his success. Albert Speer. Letter to Mr. Wagner, June 29th, 1940. Yesterday I was in Paris. The city is coming alive again, if only a little, but it's something. 2 years a national place. The Führer was in Paris incognito the day before yesterday at 5 a.m. square. I think he'll tear down Berlin after he is imprisoned of this city. Edward Wagner.
Eva Braun, who never appears in public, scenes the arrival of Adolf Hitler and his entourage in Berlin through the window of the Reich Chancellor. A large crowd of hundreds of thousands had waited for the Führer for 6 hours, beginning an overwhelming reception.
Bent u ziek geworden door het werken met asbest of plakstof? U staat er niet alleen voor. Dankzij de TSB-regeling heeft u mogelijk recht op ruim €25.000. Ga voor alle informatie naar tsb-regeling.nl.
The mood at home also changed. The initial anxiety was replaced by radiant self-confidence. When the victory fanfare rang out, even old opponents of Hitler could not hide their joy. I also began to believe in a good outcome of the war. Looks Grafschredding of the Kultik by Antilles. The Hitler machine was beyond analyzing. There was magic in it. The gods are not possibly totalitarian, but they are able to love this man. He never lost. He was predestined to win, so it seemed.
A. Smith, correspondent of CBS in Berlin, 1940 to 1941.
Valley A, schoolwork, Hanford Online. One evening a week, we were allowed to listen to the German Army request program. We always look forward to this, and our favourite songs were Lulu My Lulu and the Lullaby from Amelie. We also listened to Bonding of Emily.
The Atlantic coast, from the North Cape to the Spanish border, was in the hands of the Germans. The British Army was defeated, and it fled to mayhem, no weapons. The airspace on the continent was under German control, and invasion of Great Britain seemed under preparation. Dennis Fun Bike Center. There were frequent visits by leading dignitaries. The Japanese always brought the most wonderful gifts. I can remember once there was a really old steep chart on which one could see how to walk from the mainland to Great Britain without getting one steep wet. Bushmish, SS Bodyguard Regiment. A stay of a few days in English capital was all that was needed to recognize the difference between London and Paris. Here, no one was considered a displaced. Julius Deutsch, Austrian socialist of Jewish descent, in exile, memoirs. It was only after France had been flattened out that Britain, thanks to her island advantage, developed out of the pangs of defeat against annihilation and national resolve equal to that of Germany. Winston Churchill.
Diary, Saturday, July the 20th, 1940. Hitler spoke in the Reichstag, made an offer of peace to England. Henrietta Schneider.
Diary, August the 20th, 1940. Winston gave a great speech in the House of Commons. He speaks excellently. He does not brag too much. Harold Nicholson, Member of Parliament, National Labour Party. The gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, except in the event of the duty, goes out to the British Army, who, undaunted by odds, unaware of what constant challenge and mortal danger, are turning the tide of the World War by their prowess and by their devotion. Never, in the field of human conflict, was so much held by so many to so few. Winston Churchill.
On August the 24th, 1940, the first bombs fall on London. Despite the fact that German bomber forces are 10 times larger and Allied planes have to fly 6 times further, Winston Churchill orders the immediate bombing of Berlin. On the night of August the 25th, 81 English bombers start out, 29 of which reach their target. More night raids follow. The attacks do not fail to have an effect on Hitler. On September the 4th, he announces his intention to wipe out London. As Berlin's air force concentrates its bombing raids on the capital, the English aerial defences have a chance to catch their breath.
We had our first big air raid of the war last night. The Berliners were stunned. They did not think it could happen. When it swatted out, Goering assured them that it couldn't. The Berliners are a naive and simple people. William Schreiber, U.S. journalist.
Basic training for men born in 1922 at the Fighter Squadron of Air Regiment 2 in Klagenfurt in Berlin.
the ice snow in Austria, which is now called Austria, in the Greater German Reich. More than 1.2 million of the Austrian male population of approximately 7 million are drafted into the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS between 1939 and 1945. 242,000 Austrians are killed in action. That is about 8% of the male population, while in the Old Reich it is more than 30%. The governments of Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa formally request that the royal family, or at least the 2 young princesses, be brought to safety in order to protect the crown, regardless of the fate of the mother. The children won't go without me. I won't leave without the king, and the king will never leave. Queen Elizabeth, Queen Consort of King George VI.
There is a time to live and a time to die. Winston Churchill. Memoirs in diary form. November the 4th, 1940. Vice Chancellor. An unpleasant meeting at headquarters attended by General von Kijk. Due to English and other press reports, Führer for the first time doubts the successes of the Luftwaffe and the strength of this. Führer visibly depressed. Has the impression that he doesn't know how to proceed. Gerhard Engel. The jet has taken off his clothes, put on his blanket, but the water is getting colder, and there is a motor in the air. Winston Churchill. The day after Italy's declaration of war, the 7th British Tank Division was transferred to the Libyan frontier. We were not exactly the most modern force armor. Some of our armored cars were old Rolls-Royce Silver Ghosts, used by Lawrence of Arabia in the First World War. But we quickly took one border post after another. Dennis Hayden, Private, 2nd Rifle Battalion. November the 17th, 1940. We gathered close to the Libyan frontier, 40 miles south of the sea, in a forbidding but now familiar landscape of sand and gravel. At 0600 hours the next morning, November the 18th, we cut through the wire and set off. All around, we could see tanks and other vehicles streaming across the desert towards Tobruk. Dennis Hayden. On December the 10th, the Italians suffered a severe defeat in Africa at Sidi Barrani. Marshal Graziani begged for German air support. Mussolini considered asking the Germans to send 2 tank divisions to Libya. German troops under Rommel got the situation under control. Heinz Guderian. But now a new figure sprang upon the world stage. Rommel took charge of the growing German contingent. He strove immediately to enforce an offensive campaign. His ardor and daring inflicted grievous disasters upon us, but he preserves the salute which I made him in the House of Commons in January 1942, when I said of him, "We have a very daring and skillful opponent against us, and, may I say, across the havoc of war, a great general." Winston Churchill. The next day, November the 20th, we buried my friend, Bill Mann. Dear old Bill. It was Forward's first life when we buried him. I got on my knees, pulled as much sift sand away as I could, trying to prevent it trickling back into the shallow grave. We removed one half of the dog tag from around his neck and dropped him into a shallow dent in the desert. I tried not to look at his face as I pushed the sand back over him. I left him somewhere in the shifting sands,
south of the city we live in. That is England. He died in Berlin, December 1st, 1940. For most Germans, this is an immense and for a strong scheme of life distributed all. It's the emergence of the primitive tribal instinct of the early German peoples, of the vast influence of the North, to whom brute strength was not only the means, but the end of life. It is this primitive racial instinct of blood and soil which the Nazis have reawakened in the German soul.
Paris in November 1940. The defeat of France leads to a partition of the country under the armistice of Compiègne, the German garrison headquarters on Place de l'Opéra. Under the German occupation, the Parisian city-state changes. The German soldiers have their own cinemas, cafes, and about 60 brothels. The Guard regiment marches along the Champs-Élysées to the garrison headquarters. Northern France, Paris, and the entire Atlantic coast are subject to a German occupying regime. From July 1940, the south, over 40% of France, and the colonies are managed by a new French government based in Vichy, which pursues a course of limited collaboration with the Germans.
The Führer and the Supreme Commander of the German Army, the Führer headquarters, absolutely top secret, for officers only, 9 copies, second copy, order number 21, Operation Barbarossa. Even before the end of the war against England, the German army has to be prepared to overthrow Soviet Russia in a quick campaign, Operation Barbarossa. The bulk of the Russian army in Western Russia should be destroyed in bold operations via tank pincer movements in order to prevent the withdrawal of strong combat units into the expanses of the Russian interior. Adolf Hitler.
Memoirs and Diary Form, December 18th, 1940. The order for Barbarossa has been issued. The Army Supreme Commander has ordered us to find out whether the Führer wants armed engagement or is just bluffing. In my opinion, Führer himself still doesn't know how to proceed. He hopes the English will capitulate and doesn't believe the USA will enter the war. Gerhard Engel.
In September 1939, the Wehrmacht and the Red Army determined the line of the border in occupied eastern Poland on the basis of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Stalin's Soviet Union strictly adheres to the agreement and supplies raw materials to the German Reich. In the next 1.5 years, there will be no conflict along the now 2,000-kilometer-long border.
De stap naar een gezonder gewicht is voor de een gewoon lastiger dan voor de ander. Misschien is het tijd om het niet langer alleen te doen. Ontdek het medische begeleidingstraject van Bonus. Gewoon vanuit huis met professionele hulp van een geregistreerde arts. Geen doktersbezoek nodig. Ontdek hoe we je kunnen helpen op kijkwennis.com. Diary, Wednesday, January the 1st, 1941. We heard the Führer's message to the German people on the radio, wonderful and full of confidence in victory. Then it also came, and we ended up playing a closing game of Scout. Henrietta Schneider.
On February 18th, 1941, we drove from Berchtesgaden to Hitler's house on the South Square. Hitler greeted us in the entrance hall and gave Quincy's bed. Here, Hitler spoke.
For 1¼ hours, he gave a summary of the development of the armored tank. He concluded his talk about tank characteristics by saying, "Was most important, armament second most important, and armor a distant third." His opinion, in a nutshell, was,
The tank has got an insurance policy.
Rudsel, industrialist, commissioner for tank production and Ministry of Armaments and War Production.
At the beginning of April 1941, the motorized flak regiments 19 from Kitzingen and 6 from Hamburg were relocated from France and Belgium to Bulgaria. In the foothills of the Mila and Kura mountains, watched by Bulgarian troops, a football match between the regiment's first batteries takes place. Tsar Boris III visits the troops. 6 weeks earlier, the Kingdom of Bulgaria joined the Axis pact of Germany, Italy, and Japan, and the Wehrmacht would allow to station its forces in the Balkan state. Bulgaria will take part in the war against Yugoslavia and Greece, but never declares war on the Soviet Union in the Second World War.
Hitler regards the Serbs as the most effective nation building, and thus the most militant in the Balkans. Yugoslavian communists from Montenegro. Memoirs.
Diary, April the 5th, 1941. Very early on Saturday morning, the attack on Yugoslavia and Greece is committed. In Greece, we will try to reach Thessaloniki as quickly as possible. Yugoslavia will also be attacked by Bulgaria and Hungary. The state will be broken up. Italy will be given the coast, Bulgaria and Macedonia, and our Bavarian eastern march areas to receive the former Ottoman provinces. Joseph Goebbels. Germany declares war on Yugoslavia. Similarities to statements made before the invasions of Poland, Norway, Belgium, and Holland. The German troops have been ordered to restore order in the Balkans. The Serbs will offer resistance, but for how long? At the moment, the Wehrmacht is attacking Yugoslavia and Greece. Details are not known, but we should have further news by tonight. Michel Sebastian, Romanian Jewish journalist.
Weather as yesterday. A little cloudier at lunchtime and still cold. Thessaloniki occupied by the Germans. On Blumenthal. China. Eastern London, April 14th, 1941. The position will become worse. Egypt is threatened. At the bottom, Yugoslavs are going to rise, and as the Greeks have now withdrawn their whole division, our Greek position rendered untenable. Robert Menzies, Prime Minister of Australia.
Der Handelspartei Kijk überbringt die Glückwünsche des Führerhauptquartiers.
Diary, Monday, April the 21st, 1941. Yesterday, the Führer celebrated his birthday on the Balkan front. Henrietta Schneider.
Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring wird sein. Der Reichsmarschall überbringt dem Führer die Glückwünsche der Wehrmacht.
Hitler began to announce secrets century-old documents
education. No nation is free of certain phenomena. Neighbours of this history that was over, and both would have continued their whole lives long, like their grandfathers. But now they meeting and wiping each other out. All around the world.
Previously, 1942, a man in Dessau lights the last cigar of peace. Unlike in the First World War, thanks to the plundering of occupied territories, people in the greater German Reich started during the Second World War.
April the 24th, 1941. Some shortages in Berlin, above all tobacco and beer. After this, people have to manage money. No cigars. Down that Berlin. Radio address on the BBC, April the 27th, 1941. The peoples of the British Empire and of the United States are determined that the cause of freedom shall not be trampled down. Last time I spoke to you, I quoted the lines of Longfellow. I have some other lines which are less well known, but which are appropriate to our fortunes tonight, and I believe they will be so judged wherever the English language spoken or the flag of freedom flies. For while the tired waves vainly breaking, seem here no painful inch to gain, far back through creeks and inlets making, comes silent, flooding the main, and not by eastern windows only. When daylight comes in the light. In front the sun climbs slowly, how slowly, but westward look, the land is bright. Winston Churchill. Diary. May 27th, 1941. I have never believed and cannot see how the British Empire can defeat Germany without the help of God or Uncle Sam. Perhaps it will take both. General Raymond E. Lee, Chief of U.S. Military Intelligence in Great Britain.
My next door neighbour says he prays to God to strike Hitler dead. Cannot help thinking, if God wanted to do that, he would not have waited till Mrs. Helm asked him to do so. Mellor Last, Barrow in Furness, Lancashire, Diary.
You've never seen him like this before. All of his contemporaries, from his birth in Harlow to his death in the bunker, are said to be flat out of picture. Who was? He only finished school nor had vocational training. He occasionally lived in homeless shelters or on the street. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, he seems inexplicable and comes out. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, the leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century. Starting with Inferno, engulfed the world and brought death to millions. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into the years. But during his lifetime, his origins and his legacy, no one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts from companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archive material ever shown. Much of it, which were published, revealed who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and a unscrupulous murderer. The Brexit Act, Stalin had invaded Russia. His aim is to eradicate the entire Russian people, and its territory is a settlement which would be there to Brexit. The German army quickly conquered large parts of Russia and besieged Moscow. Hitler is the pinnacle of German military power. Almost the entire European continent is under his control.
generals are concerned with the funding issue. After the Atlantic successes, the German army was faced with the unlimited manpower of the Red Army and, above all, with the incredible distances and harsh winter under. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and the subsequent US declaration of war on Japan, Hitler declared war on the USA. We have to recognize that there is a growing imbalance of military power and act accordingly.
Geld. De gouden motor van Europa. Al 20 jaar zet medisch vermogen in voor de versnelling van de energietransitie. Door duurzaam en lokaal te investeren. Zo bouwen we samen aan een robuuster energiesysteem in Nederland. Onafhankelijk, betaalbaar en toekomstbestendig. Beleg mee voor morgen en geef van jouw geld meer vermogen. Stap nu in op medisch.nl.
Hey jij, zoek je net een beetje meer in je werk? Dat is bij Amazon. Hier houden we van aanpakken. We motiveren elkaar. Spelen we precies op het juiste moment. Elke keer je weet uit de werk komen. Met jou dat alles op orde is. En maar jouw handigheid het verschil, maar wel veilig. De klus zit bij jou. Ontdek de mogelijkheden op werkenbijgamma.nl.
Up until 1942, he needed particular decorum in big rooms to think about important diplomatic activities or to plan offenses. Christoph Schröder, Hitler's private secretary.
In the living hall of the Berghof, there was a large globe. An army adjutant pointed mutely to a pencil line running from north to south through Urals. Hitler had drawn the line to identify the future boundary of the spheres of influence that were agreed with the Japanese. Albert Speer, memoirs.
Letter to U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Describing Hitler and Germany, Mr. Stalin spoke that the Germans were people who, without a second thought, would sign a treaty today, break it tomorrow, and sign a second one the following day. Harry Hopkins, Moscow.
Hans Heider, Major General, wartime. Devastating event on Bolshevik is equal to antisocial criminality. Communism is a tremendous danger in the future. We must distance ourselves from the attitude of saintly camaraderie. The communist is no comrade beforehand and no comrade afterwards. It is a battle of extermination, an eradication of communist intelligence.
I had a belief in the foresight and wisdom of the German general staff that was hard to shake. And I could not credit that these strategically and tactically trained minds would embark on a two-front war if they thought they were not sure that the blitzkrieg technique would lead to victory. I thought it likely that it would lead to the end of Russia, as it had come to the end of France. I was wrong. Carl took my German Austrian advisors and Rudsel side.
Diary, Monday, June 9th, 1941. There's a big operation here. The streets are full of military of every kind on their way to the border. Henrietta Schneider, Elbt, East Prussia.
When he decided on the Eastern campaign in the summer of 1941, he told Eva Powell he had to travel to Berlin for a few days. Jesteś tutaj.
When Adolf heard the music of Wagner, he was transformed. Then he lost his fierceness. He became quiet, flexible, manageable. The unease disappeared from his face. What had moved him during the day vanished. August 5th, childhood friend. Wagner's music became second nature to him. Until 1927, editor of the DAP Foreign Press Bureau.
He loved the Wagner opera the most. Other than that, Symphony by Beethoven and Bruckner are songs by Richard Strauss. To the light entertainment pieces, he appreciated the Bat and the Merry Widow. All men proved his musical knowledge, driven by taking the records. Heinrich Hoffmann, photographer.
It was almost always the same repertoire that Sitterhand played. The only popular song Hitler allowed was the Dolphin Serenade, which often enjoyed in concerts. Daughter, Sol Young, Hitler's private secretary.
Died Saturday, June the 21st, 1941. Wild rumors are coming from the border. Henrietta Schneider.
On the evening of June 21st, the chief of staff of the Kiev military district called and said that a German sergeant had defected to the border guards. He claimed the German troops were moving into their staging areas for an attack that would begin early on June the 22nd. The notified Stalin immediately. Georgy Zhukov, chief of staff of the Red Army.
It's always a strange feeling before battle. Paul Stoffel, Castle Regimental Doctor in the 24th Tank Regiment of the 24th Tank Division.
War Diary, North, June the 22nd, 1941. Beginning of the invasion, 3:05 a.m. The entire front of the army group crossed the border. Robert Freiherr von Giesenbeck, Major.
It was June the 22nd, 1941. The night was wonderfully warm and full of the scent of flowers. The nightingales sang like never before. Then it struck 1, 2, 3 o'clock, and it remained deadly quiet. In the next few seconds, huge fire erupted and the earth threatened to explode. A meeting from Golgama, Mochihiai, Mainly District.
Around 4:10 a.m., the West and Baltic military districts announced the beginning of the German offensive in their territory. Around 4:30 a.m., all members of the Politburo had assembled. Stalin looked pale and fighting. I suggested that all military districts on the border immediately employ all means against enemy troops that had broken through and stop their continued advance. Not stop them, destroy them. Timoshenko still persisted. Give the order, Stalin said. Georgy Zhukov.
Is he mad? Is Hitler? He could have allied himself with England's champion against communist Russia, and communist Russia against the Anglo-Saxon capitalist world. But he invaded both. Yes, he is mad. Thank God. Klaus Mann, son of Katja and Thomas Mann, a life's reporter. Hitler sends us to Russia to conquer stuff units. But now I see Russia the way it is. The endless expanses, gently rising hills, occasionally a village with always the same one-story farmhouses. Then the only building made of stone, a church, the classical tower to one side. The land of farmers, the land of monks. Also, Eiffel, so. With endless grain and wheat fields and giant sunflower forests as a backdrop, I now experience the war in the precision of its metallic border, in the steel lights of its machinery, in the unceasing, uniform roar of 1,000 engines. Rudsel, author and war correspondent of the Italian newspaper Corriere dello Sera, the vulgar rises in Europe.
With the exception of the false nest in the Eiffel region, Hitler's headquarters all had names that appeared with the word Wolf, Wolf Schatzer, Wer Wolf, Wolf Schlucht. Heinrich Hoffmann.
It all began so promisingly. In the first 2 days of the Vice-Chancellor, we experienced the boss standing in front of a large map of Europe and pointing to Moscow, saying,
In a few weeks we'll be in Moscow. There's no doubt about that. And then I'll raise Moscow to the ground. I'll put a reservoir there. The name Moscow has to be erased completely.
Adolf Hitler, Enterprise Secretary of Business. The type of warfare completely different from the German plan. Right from the beginning, the absence of solid fronts and secure flanks. At first unpleasant for the army, today it has solid flanks. But without structure. Führer says you have to read Karl May to get inside. No more information about our own and Russian strengths. Everything unsafe. Security is procured by no introduction. That makes people terrified at times. And the war is gone when the going gets tough. Like a chef, captain, Führer's commissioner for military historiography.
The request concert, broadcast every Sunday afternoon on the radio, was popular with young and old. When Wilhelm Streams, with his wonderful voice, sang Home Let Your Stars, you couldn't let it drop. Eleonora V, born 1924, restaurant owner.
Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of the Armed Forces High Command, to Field Marshal Fedor von Bock on July 25, 1941. The speedy collapse of Russia is vital for German interests, since Russia cannot be subjugated. The Führer was concerned about this situation and asked, worriedly,
How much time do I have left to finish off Russia? And how much time do I still need?
August 28, 1941. Meeting of Mussolini and Hitler at the front near Uman, south of Kiev.
Russia, Army Group South, Letter 1941. It is army, not as the enemy propaganda likes to call it, Hitler's work. They don't know that Hitler is one of us, a soldier like us. We know that he would do everything in his power for us. That gives us unlimited trust. The Führer gives no comrade in the lurch. And when he doesn't help, it's because there was something more
simple soldiers, and they have the same food. Akila Muslim memoirs.
A recording of the leave-taking from Hitler of the Italian ambassador Bernardo Attolico and his wife. The Führer replied that he had always advocated German-Italian friendship. Besides, there was also a personal element to this. In Mussolini, he treasured a great contemporary to whom he was bound through a deep personal affection. Should anything happen to Mussolini, then the Führer would feel really isolated. The train goes September 1941. Ever onwards, deep into the Russian continent, to the Bug, the Dnieper, the Donetsk, the Don, the Volga, to the Caspian Sea. And then winter will come, a lovely winter, and then dust and rain again, and dust and mud, until winter comes again, the lovely winter of Holy Russia. Rudsel the Volga rises in Europe. Diary, September the 9th, 1941. In the evening Führer's table, Führer, we Germans like only Finland, possibly Sweden, and of course England. The German-English alliance would be an alliance from people to people. The English just have to keep their hands off the continent. Their empire of the world they can keep. Walter Hegel, ambassador and SS Oberführer, representative of the Foreign Office with the Führer.
I say this here today because I can say it today. This enemy is already crushed and will never rise again.
Adolf Hitler speaks on the occasion of the opening of the War Winter Relief Drive on October 3rd, 1941.
At the front, which was then near Smolensk, I made the acquaintance of what the Russians called General Mud. We travelled to the front through deep, tenacious mud, which reminded me of maple syrup turned to glue. We drove through battlefields that looked like the end of the world. Margaret Burke White, documentary photographer of Life magazine.
Diary, October the 10th, 1941, 11:30 p.m. It's snowing in Russia now, something we can't deal with well. Eduard Wagner, artillery general.
There is a winter in Russia. For a good many months, the temperature is apt to fall very low. There is snow, there is frost, and all that. If you have forgotten about this Russian winter, you must have been very loosely educated. When you heard about it in school, forgotten. Winston Churchill.
Near the undamaged village, a dozen white crosses of acacia wood stand at the roadside. I stopped to confront the remains of the fallen soldiers. 4 young men between 20 and 25. Godzio Melapante, Shantabani on Bessaro.
Diary, Sunday, November the 23rd, 1941. Partly cloudy, still mild. Morning, church, commemoration of the dead. Text, I am the resurrection and the life. More can be frightening with you. Otto Blumenthal, Jewish German man in prison, Germany.
Diary, November the 29th, 1941. A dark day today. From Lippic brought the sad news that Helmut Grünitz was killed in action on November the 3rd in Petersburg. Dr. Müller wrote me that his eldest son had fallen in the east on October the 28th. Henrietta Schneider,
Lunch with de Gaulle at Connaught Hotel. De Gaulle says he doesn't think the Germans will take Moscow. Harold Nichols, diary. Journal, December the 7th, 1941. I lunched with the President today in the Oval Office. We were talking about things far removed from war when Secretary Knox called to say they picked up a radio message from Honolulu from the Commander-in-Chief of our forces there, advising all our stations that an air raid attack was in progress and that it was no drill. I said I thought that surely Japan would not attack in Honolulu. P-28, Admiral Stark called the President and confirmed the attack. Churchill wired from England. The President told him that we were now all in the same boat. Harry Hopkins, advisor to President Roosevelt. Roosevelt has ordered the mobilization of American forces. The news makes me feel numb. Harold Nicholson, diary. We cannot lose the war. We now have an ally that has not been defeated in 3,000 years. Adolf Hitler took Berlin on December 8, 1941.
Diary, Thursday, December the 11th, 1941. Around 3 o'clock, we listened to the Führer from the Reichstag. The war with America is also official now. The Führer will make sure everything turns out well. Henrietta Schneider.
Diary, Ulrich von Hassel, diplomat and member of the German resistance. It's no time for jokes anymore, but stories from the comic character Glass Bobby describe the situation. Glass Bobby looks at the globe and is told that the green region is Russia. The red parts are the British Empire. The light purple is the USA. And the yellow is China, all huge areas. And the little blue one? That's Germany. Does the Führer know how small it is? When Pearl Harbor converted the issue into a struggle for survival, the United States produced the fighting machine that played an indispensable role in beating Germany to its knees. Dwight D. Eisenhower, Assistant Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. I experienced how a democracy created a war machine in a few months. Overnight, factory directors and bank managers, civilian technicians, engineers and tradesmen turned into captains and majors, colonels and generals. Julius Deutsch, Austrian Social Democrat in U.S. exile. Memoirs. December the 12th. I want to join the American Army. Klaus Mann.
When the German army, surprised by the terrible winter of 1941-42, got stuck in the Russian ice and snow, Hitler was frequently depressed. But as before, he hoped for a quick victory.
There is only a very thin veil that we have to penetrate. We have to be patient. The Russian resistance will not hold.
Christa Schröder.
On December the 17th, I visited the generals commanding the 14th and 47th Tank Corps, as well as the 7th Army Corps, to again learn about the condition of the troops. The three generals reported that the troops were beginning to have doubts about the high command. Black ice making all movement difficult. The Russians are prepared and equipped for winter, and we have nothing. Hans Guderian, Colonel General. Hans Haida, War Diary, December the 17th, 1941. Midnight, summoned to the Führer. Disengagement is out of the question. The enemy have only made deep incursions in a few places. Setting up a rear echelon is illusory. The front is suffering in only one respect. The enemy has more soldiers. He has no more artillery. He is much worse off than we are.
Adolf Hitler, oral order to Army Group Center, December 16th, 1941.
Commanders, unit leaders and officers are to take personal steps to force troops to engage in fanatical resistance to hold their position without regard to enemy breakthroughs on the flank or in the rear. Only with this kind of warfare can we gain the time necessary to get reinforcements from the homeland and the West that I have ordered.
A categorical order not to retreat, combined with Hitler's enormous prestige, but also the terror of his ruling apparatus, have a decisive impact on military performance, with fewer troops and weapons, in stabilizing the German front line and holding the combat effectiveness of the Wehrmacht intact.
Napoleon said in 1812, "The cold has been my ruin." Hitler's determination mastered the situation. His steadfastness warded off the enemy. Otto Dietrich and the press of the NSDAP.
Diary, Monday, December the 22nd, 1941. The Führer announces that he has taken over command of the entire army. What are the grounds for this? Dear Müller sank with voice sympathy about the loss of his son in action. Henriette Schneider.
The Russians have smashed Hitler's greatest army in the world. Hitler dismisses his generals and takes command himself. Bertolt Brecht, German writer in exile.
Diary, December the 31st, 1941. Bad news from the front. In the evening, sort of Führer. Subdued atmosphere. The Führer said, "I'm glad to be able to solve large problems. May 1942 bring me as much luck as 1941 has, but the worries can stay. Difficult times have always served as preparation for significant events." Listen to Rupert 17. Montague.
Diary, January 11th, 1942. How neat our military communities have become. Friedrich Kellner, Laubach.
Adolf Hitler, order for retreat to the East Army, January 15th, 1942. This is the first time in this war that I will give the order to retreat along a large front position. I expect this retreat to take place in a form worthy of the German army. The troops' feeling of superiority over the enemy and the fanatical will to inflict the maximum damage must also dominate the retreat.
January the 18th and 19th, 1942, near Uranus under the Ten. Our permanently cold feet hurt. Every step is torture. But we have to walk and move our limbs. Every incidence of frostbite could be interpreted as self-mutilation. Dedicated reason, private.
Stenographer at the field headquarters, diary, review of military situation. While you were alone, you addressed us. It was very cold. But then you stood search for us. He said we must be freezing, and he would therefore have a heater put under our seats. He said he couldn't tolerate the warmth himself. He got a headache when he went over the map on his foot.
On the 11th of February
1942, Marshal Ivan Antonescu visits the Volksstrasse headquarters. The Romanian leader takes part in the daily status report. Insiders refer to these meetings as a show.
During the journey to Hitler's headquarters, I have written the protocols of my discussion in Görlitz Forest and recorded my general impressions. The atmosphere is oppressive. Perhaps the atmosphere of the damp forest and the discomfort between the living and the barracks contribute to the bad news. The attic rooms are full of people smoking, eating, and talking away. The smell of kitchen uniforms, heavy boots. Everything's for the most part superfluous, at least for a great number of people who don't need to be here. Cariazzo Ciani, Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Italy, died.
But the burden of worry and increasing concerns for setbacks in the course of the war eroded Hitler's health. From the winter of 1941-1942 onwards, morale monitored him day and night. In the end, Hitler began having mysterious injections almost every day. Christa Schröder, Hitler's private secretary.
Diary, Berlin, March the 3rd, 1942. The hallmarks of the situation. Further erosion of the German forces in Russia. Slow, further deterioration of the economic and food situations in Germany. Ulrich von Hassler. Eisenhower, Chief of the War Plans Division of the U.S. General Staff. In the late winter of 1941-42, the U-boat campaign in the Atlantic was at almost the height of its fame. We were monthly on duty in ships, including many tankers and flight support. A typical month was March 1942, when the lost in the Atlantic and Arctic areas, 88 Allied infantry ships. Simultaneously reading every type of fighting vessel, cargo, and personnel.
Particularly when it comes to the ordinary German woman, a housewife with whom one speaks on the street and in the shops, one gets the feeling that despite all prohibitions, she continues to keep her own life pretty well intact. Karen Beatson, reporting for the political newspaper Copenhagen. In 1941, more than 600,000 soldiers from Italy, Croatia, Slovakia, Romania, and Hungary marched eastwards with the Wehrmacht. Romania plans to recapture Bessarabia from the Soviet Union, and Hungary wants Hitler's support in the territorial conflict with its neighbors. Slovakia and Croatia are vassal states of the German Reich.
May the 20th, 1942. When at the end of our allies, our food went very good in Britain. Spaniards, Slovaks, Hungarians. Oswald, better to his wife.
As the Wehrmacht can no longer offset its losses by recruiting in the Greater German Reich, Hitler urges his allies to provide larger troop contingents. In 1942, troop levels from the Allied states doubled in the east. The 4th of June 1942, Hitler flies to Finland to congratulate a man he thinks highly of on his birthday.
Yes, we found a great phrase in that. He is a terrific soldier. A shame that his great engine is so slow. Yeah, I know. I'll let you do it.
Field Marshal Kurt Mannerheim, who turned 75 years old today, is known as the strong man of Finland, which, as a brother in arms, has also been fighting the Soviet Union for 11 months and is supported by German divisions in the country. A recording exists of the talks between Hitler and Mannerheim, taped inadvertently by a Finnish radio technician. Witnesses remember Hitler's voice in a private setting as pleasantly warm.
His deep baritone and guttural overbearing, the environment of his childhood is totally different to the screaming shout of the orator figure, formed at a time without sound amplification. Signed a second ceasefire with the Soviet Union in September 1944.
Diary, Friday, July 4th, 1942. 2 clouds, temperature normal, slightly overcast at night. The Russian front reached along a 300-kilometer line. Automobilzahl begrenzt.
After the victory over the Red Army at Kharkov on June 28, 1942, Hitler orders a major summer offensive. Due to the weakening of the Wehrmacht in the winter of 1941-42, the attack is limited to an 800-kilometer section in the area of the Army Group South. Hitler wants to conquer the Caucasus oil fields, reach the Caspian Sea, and push across the Caucasus to Persia. An encirclement of large formations of the Red Army, as during the attacks of 1941, failed. The Soviet troops withdrew strategically behind the Don-Volga line. Due to this rapid advance, Hitler gets the impression that the Red Army has lost decisive power. The conquest of the Crimea and advance to the Caucasus marked the greatest extent of Hitler's territorial dominion.
From Rostov-on-Don, several waves of retreats rolled through our area in the summer of 1942. The oil tanks were opened, wheat fields torched, all so that they wouldn't fall into the hands of the enemy. On August 3rd, 1942, German scouts surfaced on motorbikes. Within 3 days, German troops moved into Privolnoye. Soviet troops were scattered. But beyond Yalchin, barrier units worked to carry out older exits of 7 from Stalingrad. Not one step back. Mikhail Gorbachev, schoolboy.
July the 12th, 1942. It's becoming increasingly clear that military action will soon take place on the approach to Stalingrad. Another century of the first secretary of the party's Stalingrad committee.
War Diary, July the 30th, 1942, day 404. In the bowl of the River Don, west of Stalingrad, the 6th Army of Army Group B is engaged in a fierce battle, and the situation is at present unclear. Franz Hager, Chief of the General Staff.
I want to point out to the order. At a specific place, no specific setting. Adolf Hitler, Nuremberg, 1942.
Damn Hitler who began this war. Damn all the generals, colonels, and military industrialists. Everyone who's to blame for this war and who wants it. Curse on this era. Jimmy Peterlesa, Corporal.
From Voronezh in the east to the Volga, the Soviet retreat had assumed the character of a disorderly flight. But an army of workers were waiting by the Volga. Rudsel never partake. The Volga rises in Europe. 1948.
Mother says Father fell on August 22nd and volunteered to go to the front. He was sent to Verkhnyi Gniloy, northwest of Stalingrad. He was regimental commander when a shell fragment struck him in the head. He's dead. Ina next to me seems to shrink, as if becoming even smaller and thinner. Peter sobs. Mother doesn't cry. She says this seriously and soberly. Theodor von Wiedemeyer, born 1932.
On September the 11th, I was ordered to report to the frontline staff under Khrushchev. They told me to take over the 62nd Army. My orders were, defend Stalingrad. After I accepted the order, Nikita Khrushchev asked me, how do you see this? I said, I understand the order very well. I try to carry it out. Either I defend Stalingrad or I die doing so. I got in the car and drove to Stalingrad. Vasily Tuikov, Lieutenant General, the Stalingrad Protocols.
The high point of the war had been reached. Something unimaginable overpowered the wildest dreams. The North Cape, Pyrenees, Sahara, and Volga formed the boundaries of a sphere of influence created overnight. For sure, there were bigger empires, but this one included Europe and its nations. There was no reason for joy. We knew what lay ahead for us because the disproportion of forces was obvious. Udo von Alpensleben, Army Captain, Diary.
Memories of diary server, October the 18th, 1942. Führer is in high spirits as the Red October tactical plan in Volgograd has been seized. Believes in early capture of all Stalingrad. Gerhard Engel, Army Adjutant Hitler. I feel entitled to demand that every German soldier should sacrifice his life. Adolf Hitler died at the dairy on December 13th, 1940.
I have lost more than 4,000 men. There were people dying. But my men didn't budge. Alexander Williamson, commander of the 13th Guards Rifle Division of the 62nd Regiment.
On October the 26th, 1942, Max is killed. He is a 20-year-old battalion adjutant. It looks as if this is too much for Mother to deal with. She is getting bitter. That's noticeable, even if she doesn't want to show it. We young ones say, now Father is not alone anymore. Theodor von Wiedemeyer.
Diary. Sunday, November the 8th, 1942. The Führer spoke from the Munich Hofbräukeller. He delved into the war criminals again. The Americans landed in Algiers during the night. Monday, November the 9th, 1942. Landing of the Americans in Morocco. Henrietta Schneider.
Dr. Theo Morel, Adolf Hitler's personal physician. Diary. December the 15th, 1942. Patient A. Sleeping badly because of a military situation. Profundo. Through countless channels, the news trickles through about the catastrophic winter in the east.
Visitors from every corner of Germany, new arrivals from the prisons, convicted soldiers, government officials on leave, all know and tell of the terror of the Russian Winter War. Rico Buer, communist, prisoner in Hammond jail.
Up until the very end, the soldiers believed Hitler's promise that he would get them out of the encirclement. I knew that this was a terrible lie. Bernd Freitag verloren rufen. Beta.
Diary, Saturday, January the 23rd, 1943. No good news from the front. Tripoli abandoned. Henrietta Schneider.
From the west, the Americans marched to the outskirts of Tunis and dug in across from the German positions. It was clear that North Africa could not be held for much longer. Nicholas von Bingham, Air Force Adjutant to Adolf Hitler.
Interrogation protocol of prisoner Hermann Strothmann, Lieutenant Adjutant of the 1st Battalion, 79th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, born 1918 in Münster, Catholic. Men reach the limits of their endurance, and this limit was reached on February the 2nd. He surrendered spontaneously. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, I was told that Russian tanks had arrived. I began to cry, walked out of the shelter, and laid down my weapon.
Diary, February the 4th, 1943. We are now forced to communicate the loss of Stalingrad to the German people. We release the news with correspondingly heroic pomp. I coordinate all the details with the Führer personally, who agrees with my suggestions. Joseph Goebbels.
This news triggered excitement in me that exceeded everything that I'd gone through until then. For me, it was quite clear. The war is decided. The Allies will win. World history will retain its sense. Marie Lalevich Simon, a German Jew hiding in Berlin.
Erich von Manstein, General of the Army, discussion on February the 6th, 1943. Hitler opened our meeting with the implicit recognition of his sole responsibility for the tragedy of the Sixth Army. I had the impression at the time that this tragedy caused more pain because it not only represented a blatant failure of his leadership, but that the fate of these soldiers really depressed him in a purely human way. Later, of course, doubts prevailed in me as to whether Hitler had ever had a heart for his soldiers. At what point is one allowed to view the war as lost? As I see it, very late. Albert Speer, the Kranzberg Protocols.
Heinz Müller, valet to Adolf Hitler. Among Hitler's habits, which despite our efforts couldn't be remedied, was that he kept asking what time it was, above all, during the war.
Well, I principally only ever stopped at 12:05.
Adolf Hitler, November 1942.
Never seen him like this before. His contemporaries, Rudsel and Arnau, was there in the bunker, unfortunately flash out. Who was Hitler? Hitler neither finished school nor had vocational training. He occasionally worked in homeless shelters or in school. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable
he couldn't come to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, leader of German life, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century. Starting with Inferno, engulfed the world and brought death to millions of people. The nation worshipped him and followed him violently into the abyss. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and impressive accounts from companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archived material ever shown. Much of it, hitherto unpublished, revealed who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous murderer. Hitler personally orders a euthanasia program in which mentally and physically handicapped people are liquidated. He underestimates, however, the amount of resistance from the church and is forced to stop the program. But it continues in secret, and in total some 235,000 people were killed. Under the leadership of Goering and Himmler, and with the aid of many helping hands, the extermination continues carried out on an industrial scale. Some 6 million Jews are murdered. Russian POWs are often killed directly after capture or left to starve to death. Some 50% died, in contrast to 3% of POWs from other nations. More and more of these atrocities become known in Germany, but only rarely is the criticism of such barbarity, as if it will almost certainly lead to imprisonment or even deportation to a concentration camp.
His mother went to mass with little Paula every Sunday. I can't recall that Adolf accompanied his mother to church once. Albus Kubica, childhood friend of Adolf Hitler in Linz.
Hitler had no emotional connection to the church. He thought the Christian religion was an outdated, hypocritical, people-ensnaring institution. Sister Schröder, Hitler's private secretary.
Diary, October the 10th, 1941. The Führer at table. Christianity is a rebellion against creation. It is a reversal of all laws of nature that are based on struggle and the survival of the fittest, even in the smallest process of fertilization. Montenegro, Ambassador and SS Oberführer, representative of the Foreign Office with the Führer. Letter to Franz von Garmen, former Catholic Central Party representative in the Prussian Parliament. The national revolution is imposing itself by means of terror. Active opposition will not only be impossible, but also unjust and damaging. For one, we also owe the current government reverence and obedience. Two, we agree internally to a large extent with many of its goals. Nevertheless, Catholics must form a clearly recognizable front. Clemens August Graf von Galen, Bishop of Münster. Otto Dibelius, Evangelical Superintendent of Kurmark. Sermon in the Church of St. Nicholas in Potsdam on March 23, 1933. With God towards a new future. When it's a matter of the life and death of the country, then the power of the state has to be used decisively and drastically, outwardly or inwardly. We learned from Martin Luther that the Church cannot stay the arm of legitimate state authority, even if it acts rigorously and ruthlessly. It's a pity you think I'm a religious man. Well, that cannot hurt. Adolf
Hitler to photographer Heinrich Hoffmann. I can say with certainty that even before my departure, I learned about Hitler's intention to liquidate patients with incurable diseases, not only incurable mental patients, in the event of war. His reasoning was that these would be unnecessary mouths to feed. Prince Wiedemann, personal adjutant of the NSDAP to Adolf Hitler until January the 19th, 1939.
Memoirs in diary form. August the 8th, 1939. Today we witnessed something cruel. Brunner and Bormann showed Hitler the euthanasia film Unworthy Life. It deals with the life and behavior of incurable mental patients in a number of sanatoriums. There was a long discussion afterwards. The Führer had a really harsh attitude. If he had such a child, he would request that it be put out of its misery, not least for the sake of fellow humans. Gerhard Engel, Army Adjutant to Hitler.
Surrendering Adolf Hitler's crimes, no documents exist that verify his direct and immediate responsibility. It is different with the centrally organized killing of the mentally handicapped, referred to as euthanasia. Sometime in early October 1939, Adolf Hitler signs a backdated order for September the 1st, the day of the start of the war. With his signature, he authorizes Philipp Buhler, the chief of the Führer's chancellery, and Hitler's young personal physician, Karl Brandt.
Life leader Buhler and Dr. Brandt are entrusted with the responsibility of extending the authority of physicians so that patients who, on the basis of human judgment, are considered incurable can be accorded mercy care after a definitive diagnosis. Adolf Hitler.
In October 1939, the killing of the mentally handicapped that Hitler had earlier authorized orally is already well underway.
Memoirs in diary form. October the 4th, 1939. A really serious talk with Brandt. He was in Münster to see Bishop Graf Galen and discuss church problems, among others. The question of the Jews and prisoners was apparently dealt with bluntly by the bishop. Brandt was deeply impressed by his personality and very thoughtful in many ways. Gerhard Engel, Army Adjutant to Hitler.
One day, we were surprised by a report that a euthanasia operation was underway in Sweden. Family members received the ashes with the official notice that the beloved deceased had unfortunately died quite suddenly as a pneumonia or from an infectious disease. Through faulty communication, such condolences and sometimes double deliveries of urns, unrest was created among the population and the clergy. Leonhard Schmitz, Austrian member of the SS and NSDAP.
Letter to Minister Hans-Heinrich Lammert.
Your Excellency, Honorable Minister,
From the ranks of the people, both of Württemberg and of Baden,
we've been informed that a large number of mentally handicapped people have been victim to euthanasia in the last few weeks.
we announce our preparedness to pay through charitable means all costs borne by the state
for the care of the mentally ill condemned to death. With special reverence to the school, Dr. Max Faulkner, Vicar General of Rottenburg.
Konrad Kulber, Archbishop of Freiburg.
The Bishop of Münster, Clemens August Graf von Galen, finds the courage to deliver a frank opinion in public. In his sermon on August 3, 1941, the Bishop announces that he has definitive knowledge that death transports of sick patients have also taken place from local nursing homes, upon which he files a complaint with the state prosecutors.
Sermon in St. Blackburn's Church, Münster, August 3, 1941. So now we must expect that poor, defenseless, sick people will be killed sooner or later.
Do you or do I only have the right to live as long as we are recognized as productive by others? If it is legitimate to kill unproductive members of the community, then woe betide our brave soldiers who return home from war with serious battle wounds as invalids. If the principle that man is entitled to kill his unproductive fellow man is established and applied, then woe betide all of us when we become aged and thus unproductive. Clemens August Graf von Galen.
Von Galen's sermon spreads rapidly through the German Reich and among the soldiers of the Wehrmacht. As early as October, reports were circulating in the British government about the Bishop of Münster's extraordinarily courageous and outspoken sermons. Diary, Sunday, January the 19th, 1941. I never thought I'd admire anything Hitler did, but today, when I read in the Sunday Express that he painlessly gassed some thousands of lunatics, I did so. I believe firmly in euthanasia in incurable cases, whether of cancer, etc., or of mind disease. Far from being cruel, I think it's the reverse, and cruel in the extreme to withhold the gift of sleep. To my intense surprise, my husband agreed heartily and went further. He said he thought every able-bodied nurse and doctor will have enough to do to succour and bring health to the mentally fit, and that all food and services will be needed for the sick and wounded. By the time he had finished, I felt I could have held a brief for the other side and argued from that angle. I'm dreadfully balanced at times and can see both sides. Nella Last, housewife, Lancaster. Von Galen's brave protest is based on concrete critical points and is successful. The conflict between the Hitler regime, the Bishop of Münster, and other public critics is settled only partially. Hitler suspends the largest part of the euthanasia program for more than a year, after more than 70,000 people have been killed. In less conspicuous forms, the euthanasia program was reintroduced to sanatoriums and nursing homes and practiced right up to the end of the war. The racial ideology, a lot of people believed, was just theory and election propaganda. Lili Bushai, director and actress.
During our conversation, among other things, I asked him the following question. An old friend of mine lives here in Berlin. He was Jewish, was an officer in the war, and was highly decorated. How should I treat him now? Hitler answered me with his mildest tone. In your position, I would behave in a humane, decent manner. Maybe it would be good if you didn't let yourself be seen in the public in your present position. But as I say, I would behave in a humane, decent manner. Friedemann.
At the time of the Polish campaign, Hitler occasionally remarked while travelling through the country that he was compelled by the Führer that he should now solve the Jewish problem in Poland, just like in the German sphere of influence. In Poland, it would be necessary to crack down more rigorously than in the Reich under the Nuremberg laws. Heinz Himmler, valet to Adolf Hitler.
The Führer called me into the Reich Chancellery at 4 p.m. today. To start with, he spent a whole hour describing the campaign in Poland. The Poland, only a thin Germanic layer. Underneath that, dreadful stock. The Jews, the worst that you could possibly imagine. Only a master's heavy hand could rule here. Alfred Rosenberg, director of the Foreign Policy Office of the NSDAP.
Any German that was in uniform and carried a weapon could do whatever he wanted with a Jew in Warsaw. He could force him to sing or dance, or fall to his knees and beg for his life. He could suddenly shoot him or kill him in a slower, more painful way. Nobody called them to account. Marcel Reich-Bernicki, German-Polish Jew in the Warsaw Ghetto. 2 days later, I went to the Warsaw Ghetto. A brick wall about 8 feet high had been built around the entire desolate area, from which all the Aryans had been evacuated, and into which more than 400,000 Jews had been forced. The entire population of the ghetto seemed to be living in the street. There was hardly a square yard of empty space. As we picked our way across the mud and rubble, the shadows of what had once been men or women filtered by us in pursuit of someone or something, their eyes blazing with some insane hunger or greed. Frequently, we passed by corpses lying naked in the streets. Jankowski, going up the Polish underground.
The apartments below were now occupied by German officers. One German officer, perfectly polite, clicked his heels, took a bow, raised his arm, and said, "I am Hitler." He presented himself with the exaggerated smile of a fanatic, announced 3 sons. 2 of them had already died. With his face ecstatically Wagnerian, he declared, looking out at the raw chestnut trees, "One thing I promise, the day will come when you'll see the Jew hanging their blue brows." Tommy Emperor, a child under the Nazis.
For us, the Polish, it was a question of war and occupation. For them, for the suffering Polish Jews, this was the end of the world. They were not afraid of death itself, and indeed accepted it as something almost inevitable. Added to this realization was the bitter knowledge that in this war, for them, there could be no hope of any victory whatsoever, none of the satisfaction which sometimes softens the prospect of death. Jankowski, Story of a Secret State. Calendar of events at concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau, January the 25th, 1940. The head of the central office informs the Reichsführer SS, Heinrich Himmler, that a camp will soon be built near Auschwitz, that is planned as a type of state concentration camp. So when the establishment of Auschwitz grew more pressing, I was named commander of the future Auschwitz quarantine camp that was way off in Poland. Rudolf Hess, member of the SS from November 1934. A pretty barbaric process is being employed that cannot be described in detail. Not much remains of the Jews themselves. Generally, you could say that 60% of them have to be liquidated, while only 40% can be used for labor. Joseph Goebbels, Diary. Here's his cell. Examined Rudolf Hess, 46, commandant of the Auschwitz concentration camp. In answer to my rather naive questions as to how many people could be done within an hour, he explained that one must figure it out on a daily 24-hour basis, and it was possible to exterminate up to 10,000 in one 24-hour period. I tried to figure out how this was done, but he corrected me. The killing itself took the least time. You could dispose of 2,000 people in half an hour, but it was the burning that took all the time. Gustav Mark Gilbert, Nuremberg Diary. Once, when the Führer was looking through more things we calculated, he said jokingly, "Himmler is a teacher, like his father, actually an ideal like minister of culture." And then, after a short pause, "But I need him where he is." I think. Calendar of events at concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau, June 10th, 1940. The technical design of a cold-heated cremator by J.A. Topham Sons
incinerator manufacturers in Erfurt, was customized for the cremation of corpses in the Auschwitz concentration camp. The occasional comment, if only the Führer knew about it, was a total misconception. Hitler heard about and knew everything. Heinz Lehner.
Memoirs in diary form, February 2nd, 1941. Keitel, Bormann, Hebel, Nye, Speer, present. The Jewish question once again discussed intensely. The Führer gave a longer explanation of what he thinks. First of all, the war is accelerating the solution to this question. On the other hand, more difficulties are arising. Originally, he was only in a position to break the Jewish power in Germany. Now, the goal will have to be to shut down Jewish influence in the entire sphere of Axis power. If he only knew where you could put a few million Jews. There aren't really that many. He is planning to demand the French make room for a settlement on the island of Madagascar. When Bormann asked how they should get there during the war, the Führer answered, "One would have to think about that." Gerhard Engel.
For a long time, researchers and prosecutors searched for a definitive written order from Hitler for the murder of European Jews. Such an order from Hitler on the final solution of the Jewish question obviously doesn't exist.
Service calendar Heinrich Himmler. Himmler's lecture notes. Führer Headquarters, Führer, Wolfschanze, July the 18th, 1941, 4 p.m. Jewish question, exterminators partisans. Restructuring of the Waffen-SS.
Letter of appointment to Heinrich Heinrich, July the 31st, 1941. As a supplement to your assigned task issued on January the 24th, 1939, to solve the Jewish question in the form of emigration or evacuation by the best possible solution according to the time frame. I hereby authorize you to make all necessary preparations in organizational, factual, and material measures for the final solution of the Jewish question in German spheres of influence in Europe. Hermann Göring, Marshal of the Reich.
In the same way Hermann always tried to keep everything unpleasant away from me, he also seemed intent on avoiding a discussion with me over these arrangements. However, I cannot imagine that he was informed of the extent of the subsequent terrible events. Emmy Göring.
In any case, I'm totally convinced, even without written proof, that the extermination of the Jews goes back to a specific order from Hitler, because it's unthinkable that Himmler and Göring would have carried this out without his knowledge. Nikolaus von Gebel, Luftwaffe Adjutant to Adolf Hitler.
Vilnius, July 1941. Over the radio, we heard how close the German military was to Vilnius. Unrest spread, and we held our breath. What would happen now? The very next day, the SS thugs appeared and hung up posters with various decrees. Jews have to give up their furs, radios and bicycles, etc. They hunted people, forced the Jews out of their homes, and dragged them off for forced labor. Kaya Wagner Levine, Polish-Lithuanian Jew.
Diary, Monday, September the 8th, 1941. More heavily overcast, not unpleasant, cool. The Jews now have to wear a yellow badge in Germany and can only leave their homes with a permit. Otto Blumenthal, Jewish-German mathematician, in exile, Netherlands.
I believe that stupid people behave more decently than so-called cultured or semi-cultured people. A typical example is the story of the worker who gave up a seat in the tram to a Jewish woman with a star patch. Have a seat, young starshine, he said. And when a party comrade complained, he snapped in broad Berlin slang. The only person who charged my ass is me. Ursula von Kardorf, journalist, diary. One particular memory. I was sent to Stuttgart on a story. The event was practically over and we were having lunch. Suddenly the door burst open. An SS officer entered and said to the gallery, "Horrible things are happening." And then he reported in detail about the abduction and killing of the Jews. The whole circle was stunned by this report. That was, as it were, quite fresh. All the participants were petrified with horror. Elizabeth Neumann, publicist and journalist. Vilnius, autumn 1941. Then it was announced that Jews were only allowed on the streets until 6 p.m. They had to walk in the gutter with the horses and weren't allowed on the pavement. They were hunted and dragged off to hard labor without consideration of age or taken hostage so they could be bought free for a lot of money. Paya Bakmulidi.
Yesterday, on order, 22 degrees Celsius in the midday shade. Farewell letter from Frau Amberg before deportation. Moss and his wife chose death over deportation. Sad fate. Brave people. Otto Blumenthal, text.
I didn't know anything about the existence of SS death squads that killed Jews and other ethnic groups behind the front. Bernd Freitag verloren rufen. Winter.
Immediately after the invasion of the Soviet Union by the Wehrmacht, the 3,000-man death squads of security police and the Reich Security Service begin their killing operations. The political responsibility lies with Hermann Göring, to whom Hitler has transferred the coordination of Jewish policy.
If I am asked whether I knew about the shooting of the Jews, I have to say that I received an order to attend the shooting of Jews as a spectator. I remember that we had to be at the shooting site at 8 p.m. A Navy captain lit fire. Out of curiosity to see what was happening, I followed the truck in my car. It stopped near the beach. The execution was attended by countless German spectators from the Navy and the German Railway. Leader of the 2nd Company, 13th Battalion, Police Reserves. I saw a long, deep ditch. SS men and Latin police in plain clothes wearing armbands were standing beside it. The terrain was overgrown with bushes, and the ground was sandy. We watched about 1.5 hours of the execution. During this time, 3 to 4 trucks were brought in from the city to the shooting site. Then the victims were driven like cattle from the truck to the ditch. Each time, 5 had to march in single file into the ditch. A Navy captain.
Around noon, an old man from Lower Saxony, Colonel Scheer, visited me. Among the things he talked about that were especially horrible was the shooting of Jews. He'd been told by another colonel, People's Death, I believe. Ernst Junge, Captain, Paris, Diary.
The shooting took place under the command of the SS. The victims stood facing us. I can remember exactly that after the salvos, the victims collapsed. And maybe, Captain,
Ran to the SS and Latvian police chief, commander of the Riga police force, January the 3rd, 1943. The execution of the Jews carried out in the time frame of the report is still the talk of the local population. The fate of the Jews is deplored numerous times, and at the moment, we hear few people in favor of their elimination. Among other things, there is a rumor circulating that the execution was filmed. SS and Police Chief Upaya.
By the way, these shootings will be stopping because they've gone over to gassing the victims.
Diary, Dachau, February the 6th, 1943. Shooting is noisy and attracts attention. You can gas people quietly, at home as it were. Edgar Kupfer-Kollowitz, German concentration camp prisoner, Dachau.
The latest research findings are that in autumn 1941, Heinrich Himmler, after consultation with Hitler, gives the order to kill all Jews in central Poland if they cannot be used for forced labor.
memoirs in diary form. A grim, gloomy mood. Führer had a long discussion with Hitler, and afterwards there was the usual corresponding atmosphere. Gerhard Egger.
It was clear that there were concentration camps. In the summer of 1942, I was wonderfully received as a vacation child on special leave by the farming family Hasselforder in Regisheim. The meals were magnificent. And I remember, as was talked about at the time, that the soap was made from the bones of Jews. Tommy Ungerer, My Childhood in Alsace.
Hitler never told me anything about the treatment of the Jews. In foreign policy, the subject only arose when the Jews were to be deported from some country or other. Franz von Sonnleitner, NSDAP member, after 1939 English counselor in the Foreign Ministry. Circular of the German Department of the Foreign Ministry to the representatives of the Foreign Office for the military commanders. With respect to the Reich Commissioners in German-occupied countries. February the 20th, 1942. The following is explained in detail. To dispel recurrent doubts, I make it known that Jews of the following countries, former Poland, former Luxembourg, Slovakia, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, the Netherlands, Belgium, France, former Estonia, former Lithuania, former Latvia, Norway, and stateless Jews in those regions are to be included in the measures and pending measures taken generally against the Jews. Jews of Italian, Finnish, Swiss, Spanish, Portuguese, Danish, and Swedish nationality have the opportunity until March the 31st, 1943 to return to their so-called homelands, as long as security police have no specific objections. Jews of other countries, as well as enemy states, neutral or affiliated, are not allowed to be included in the Jewish measures.
You will recall the Reichstag session at which I declared, if Judaism imagines for a moment that it could bring about an international world war for the extermination of the European races, the result will not be the extermination of the European races, but the extermination of the Jews in Europe. I was always delighted as a prophet. Countless numbers of those who laughed at the time are no longer laughing today. Those who are still laughing now will perhaps not be laughing much longer. Adolf Hitler November the 8th, 1942. Letter, Medieval, December the 16th, 1942. Additional charge, 18 Russian. Warsaw, with a polite request to post this letter. Today we left Ploms, our entire family and all Jews late. You should know that we're going to the war. Goodbye.
Sunday, February the 14th, 1943. The shocking news on the wireless about the murder of so many Jews by the Germans. Never last. Housewife, Lancaster.
There was another reason for our reluctance to believe Gus to be true. A deep, indestructible attachment to German and Austrian culture. Why did I resist for so long that so many months had passed before I was in a position to trust the rumors of the industrial scale mass extermination? I was resisting the split with Germany. Meine Sterben, Austrian Jewish writer.
There are Jews, there are even some here, that are die-hard admirers of the Germans. They praise IG Farben, Solingen, and the Zeitspritz, compliment German orderliness, the industriousness, and the cleanliness of the Germans. Quote Goethe, Wagner, Beethoven, Koch, and Baron. Their hearts bleed because Germany is now in the state it is in. Bannerstedt, Hungarian Jewish writer.
Red Cross letter to Margareta Blumenthal.
From April 21st, 1943.
Move to the Dutch Jewish camp tomorrow.
The baptized will not be deported from Holland.
We're healthy and hopeful.
Stay this way too.
Try to continue writing.
All our love. Otto Blumenthal.
Marley Blumenthal, German Jew, in exile in the Netherlands.
Diary, Thursday, April 27th, 1943. Last diary entry. Departure to Volt. Otto Blumenthal.
Otto Blumenthal and his wife Marley are first taken away to Camp Voigt, the Herzogenbusch concentration camp, then to the transit camp Westerbork. Here, Marley Blumenthal dies in May 1943. German Jewish mathematician Otto Blumenthal writes two nearly identical letters to his children from the Westerbork camp on May the 21st, 1943.
Red Cross letter to Margareta Blumenthal, England. Mother died today. Pneumonia. Westerbork Camp Hospital. She has been released. Thought a lot about you. Stay strong. Honor her memory. Wishing you the best future. Otto Blumenthal.
Otto Blumenthal dies in Terezin on November the 13th, 1944.
A letter to Minister Hans Fröhlicher, Swiss ambassador in Berlin, Werendorf am Rhein, October the 5th, 1943. As regards the Jewish question, news is trickling through that the evacuated Jews have been completely wiped out. Their property has been officially confiscated by the state. Franz Rudolf von Weiss, Consul of the Swiss Confederacy in Cologne. Danziger Vorposten Daily Newspaper, May 13th, 1944. Germany records major loss in other regions of Europe. The core areas of Jewish settlements that we found in Poland, like those in Warsaw and Lublin, have today been neutralized. The settlements of 1.5 million Jews in Hungary are currently being dealt with in a similar fashion. Thus, in these countries alone, 5 million Jews have been eliminated. In other European countries, long-standing state measures against Jewry are also increasing. William Rudsel, provincial NSDAP propaganda director in Gdansk, West Prussia.
During the military briefing around autumn 1944, the Vice Press Chief Dietrich came up with an English report. In this newspaper article, it was alleged that the Russians had taken a German concentration camp by the name of Majdanek. Pictures showed racks, on which a large number of coals could be seen, when laid out, as foreigners expect to see in a German institution. The text said that people had been exterminated here. Dietrich presented the press report to Hitler. We stood there with bated breath to hear what he would say. The answer was swift.
Those are the hands of girls and children chopped off during the First World War. There's nothing but propaganda.
I believe that I had quoted Hitler's statement correctly. In any case, we were all relieved. Franz von Sonnleitner. Each person bade farewell to life in his own way. Some pray, others drown. Yet all night long, others lovingly cared for travel provisions. Washed their children, and at dawn the barbed wire was full of children's clothing hung to dry in the wind. They also thought about toys and the hundreds of small things that children always need. Wouldn't you do the same thing? If one were to tell you were a child tomorrow, wouldn't you give him something to read today? Colonel Levy, chemist, previously Army prodigal, notes in the freight car on the way to Auschwitz.
I, Saporashevs Nikolai Sionovich, born in 1922, served on the new border in Brest before the war. I was second lieutenant and platoon leader in an artillery regiment. The war surprised me while on duty around 4 a.m. The German troops had attacked us at dawn. We had to fight while retreating. When we reached the old border, only one cannon remained. The regiment was totally destroyed. A lot of soldiers and officers died. At Minsk, I did not break out of the encirclement and was taken prisoner on July the 3rd, 1941. Nikolai Saporashevs.
On the third day of the war, I was wounded near Kovno. When I came to, there were many wounded lying on the ground. We were at the mercy of the German soldiers. After a while, those that could move were driven onwards. My comrades grabbed me under the arms because those who fell over were immediately shot. Dmitrienko.
Soroka on the Dniester River, August the 4th, 1941. A train of prisoners awaits. Their heads roll back and forth with tiredness and heat. They unavoidably answer yes, to all of my questions. They look at me wide-eyed, a small, dark lamp of fear gleaming at them. The German soldier who guards them says to me that they are frightened. They are afraid of being shot at any moment. The German soldier laughs. Rudsel, author and war correspondent of the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera.
Since February 1938, Adolf Hitler has been the supreme commander of the military. In this capacity, he's responsible for the mass killings of Soviet prisoners of war. Whereas 1 to 3% of Anglo-American prisoners die, some 50% of Red Army prisoners perish. Of the roughly 5.3 to 5.7 million Red Army soldiers in German captivity, 2.5 to 3.3 million die. Estimates vary.
Interrogation. U.S. POW camp at Fort Hunt, May the 19th, 1945. We didn't take any Russian prisoners at the start.
After all, the Fuhrer himself said that they weren't human. Then they shot everyone who was a political commissioner. He relied on denunciation from the companies. Then the Russians said, as long as that happened, every German officer would be shot. But there had already been a lot of people killed. Fritz Sandracht, anti-aircraft colonel.
Protocol of interrogation of prisoner of war, Valdemar Predal, interpreter of the 389th Infantry Division, Dubovka, 6th February 1943. Concerning the condition of the Russian prisoners of war, Predal said that an order was issued saying that for every escapee, 2 prisoners would be shot. This command was initiated because the incidence of escapes in January was significantly higher. In Predal's words, this order was never carried out. Letter, Berlin, August the 26th, 1941. The news from the east is terrible again. We are obviously suffering very, very large losses. This might be tolerable if it weren't for the hecatombs of corpses hanging around our necks. We keep hearing reports that only 20% of prisoners or Jews being transported arrive alive, that hunger is prevailing in POW camps, that typhoid and all sorts of other epidemics have broken out. Helmut James von Wolk, member of staff in German military intelligence.
The first camp, an area enclosed by barbed wire and open air, was situated not far from the city of Nesterov. They let us more or less starve. Maxime Tebeko, certain prisoner of war from the Ukraine.
The onset of winter sees the prisoners nearly defenseless and accelerates their decimation. Army command is fully aware of the situation and condones the starvation of Soviet prisoners. In November 1941, when the chiefs of staff of the East Armies tell the Quartermaster General that the armies need Soviet prisoners as laborers, but that these are starving in camps, he states,
prisoners of war who do not work have to starve. Working prisoners of war can, in some cases, be fed army provisions. Eduard Wagner, Quartermaster General. Letter to Wilhelm Kijk. The fate of the Soviet prisoners of war is a tragedy of huge proportions. The large majority of them have starved or died from exposure to the weather. Arthur Rosenberg, Minister for the Occupied Eastern Territory.
Such doubts belong to soldierly concepts of chivalrous warfare. Here we are dealing with the destruction of an ideology. For this reason, I approve and support these measures. Wilhelm Kijk, Chief of the Armed Forces High Command.
Only the liquidators were given food. The camp was set up in a dense forest, the pine forest. We scratched the bark off with a nail and fed ourselves that way. After a while, the whole forest had been eaten. Mortis Sheridan. Albert Speer, Vice Minister of Armaments and War Production. In a lengthy explanation, the Fuhrer makes very clear that he does not agree with the insufficient feeding of the Russians. The Russians must have adequate nourishment. The Fuhrer is surprised that civilian Russians behind barbed wire are treated like prisoners of war. I explained to him that this is due to a directive that he issued. The Fuhrer is not aware of any such directives.
I keep hearing that Hitler could not have known about everything. This is sheer nonsense. I know from personal observation and remarks by Hitler that he knew everything. Heinz Himmler.
My salvation was that I came to Austria as a prisoner of war and worked there in a company where cotton wool and yarn were produced and in road building. Thanks to the Austrian workers who secretly gave us food. Theodore Sherman.
distant before. One of his contemporaries, from his birth in Harlow and his death in the bunker, authentically flesh out who was Hitler. Hitler neither finished school nor had vocational training. He very clearly homeless shelters or on the street. He refused to pursue a regular job. To this day, it seems inexplicable that he would come to power. Out of nowhere, Hitler became the Führer, the leader of the German Reich, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century. He started an inferno that engulfed the world and brought death to millions. The nation worshipped him and followed him blindly into the abyss. But during his lifetime, he kept his origins and his life secret. No one should know how or who he was. Fascinating and oppressive accounts from companions, friends, and enemies, as well as the most extensive collection of archived material ever shown. Much of it, hitherto unpublished, revealed who Hitler was and how he could become what he was. A notorious liar and an unscrupulous murderer. The defeats increase. Hitler's military decisions, often taken against all the advice of his generals, are increasingly catastrophic. The fronts were armed. After Stalingrad, most of the military leadership was aware the war was lost, but dare not say so openly. The Western Allies defeat the Italian and German troops under Rommel in North Africa and land in Italy. In the east, the Russians drive back the German army. Finally, the Allies land in Norway, but Hitler will not accept defeat and refuses any idea of surrender. After a failed assassination attempt, he feels invulnerable and orders one absolute measure after another. Dragging Germany, if not the world, into the abyss.
The muffled drumbeats of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Musical signals the BBC listened to by half Berlin accompanied the gradual looming defeat. Order Schäfer, writer, memoirs.
For all capable minds, the Stalingrad catastrophe marks the beginning of the end. Then Freitag von Lohenburg, captain.
The heavy defeats of Stalingrad and Toulouse can stand as everlasting milestones to the beginning of this era are, insofar as their reasons, their sequence, and our concern, to be blamed above all on the man with the top of Germany's leadership, Hitler himself. Walter von Lippmann, Technical-Chief, Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht.
Dubovka, February the 5th, 1943. Interrogation of prisoner of war Ernst Eichhorn, Regensburg. Captain of the 9th Company, 24th Tank Regiment, 24th Tank Division. The second front in Europe is impossible. The best German troops stand ready in northern France. Besides, the coastal line is heavily fortified. Germany has enough reserves of men and materials. It will be able to fight for as long as necessary.
Up until 1940, Hitler looked younger than he was in reality. After that, however, he aged rather quickly. Up to 1943, he looked his age outwardly. Later, his rapid physical deterioration was obvious. Professor Dr. Hans Karl von Hasselbach, Deputy Attendant Doctor to Adolf Hitler.
I know that many people perceived Hitler as changed after Stalingrad. I wasn't one of them. Frau Buschmisch, SS Bodyguard Regiment.
was also overcome by concern and doubt after Stalin's. But every time I spoke to Adolf Hitler, the worry and doubt fell away, thanks to the extraordinary fascination and radiance of his personality. Herman Giesler, Hitler's architect.
Diary, February 19th, 1943. To justify total warfare, Reichsminister Dr. Goebbels was let loose on the public at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18th, 1943. Friedrich Kellner, court employee, Laubach Hesse. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the long-awaited rally of the Sportpalast takes place. The number of visitors is overwhelming. At 4:30, access to the Sportpalast has to be blocked due to overcrowding. Joseph Goebbels, diary.
It was one of those party-organised rallies with patriotic intellectuals and actors among the table audience whose positive reactions were meant to impress the common folk via the film cameras of the weekly newsrooms. Albert Speer, Reichsminister of Armaments and War Politics.
To my pleasure, I learned that circles first over here listened to my son from the Sportpalast and expressed enthusiasm. The theatre himself was still overloaded as well. He didn't manage it. Mrs. Goebbels.
Steve Sunday in Korbach, Italy and Hesse. Since 1933, the NSDAP has propagated a regular ceremonial in families every other Sunday from October to March. The housekeeping money saved is collected by the party as a donation to the Winter Relief Organization. A collective sacrifice is also designed to save food reserves. Above all, for nearly 80 million people in the Greater German Reich, Steel Sunday is a forced commitment to the national community. After the proclamation of total war in 1943, the NSDAP registers the highest level of membership, 7.7 million. Total war called for a routine for a soldier. I now wore the ice blue officer's uniform. There were 40 pilots, more than 5 women. The Adabuse, Hamlet. Letter to parents in Cologne, Gärtlauten, district of Labiau, East Prussia, March the 25th, 1943. I was recently with an Alvarez family one evening. He has a building company and is a calm, quiet person. 2 months ago, his only son fell in battle. 19 years old, a hard-working, friendly boy. He was drafted in April 1942. I knew him. Now there are only 2 daughters left, 17 and 6 years old. The fatherland is entitled to every victim, the mother said quietly. But she and her husband were leaving. Mariana Günther, student teacher.
Address to the U.S. Congress, Washington, May the 19th, 1943. I am free to admit that in North Africa we built better than we knew. The unexpected came to the aid of the design. For this, we have to thank the military intuition of Corporal Hitler. The same insensate obstinacy which condemned his army to destruction at Stalingrad has brought this new catastrophe of our enemies in Tunisia. Winston Churchill.
The death of a human being didn't bother him at all. He saw people as the links in a long chain, and he considered the first link to be himself. Children were in his eye only the potential by which the greater or smaller living space of a people was measured. Trista Schröder, Hitler's private secretary. The soldiers that I met were not followers of Hitler and only served the Führer unwillingly. But all approved of war as an indispensable phenomenon of life. The war is the ultimate exertion that you cannot dodge. This picture was deeply ingrained in him. Luna Sturm, journalist and writer. The war has a dangerous talents game. These young men, trying to overcome their boredom with alcohol, are just 17 years old. Their military title is Luftwaffenhelfer, or Air Force Helpers. From 1943 onwards, they replace regular soldiers sent to the front on the anti-aircraft guns in the homeland. At the end of 1943, there are 80,000 young flak helpers. As a rule, they are deployed near their hometown. High school students have 18 hours of school lessons a week at their posts. Died Monday, July the 26th, 1943. Mussolini has resigned. He's said to be ill. Last night, Hamburg, Essen, and Kiel were bombed again. Henrietta Schneider, housekeeper, East Russia.
While I endeavoured to establish worthwhile targets to Hitler and the General Staff of the Air Force, our enemies launched 5 big attacks on only one major city, Hamburg. Although this action contradicted all tactical considerations, it had catastrophic consequences. Albert Speer.
The issue that divided the American and the British bombing commands centered on the prickly question of daylight bombing as opposed to nighttime raids. The Army Air Forces were convinced not only that higher levels skillfully executed daylight raids would work, but that night bombing with its notorious imprecision would prevent catastrophic waste of material and energy. Robert Morgan, Colonel, 8th U.S. Air Force, pilot of the bomber Memphis Belle.
For a long time. Strips of memorized paper were put for the first time on the night of July 24, 26. The target was Hamburg. Like other coastal targets, Hamburg was particularly easy to identify by the tourist grid, as the outline of water gave us the clearest ones on the tourist screen. Some 700 aircraft attacked, every from Arthur Harris, Marshal of the Royal Air Force,
Diary of Fighter Pilot Hans Ahrens, born 1921, killed in action February 21st, 1944. That first night of terror on July the 25th will remain unforgettable for us and the majority of all Hamburg residents. Personally, I'm glad I experienced it. As a soldier, it led to an ultimate resolute hatred of our enemy.
Letter to Georg Zimmermann, soldier in Norway, from his mother,
Hamburg, July the 28th, 1943. Dear Georg, we are still alive, but Hamburg de facto no longer exists. No house left standing, just mountains of rubble, entire streets blocked, dead bodies not salvaged, impenetrable smoke and fumes and fires still burning everywhere. Disintegration is in progress. No police anymore, nothing. Hamburg is lost forever.
When I travelled to the Wagner from Babelsberg, I met an acquaintance on the train. He'd experienced it all in Hamburg as an anti-aircraft soldier. It smelled so strongly of corpses that you couldn't get the stench out of your nose. Leaflets were dropped over Hamburg with quotes from the war speeches of Hitler and Goering, without any comment. Perry Kessler, writer, War Diary.
Hamburg, July the 30th, 1943. My Camilla, words can't express what we're going through here. A government that cannot protect its women and children is simply criminal. My Canada, if I could only hear one word from you in Georg, your mother.
When he travelled to Bavaria to the Bahnhof, or the Führer headquarters, then he went by train, and at night with blackout windows, so that he wasn't faced with the devastation from the bombing raids. Herr Freitag verloren his Captain.
During the entire war, Adolf Hitler never once visited a bombed city. Albert Speer.
The toll on those who flew was horrific. 2 out of every 3 boys who flew missions were killed. And by boy, I'm talking about an average age of 20. The 8th Air Force had more casualties in World War II than the Marine Corps and the Navy combined. Robert Moore.
From Chirac came on June 24th, Corpus Christi. He had a long, detailed conversation with Hitler, the contents of which I learned from Hitler the next evening. Chirac said unequivocally to Hitler that the war must be stopped somehow. Hitler said to him,
What is he thinking? He knows as well as I that there's no way out now, unless I put a bullet through my head.
That was their last meeting. Ich asked von dem Colonel, Luftwaffe Adjutant to have a
On September 8, 1943, Adolf Hitler attends the briefing of Army Group South Headquarters in Zaporozhye in the Ukraine to discuss the alarming situation in the Donbass region with its commander, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. In July, with German armored divisions suffering major losses, the offensive against the protruding Soviet front at Kursk fails. In March, under Manstein's command, the Wehrmacht has been able to stabilize the Eastern Front after Stalingrad, with a hard-fought victory in the so-called Third Battle of Kharkov, but subsequently had to vacate the city in August 1943, where retreat begins almost everywhere on the Eastern Front.
September the 8th, 1943. It is a race of hope with the war, a race of death with death. What will come first, the death of fascism or my death? Is that only my question? Oh no. Tens of thousands of prisoners are asking the same thing, and millions of soldiers and dozens of millions of people in all of Europe and the entire world are asking the same. Kijk, Czech journalist and writer, imprisoned by the Gestapo, executed in 1943.
Mass execution at Berlin Plötzensee Prison, September the 7th to 12th, 1943. 186 died on the first night. The men went to the gallows without shirts, their jackets thrown loosely over their shoulders, hands tied behind their backs, clattering wooden clogs on their feet.
Victor von Kostomsky, German prisoner in Rudsel prison. Memoirs.
Diary, Friday, September the 10th, 1943. Special announcement. We have occupied Italy, encountered only little opposition. The army is being disarmed. Henrietta Schneider.
Dr. Theo Morel, Adolf Hitler's personal physician. Diary, September the 23rd, 1943. 8:15 p.m. Examination after dinner. Strong flatulence, spasms from agitation. Stomach shows increased fat formation. Prescribed a diet.
He admired Morel and his art and was in a sense dependent on him and his medication. Albert Speer. New Year's Proclamation, 1944. The year 1944 will make hard and heavy demands on all Germans. The monstrous events of the war will come closer to crisis this year. We are fully confident that we will endure. Adolf Hitler. The Feuerzeug-Bowler, the Punch Bowl, premiered in 2 Berlin cinemas simultaneously. The previous night, 1,077 English planes had dropped 3,715 tons of bombs on Berlin. Heinz Rühmann, actor and director.
Diary, Monday, February the 7th, 1944. In the East, the terrible war rages on. Henrietta Schneider.
Edgar Kupfer-Kulowitsch, prisoner in concentration camp Dachau, April the 20th, 1944. Today is Hitler's birthday. It struck me that of 10 houses, only maybe 8 of them had flags flying, so people are growing weary. But it was still more amazing to see that even in the Essex Norfolk state, only a few flags were flying. Diary, May the 9th, 1944. Case today. Tension had a rough side. Legs trembling due to agitation. Invasion imminent, but where? Dr. Theo Morel. Diary, May the 27th, 1944. An impression of increasing destroyed Berlin. Devastating. At the same time, Berliners are sitting in the sunshine on chairs amid the rubble and debris on the Esplanade, as if it were peacetime. Ulrich von Hassel, diplomat and member of the resistance.
The helpfulness fatigue firmly believes that Germany will be on its knees by September. And until then, there's nothing to fear, because there are no wagons to point the Jews in. Besides, he dares to predict that in 1 or 2 weeks, the Wehrmacht will turn its arms on the SS. Ernest Shep, Budapest, Hungarian Jewish writer.
On June the 3rd, 1944, a rebel sister, Gretel, married SS section commander Hermann Federlein. They celebrated on the Obersalzberg. Federlein had been a liaison officer in the Waffen-SS since the beginning of the year. He had fought, as one heard, extremely well at the front. Above all, however, Federlein was a smoothie whom women fell for in droves. Ada set him up with her younger sister, Gretel. August Bliss, member of Hitler's military escort.
Several hours after the marriage of Hitler and Eva Braun, on April the 29th, 1945, a ceremony that makes Hermann Federlein Hitler's brother-in-law, Hitler has him court-martialed for desertion and shot.
The plutocratic world of the West can undertake its threatened landing attempt. Whenever it wants, it will fail.
Adolf Hitler, order of the day to the Wehrmacht.
Later was their astonishing declaration, which was that by the following morning, a period of relatively good weather
heretofore completely unexpected, would ensue, lasting probably 36 hours. I quickly announced the decision to go ahead with the attack on June 6th. Dwight D. Eisenhower, U.S. General, Supreme Allied Commander, Europe.
Hitler's told the land on the morning of June 6th. He expressed relief when he received the first report and said now impossible to beat the enemy. The last 1 minute.
The conviction of the Germans that we would not attack in the weather then prevailing was a definite factor in the degree of surprise we achieved. In the Omaha sector, an alert enemy division, the 352nd, with prisoners stated in leaving the area on maneuvers and defense exercises, accounted for some of the intensive fighting in that locality. Dwight D. Eisenhower. When I heard the radio report of the Allied invasion in Normandy on June the 6th, 1944, it brought tears to my eyes. I have not cried often. Willy Brandt, German Norwegian refugee exiled in Sweden.
Actually, things are happening now. The invasion of Normandy began on the night of the 5th to the 6th of June. Rome surrendered long ago, and in Russia, the Russians are almost at the border. It's just terrible, but everyone believes so firmly in victory. It doesn't bear thinking about if we were to lose. Gudrun Hendrik, daughter of Heinrich Himmler.
Until the end, he had a firm grip on everything, despite his poor health. What waves of faint-heartedness had flowed if he had lost his composure just once. Albert Speer. It wasn't so pointless fighting on like some defeatists claimed at the time, when at the end of June 1944 the Soviet offensive began from the central section of the front. In 14 days, a powerful storm tide swept over the German front lines, burying everything in its path and surging 800 kilometers forwards. Leon Legret, Belgium, commander of the Walloonian Waffen-SS.
By mid-July, Army Group Center had lost 28 divisions and 350,000 men. That was an even worse defeat than Stalingrad, even if it wasn't reported much in public because it occurred in summer and wasn't accompanied by the same tragic conditions as Stalingrad. Cold and hunger. Bernd Freitag verloren.
The Führer then referred to assassination attempts against him and recounted by what reportedly expect certain death. Though he had not fallen victim to the bomb attack in the Bürgerboy tower on November the 9th, 1939, it was only due to the fact that at the last minute his aircraft could not take off due to bad weather, and he thus had to leave earlier on his special train. Then at Berlin, adjutant to High Minister Albert Rosenberg makes a recollected table talk at the Bolschanze Führer headquarters.
On July the 20th, 1944, I received the order to prepare for the move of the operations unit from Mauerwald to Soest, south of Berlin. It was a hot East Prussian summer's day. Mauerwald was located just 20 kilometers away from the Rudsel, where Stauffenberg's bomb exploded around 12:45 p.m. Bernd Freitag verloren. I remember thunder combined with a brightly flashing flare. At the same time, thick smoke. After a few seconds of complete silence, I heard someone call. It was probably Field Marshal Kijk. Where is the Führer? Heinz Buchholz, stenographer in the Bolschanze headquarters.
There were agitated calls for a doctor. A bomb exploded, nothing happened to the boss, but the hut was blown sky high. Mr. Schröder.
Heinz Ringer, valet to Adolf Hitler. When I arrived, I saw Hitler. He looked at me inquiringly with big eyes and stared at my troubled face. With a calm smile, he said, "Lillian, someone tried to kill me."
I heard about the attack from Professor Morel on the platform in Görlitz. His pulse was completely calm and his normal as any day. The doctor was about to tell me further details when Hitler appeared. On the outside, you couldn't see anything. When the train with Mussolini arrived, I saw Hitler extend his left hand to his desk. Karl Otto Schmidt, interpreter for Adolf Hitler.
Doctor, I hear that you're taking care of my friends. I didn't really want to bother you, but over the past 2 days, since the explosion, I've had a sharp pain in my right ear and difficulty hearing. My valet says it's because I shout too much.
Adolf Hitler to Dr. Erwin Giesen, Hitler's private ear, nose and throat doctor.
Diary, Friday, November 26, 1943. The radio broadcast details of the attack. The bomb was planted by a Count von Stauffenberg. Around 1 o'clock, the Führer spoke to prove that he'd survived. What would have happened if the Führer had died? The war would be over and there would be revolution in Germany. Henrietta Schneider.
His confidence, his faith in victory and his assurance, but also his power consciousness and delusions of grandeur now exceeded all boundaries of reason. Paul Junge.
When Herr Hitler escaped his bomb on July the 20th, he described his survival as providential. I think that from a purely military point of view, we can all agree with him, for certainly it would be most unfortunate if the Allies were to be deprived in the closing phases of the struggle of that former warlike genius by which Corporal Hitler has so notably contributed to our victory. Winston Churchill, address to the House of Commons. Diary, July 23rd, 1944. The criminal court that now has to be convened has been of historic proportions. Those with an ambiguous attitude have also earned the death penalty. Joseph Goebbels.
Diary, July 25th, 1944. The enemy is already in Paris. Henrietta Schneider, a refugee, lodging in Lesnica, East Prussia.
In the month of August 1944, I think that Germany was within reach. Nothing would be able to prevent it any longer. But it would not be our victory like in the year 1918, the victory of France at the height of its power, that marched at the front of the Allied nations. Paul Steiner, major of the Free French forces.
We heard about German defeats at the front, and that Germans were giving up their homes and heading off back to the Reich with their worldly possessions. This filled us with satisfaction and was a joy for our oppressed spirits. Kaya Bakmanavili, Jew from Vilnius, Stutthof concentration camp, West Prussia.
In September 1944, the generals at the front and the district party leaders in the Western region expected the armies of the Americans and British to take advantage of their power and overrun our nearly unarmed and battle-weary troops in an unceasing offensive. In this last phase of the war, within 6 months, a total of 12,720 fighter planes were delivered to the troops,
began the war in 1939 would end with 771 fighting. Albert Speer, Life Minister of Armaments and War Production.
September 1944, German-Luxembourg border. I peered at the town through powerful binoculars. To the naked eye, the Siegfried Line was just a landscape. There was a village on the horizon that was supposed to be sheltering 2 divisions of Huns. Lee Miller, U.S. War Photography.
Ernest Hemingway, writer and war correspondent. Letter to Mary Welch, Hemmes, Germany, September 13, 1924. Yesterday we came into the New Indian country after a fine wild day of hunting and shooting, and settled down in a deserted farmhouse for the night. It was a fine day, following tank tracks through the woods. Have had the place all cleaned up. I wish the people would come back and take care for the dog. They only had 2 books, one on wild beasts of Germany, a nice book, and one on the Olympic Games in Berlin in 1936. Have read them both.
Personal War Diary, October the 7th, 1944. Morning briefing. Beginning of the attack on Prussia and Budapest. Long discussion with Goering. Station 12, heavy anti-aircraft batteries immediately to protect the Führer's headquarters. Werner Kijk, General of the Aviators, Chief of Staff, Headquarters.
Königsberg, October the 18th, 1944. Speech on radio. Every block of flats in every town, every village, every farm, every forest is being defended by men, boys, and old men, and, when necessary, by women and girls. It is better to have the younger generation die and save the people than to protect the young ones and let an entire nation, 80 to 90 million people, die out.
Personal War Diary, October the 22nd, 1944. Fog, situation in East Prussia unchanged. Keitel communicating to Berlin, Hitler against it. Werner Keitel.
October the 24th, 1944. Penultimate radio message from the 246th Fox Grenadier Division. The last defenders of Aachen remember their beloved German homeland. We are firmly confident of our final victory and donate to the Winter Relief Fund 10,458 Reichsmarks. We will fight on. October the 24th, 1944. Last radio message. After a bitter struggle from house to house, man to man, the battle group Aachen has fired its last ammunition and used up its water and food supplies. The remainder of the defenders of the German Kaiserstadt are in close combat around the command post. Beforehand, a final farewell in unshakable belief in the victory of our beloved German homeland. Long live the Führer. Gerhard Wind, Colonel, Combat Command of Aachen.
Diary, Friday, October the 20th, 1944. The Russians are in ikben. Around 5 o'clock, there was a report on the radio about heavy fighting between politiek and ikben, but it still has hope. Henrietta Schneider. We were still stuck in East Prussia. It couldn't be much longer before the Russians drove us out. On clear autumn days, we could hear the thunder of guns. Kouillon.
On October the 12th, 1944, when the military situation in the West had consolidated again and there was new talk about a front, Hitler took me aside and explained that he would pull all available forces together and launch a major offensive in the West.
That will be the big strike which must succeed. Almost there. There it was.
Diary, Sunday, October the 28th, 1944. We listened to Goebbels last night. He spoke openly about the situation, which is not hopeless. Our room is war. Henrietta Schneider.
In the first days of November 1944, we moved out of the Warschanze because the Russians were close by. In the autumn of 1944, Freudenstadt and the Black Forest is to all intents and purposes still a video. In this amateur film, the absence of men under 45 reveals the clear team they have all been drafted. Less than 100 kilometers away, beyond the ridges of the Black Forest and the Rhine, American and Free French troops advance. Soviet forces have reached northeast and East Prussia, and the Americans have been at Aachen, on the Saar, and the Sauer, on the territory of the old German Reich since September. During the conquest of Freudenstadt by the First French Army on April the 15th and 16th, 1945, 95% of the little town will be destroyed.
Germany was under intense pressure. At the end of 1944, weapons production fell sharply. Trapped in the east, southeast, south, and west, Germany was strategically encircled and could not break free. Nevertheless, Hitler took one ultimate measure after the other. The Nazis suppressed without mercy the slightest opposition to their regime. It was clearly was that Germany was mobilizing its last forces. But at the end of 1944, Germany was still able to defend itself and put up serious resistance. Its military still consisted of around 17.5 million men, of whom 5.3 million were fighting troops. George Zhukovsky, Commander-in-Chief of the First White Russian Front.
At just 19 years old, Walter was also killed in action. I was sitting on the roof of our house that had been damaged in another bombing when I saw the postman bring the death notice. My aunt called to the house. Walter has fallen. The death of my brother was a deep shock for me. Helmut Kohl, schoolboy.
Hitler stayed at his Berghof for the last time before the assassination attempt. He will not see his residence in the mountains again. On November 20th, 1944, he left the Warschanze forever and travelled to Berlin. On December 11th, he travels to the Adlerhof Führer headquarters in Hessen.
Speech to the Division Commanders, December the 12th, 1944, in Adlerhof, near Ziegenberg, Hessen. If we stop for a few more really hard strikes, then this artificially maintained common front could suddenly collapse at any moment in a huge clap of thunder. Adolf Hitler.
Hitler revealed the following to a very limited circle of listeners. Due to a noticeable weakness of enemy forces in the Eifel region, he had decided to start the attack from there. The target had to be Antwerp. Siegfried Westphal, Major General, Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief West.
In a desperate situation, perhaps only a desperate decision can help. Alfred Job, Chief of the Operations Staff of the Armed Forces, I command.
On December 16th, 1944, General Bradley came to my headquarters to discuss ways and means of overcoming our acute shortages in infantry replacements. Just as he entered my office, a staff officer came in to report high penetrations of our line. It was through this same region that the Germans launched their great attack of 1940.
Dwight D. Eisenhower.
tanks have been spotted north of the city of Rudsel. Rudsel have ordered the tanks to advance through the Ardennes, nearly the same place where the Germans penetrated in May 1940. They're heading in the same direction again, through Channel coastline towards Antwerp, in order to stop the Allies using the port through which their main supplies come. Stefan Heim, Corporal of the US Army, writer. It was my opinion that it was necessary to play Hitler's last card to maximalism. As a pauper, I tried to get as close as possible to Detroit. The troops pushing forward were in a good mood because low-hanging clouds prevented any aerial activity. I was worried that the weather would brighten up. Albert Speer, no one. As long as the weather kept our planes on the ground, it would be an ally of the enemy for many additional days. A report of the Supreme Commander for Wehrmacht, December the 18th, 1944. At 5:30 a.m. on December the 16th, German forces started to attack in strength along a broad front from the Siegfried Line and overran in the first advance the frontline positions between Hohenfeld and the northern part of Luxembourg. The German attack quickly broke what would have made a national bulge because of the rapid initial progress made by the heavy assault against our weak North Line, with the resulting penetration into our front that reached a maximum depth of some 50 miles. Dwight D. Eisenhower. December the 19th, 1944. The weather was so bad that I directed all army chaplains to pray for dry weather. I also published a prayer and sent it to all members of the command. George S. Patton Jr., Commander of the 3rd U.S. Army. Almighty and most merciful Father, we humbly beseech Thee, of Thy great goodness, to restrain the immoderate rage with which we have had to contend. Grant us fair weather for battle. Graciously hearken to us, as soldiers who call upon Thee, that armed with Thy power, we may advance from victory to victory, and crush the oppression and wickedness of our enemies, and establish Thy justice among men and nations. Amen. The offensive undertaken between Eschenach and Malmedy, consisting of 24 divisions, including 10 tank divisions, almost reached the Maas River around December the 25th. There's a danger that the Germans will overrun the front of Holland from the back via Namur, Charleroi, and Holland. Our last major offensive in the West, with 300,000 men that was so gloriously successful at the start, failed in the end thanks to 10 days of radiant sunshine. The Anglo-Americans were thus able to deploy their overwhelming air superiority. Leon Decré, commander of the Wallonian Waffen-SS. The Allies had expected to reach the River Rhine by Christmas at the latest. The Ardennes offensive prevented that. But how many men lost their lives due to this senseless delay? Walter Rowland, industrialist, Commissioner for Tank Production and Ministry of Armaments and War Production. Rudolf Johann, Provincial NSDAP leader, Defense Commissioner, December the 25th, 1944. We were sitting together one sunny morning. Tears appeared in my wife's eyes. Where will we be at Christmas next year? This was the question asked by the mother of our children, the question of the family's fate. This question was asked in the house of the provincial leader and everywhere else in Germany. I was frightened because I felt that the answer was no longer convincing, but I had to remain the same person, Hitler's deputy, the spokesman of German hope until the end. I know today but it was the belief in a miracle.
In the days after Christmas, it was clear that the expected success would not be achieved. At the end of the year, the offensive had to be seen as a failure. Niklas von Beno.
Adolf Hitler, at the end of December 1944, to his adjutant Niklas von Beno. I know the war is lost. Their superiority is too great. I would prefer to put a bullet in my head now. We will never capitulate, never. We can perish, but we'll take the world with us. The Japanese fleet refueled after several days at sea. 3 days later, it was off Hawaii. The Americans were still blissfully unaware that anything was wrong. At 6 a.m. on December the 7th, after the final briefing, the first wave of Japanese aircraft took off. As the Japanese aircraft dived into the attack, U.S. personnel were still just stirring on a fine Sunday morning. It was all over, less than 2¼ hours. Yamamoto's plan had worked like a dream. Or had it? There was only one problem. The U.S. fleet's 2 aircraft carriers had not been in Pearl Harbor at the time and had escaped the attack. Yamamoto's main aim of crippling the U.S. Pacific Fleet had only partially succeeded. The U.S. naval air power in the region was still intact. But in the United States, there was shock and disbelief. It quickly turned into a mood of fury and determination. Angry mobs attacked the Japanese embassy. Japan had disturbed the sleeping giant. The U.S. Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, spoke for many. The Japs started this war. We are going to finish it.
Yet before the U.S. could mobilize its full strength, the Japanese were to inflict more humiliating defeats on the Western Allies. In December 1941, as America was licking its wounds after Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a series of attacks on Western colonies in Southeast Asia. It thought it had knocked out America. Now it moved against Britain and its colonies. first to be hit was Malaya, where a Japanese force came ashore in the northeast of the country. The plan was that it should make its way south, down the east coast. The invasion force was met by a contingent of British Indian troops. But after a day of fighting, they were brushed aside. Meanwhile, further north in Thailand, the second Japanese landing was unopposed. 30,000 Japanese troops were soon making their way down the western coast of Malaya. The target of the two groups, Singapore, the center of British military and political rule in the Far East. Britain had turned the island into what it believed was an impregnable fortress. But all the guns pointed south, out to sea. The Japanese were approaching by land from the north. Yet British military commanders remained remarkably untroubled. They didn't rate the Japanese as fighting men and believed the Malay jungle was, anyway, virtually impassable. But the Japanese had other ideas. To soften up Singapore, they attacked the city from the air. Britain sent the new battleship Prince of Wales and a battlecruiser, Repulse, to attack Japanese troop convoys. They were met by Japanese bombers. Both warships were sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew were lost. It was the greatest British naval disaster of World War II. In an era of aircraft and aircraft carriers, it was now clear the battleship, for years the mainstay of the British Navy, had had its day. Back on land, the Japanese continued to head south towards Singapore. On January 11, 1942, Kuala Lumpur was captured. The British forces fell back and withdrew to Singapore. There were now about 100,000 British soldiers to defend it. They faced a force of only 30,000 Japanese. Even without their big guns, the British should have been able to hold out. The Japanese launched an assault in early February. It was supported by more airstrikes. The British defence was soon reduced to chaos. Civilian casualties began to escalate. Four days later, the Japanese had pushed through the last of the British defensive lines. The commander, General Arthur Percival, surrendered with over 90,000 men. Never in the history of the British Army had a commander in charge of such a large force had to surrender, and to an enemy general whose force was outnumbered more than 3-1. Britain's 200-year-old power and prestige in the Far East would be wiped out in just 10 weeks. But it wasn't the only difference. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, the Japanese forces were equally triumphant. The British garrison in Hong Kong fought for 2 weeks before succumbing to a Japanese invasion. In the Philippines, America fared no better. Here, a preemptive bombing raid caught large numbers of US aircraft neatly lined up at Clark Field. Most were destroyed. Two days later, with US air power virtually non-existent, Japanese troops began to land. The local Philippine troops melted away. The Japanese advanced rapidly. 10 days later, Manila was captured. The US soldiers were forced to withdraw to the Bataan Peninsula. Here they hoped to hold out until a relief force could be sent. It never came. On April 3rd, 1942, Japanese troops launched a major assault on US positions. After 4 days heavy fighting, they broke through. The Americans surrendered 2 days later. That left just one British colony in the region, Burma. In early 1942, Japanese forces pushed into the south of the country. The British defences had been utterly neglected. There were only some 15,000 men defending the country. They were no match for the Japanese. The Allied troops mounted a brilliant but doomed resistance. Less than 2 months after invading Burma, the Japanese had seized the capital, Rangoon. 8 weeks later, the British had been pushed entirely out of the country. In just under 6 months, the Japanese had seized control of the whole eastern rim of the Pacific. Their oriental blitzkrieg had been swift and crushing. Yet already there were warning signs that they were not as powerful as they had been. On April 18, 1942, 4 months after Pearl Harbor, America struck back at the Japanese. US bombers flying low over Tokyo dropped bombs on the city close to the Emperor's Palace. others struck Yokohama, Kobe, and Nagoya. The raid, authorized by President Roosevelt himself, was dead in the extreme. The B-25 Mitchell bombers have not been designed to be launched from aircraft carriers. They barely managed to lumber off the deck of the USS Hornet, which had brought them to within 700 miles of the Japanese capital. But that didn't diminish their effectiveness in the air. In Japan, the raids caused profound shock. After their runaway successes of the past 4 months, they had never expected an attack on their homeland. Japan's military planners now decided to extend the country's defenses. If they could seize additional strategic outposts in the Pacific, they could attack and destroy Allied forces before they even came close to the homeland. Japan already controlled much of the Chinese coast, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. They had also seized the Dutch East Indies. Now they decided to strike south and attack Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and east to take the island of Midway in the middle of the Pacific. It would mean the homeland was surrounded by a string of fortified positions. Yet even as Japan was planning its move, its operations were severely compromised, though it only realized this after the war. The United States had broken its military and diplomatic codes. By spring 1942, the U.S. Navy's code-breaking team in Hawaii was reading enough messages to give it a remarkably accurate insight into Japan's intentions. So it was that the U.S. Commander-in-Chief in the region, Admiral Chester Nimitz, learned the details and timing of Japan's planned invasion of the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea. If successful, it would cut off Australia from her allies. The Japanese bombing raid on Darwin had already caused widespread fear of an invasion. In early May 1942, Japanese planned to widen its defensive perimeter to the north. They seized the Solomon Islands. They said that the Japanese carrier force entered the Coral Sea in preparation for the main assault on Papua New Guinea. Admiral Nimitz ordered 2 U.S. aircraft carriers and a number of smaller warships into the area. For 2 days, rivals would search for each other. Then, on May the 7th, U.S. aircraft were reported in sight. Japanese carrier killed them. Battle of the Coral Sea. executed by Japanese Zero fighters, which forced the US gunners devastated bombers to drop their torpedoes too far out. All the torpedoes missed. But a second wave of US dive bombers struck home. The Chicago's deck was so badly damaged, it could no longer be used by aircraft. After 2 days of fighting, the two forces finally met. That evening, the Lexington, still afloat, suddenly erupted in a huge explosion. There had been an undetected leak of aviation fuel that had caught fire. Amazingly, all but 250 of the nearly 3,000 men on board were rescued. Later that evening, an American torpedo struck the bird. The Battle of the Coral Sea was, on paper, a draw. Each side had lost one carrier and had another severely damaged. Strategically, however, it was a major US success. It had prevented the Japanese from seizing more territory, and it had stopped them from isolating Australia. The Battle of the Coral Sea marked a new era in naval tactics. It was the first major sea battle in which the opposing ships were completely out of visual contact. It was fought, instead, by aircraft flying from Paris. It would soon become clear which side had adapted to the new form of naval conflict more successfully. By the late spring of 1942, Japan and America were there. Japan needed a quick victory if it was not to be ground down by the huge resources of the United States. In mid-May, it began its next move. The US codebreakers reported Japanese plans for a new attack. It would be on target AF, somewhere in the mid-Pacific. The problem for the Americans was that they had no idea where target AF was. Could it be a reference to Midway Island near Hawaii? An ideal jumping-off point for another attack on the American fleet in Pearl Harbor? The code-breaking team suggested a way to find out. The US Air Base on Midway was instructed to send an uncoded message reporting problems with the island's water system. Almost immediately, codebreakers intercepted a Japanese signal that target AF was having water supply problems. Manchester limits now knew exactly where the enemy was going. The Japanese plan was typically complex. A diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands in the North Pacific would draw away part of the
The nightmare of a new home. Führer, his people, and race. Crimes against humanity. A world of chaos and destruction. This is the story of humanity's darkest hour.
Namens. Die ik kennis ik heb ook moeten spelen. Natuurlijk, beginnen ze alles. Dingen te schrijven, doet er mij niet eens, nee.
May 2nd, 1941. Senior Nazi officials gather for a meeting in Berlin. Presiding is Herbert Bakker, State Secretary of the Reich Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Herbert Bakker war einer für die jüngere Generation what you would call the typical younger Nazi high achiever. He was both an ideological fanatic and a political pragmatist, fighting the threat at Leistungsmensch. Top of the agenda is nothing less than the planned mass murder of millions by starvation. The hunger plan is implemented right after the Wehrmacht has invaded the Soviet Union. Vast quantities of grain and cattle will be siphoned off, stolen to feed the army, and shipped back to the Reich. Millions will die from famine. This is a systematic, deliberate policy designed to starve the Soviet civilian population. It has been integral to military planning from the start.
There was going to be a victory. And then they would starve these people. First it would be 12 million, and then, quite soon 30 million people. And the concept is so unbelievable. It's so horrific. But this was carefully detailed with Bakker and his team in Berlin.
The hunger plan is just one piece of an inhuman strategy. German farmers will replace the entire population with Russians and Ukrainians, turning east into German Lebensraum, ethnically cleansed